10,000 years later, I became my own teacher, and gave me 460,000 unique techniques. In this world, where the highest level of martial arts is only level 6, all my techniques were created by level 11 experts. It also perfectly matches the 3 systems of body training, breathing and spirit. I've only been practicing for 1 day, then a peerless genius for nearly 100 years. But even if I had this incredible ability, and still being called crap by his classmates, even the teacher asked me to work on the construction site after graduation. But I knew I wouldn't be hired to move bricks from a construction site, because it takes 0.8 blood gas to move bricks, but my blood gas is a measly 0.7. So that I can have a good start in society. My father got up early and worked 5 odd jobs, just to make money to buy me pills to replenish my blood. That leads to dozens of plasters every day. And I feel terrible about it. I have to break through 0.85 as soon as possible to graduate smoothly. Back in the room, I quickly adjusted my breathing. The second set of national radio gymnastics, the rising sun, begin. This is a physical technique developed by today's experts, can lay a solid foundation for beginners. But I did radio gymnastics 3 times in a row. My blood gas levels are still solid. Think of your parents and sister who are suffering. Unwilling to accept, I decided to practice again. I forgot how many times I practiced, until consciousness begins to blur. And when I woke up again, I found myself in ruins. This is the 9th time I've entered this dream. Just when I was trying to pinch myself awake, a dead skin came at me fiercely. Fortunately, I reacted in time to avoid the fatal impact. Looking at the zombie's ferocious appearance, 0.7 blood gas levels. I'm completely furious. You dare to be fierce in my dream. I kick the door out. Then pick up a brick next to it. I use the funeral home to practice the random brick hammer method. Finally, after 9981 strikes, the mortars were completely silent. But suddenly, there was a smell coming from the deceased. The next moment, countless black fog entered my body. Suddenly my head felt like it was about to crack open. Strange images appeared in my mind. It's the memory of the deceased. Guard. Kun body tempering art. Breathing formula. Alien attack. It also includes a lot of combat skills and experience. All of this made me feel a little overwhelmed. But then a green-eyed bereaved man appeared behind me, and my body moved on its own in an instant. And when I come to my senses again, the bereaved have fallen before me. As before, the black mist from the deceased entered my body again. But this time it didn't give me a splitting headache. It's about getting my blood pumping. This ability has hit me hard inside. If I keep killing mourners, I'll be invincible. And then I remembered it was just a dream. If only it weren't a dream. But somehow I feel like it's all too real. I immediately decided to set out for base 1359. It's a place frequently mentioned in the memory of the deceased. Maybe I can find the truth about my dreams there. But then the sky began to crumble. It's like a giant hand shaking this space-time. I woke up on the floor of my room. It was the sister outside the door knocking loudly. I didn't notice the wet clothes opening the door. He replied that he had just overworked and slept. My sister was surprised to see my figure. I wonder when my brother became so strong. Then he turned around and told me to go out to dinner. And it just got me mixed up. When I was young, I was still very attached to you. But since the first blood gas test came back, her attitude towards me changed. After all, her blood gas has exceeded 1.0. The combat effectiveness index is directly over 100. Even key martial arts schools can be easily guaranteed. It's normal to hate a useless brother like me. Suddenly, I noticed myself in the mirror. I just finished so many sets of radio gymnastics. But now I feel energized. Not only that, even the battle memories in my dreams are clear. Then I came to the table pretending nothing had happened. But today I have an unusually good appetite. He ate up the whole day's food at home. Just when I was embarrassed to take back my job. Father was so excited that he asked his mother to cook another table, because eating often means absorbing, and decided to buy me some more blood pills tomorrow. But the sister on the side made up the knife. You're 18. Don't expect anything. After listening, The father blamed his sister for being ignorant. Half a point in the college entrance examination can wipe out tens of thousands of people, and I'm a little distracted right now. To test my hypothesis, I decided to go to the martial arts school to test my blood gas. As soon as I walked into the front desk of the martial arts school, I was warmly welcomed, knowing I was just here to test blood gas. Just let me go inside mechanically, please, and I'm used to this kind of awkward situation. Soon I was in the test room. This outcome will affect my future destiny. So I nervously put my hand on the crystal ball. As an energy poured into my body, a blinding light shone from the crystal ball. My blood gas is 0.9. I thought to myself, if my sister is 1 in a million geniuses, and what kind of monster am I now? And then, I wanted to test myself. After all, the blood gas value only represents the physical quality, but I've combined a lifetime's worth of experience from 2 great men. How much combat power can this fork test? So I gathered all my strength and smashed it into the instrument. My combat power has reached an astonishing 112, and by the standards of this world, the blood gas standard of a level 2 martial artist is 15. Combat power is 1500. Yeah, my strength exceeded the limit of my vitality. And that's just for 1 day. If you sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, you'll go to heaven. But the more I try to sleep, the more I feel. I didn't expect sleep to have a cooling mechanism. I had no choice but to get up and exercise again. I didn't know when I was about to start the rising sun. The memory of the lost house in the dream reappeared. My body unconsciously made strange movements. This is the long-lost radio gymnastics. Miracles are calling. This exercise is 1,000,000 times better than what they teach in school. I just need to make every move. The power will obviously flow into my body. I'm only halfway through gymnastics. It's already far more effective than my years of practice. But just when I wanted to practice all night. But I was swept away by a strong hunger. I immediately realized I was undernourished. Due to the rapid increase in blood gas levels, the energy supply for ordinary meals has been exhausted. But with my family's income, I can't afford my expensive pills. I guess I'll have to earn my own money. The only thing I can think of right now is a scholarship. So I decided to stop hiding my true strength. I didn't expect to have a chance the next day. Practice class. The teacher is passionately teaching fighting skills. From little Fatty, I learned that my teacher is a Tier 2 martial artist. I've been on the battlefield and fought with exotic beasts. The scar on his arm is a badge of honor. The students were full of admiration for the teacher. But in my opinion, having mastered the best fighting techniques, the teacher's fighting skills are too superficial. Soon, a set of combat techniques was completed. The teacher called out the tall, rich and handsome in the class to demonstrate, but the students all know that the teacher is biased guidance. Later, in order to let Liu Yifei further study, I'm going to pick a classmate to be a sparring partner. But the students at the bottom are afraid to look up. After all, Liu Yifei's blood gas had already broken through 1.2. Anyone who goes up to practice with him can only be the second. The teacher looked at the students, who had no blood, and was very disappointed. I know you guys are always saying I'm biased. But now you don't even have the courage to stand up. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, he met my eyes? That sharp look surprised the teacher. Teachers who have been to war know. This is actually the aura that only experience fighting, so he asked me to step forward. The whole class doesn't like me. After all, I'm the class's most notorious loser, but I replied confidently. I worked out all day. In the confusion of my classmates, I walked up. Liu Yifei began to lecture me constantly, taught me to protect all parts. Then he punched me directly. Liu Yifei used all his strength in this attack. Everyone gasped. Just when Liu Yifei was full of confidence, his punch missed. And now I'm just bending over. The blood in the fist is constantly condensing, and I've been suppressing this for 18 years. And smashed it right into this tall, rich, handsome guy's face, and sent him flying for hundreds of meters. This scene made the students and teachers not react. Then everyone was shocked into a cold sweat. A school-wide loser, competing to blow up a super genius with one punch. But just as my classmates were admiring me, the teacher called me into the office. Turns out the teacher suspected me of using contraband. Not only do I have to test the blood gas on site and match my combat effectiveness index, I'm confident about that, because I'm not yesterday's 0.7 anymore. So I put my hand on it without a word. With a brilliant blue light, the screen actually showed an amazing 1.5. The teacher saw the gift and stood up. An 18-year-old level 1 fighter is considered a genius in the whole city. But before the teacher knew it, and I punched the next combat instrument. Who knew I was too strong? The instrument was blown away by my fist and broke the teacher's love-potted plant. Wait until the teacher comes to his senses. He realized something. That device can withstand even martial artists' attacks. That means I'm stronger than a martial artist. Then the teacher asked me when was the last time I took the test. I answered honestly that it was half a month ago. And when he found out I was born into a civilian family, he looked at me differently. Once upon a time, he learned one thing from the battlefield. That is, ordinary martial artists simply cannot defeat those monsters in the face of that unreasonable power. A warrior's power is as small as dust. Until one day, he was rescued by a top fighter. He just realized something. Is that the only thing that can defeat monsters is another group of monsters. They've moved beyond the human realm. And here I am, about to join that ranks. The teacher immediately took a long breath. He decided to transfer me to the top class. Only a teacher in the top class can teach me. But I said no as soon as I finished. I don't need a teacher to train in my dreams. The teacher saw me so determined, asked me if I have any problems. I immediately made two demands. The first is that I want to apply for a scholarship. The teacher listened and agreed. As a monster, you do have the right to do so. The teacher took out a black card and handed it to me. Scholarship applications take time. Take this 100,000 and use it first. Then he told me not to neglect my cultivation. But I just walked out of the office. The teacher was excited and slammed the table. One of his students is a monster. He has the strength of a level 2 martial artist before he is 18. How scary he's gonna be on the SATs. I'm gonna have to report this to the authorities. And after all these years, finally, someone can get to that place. I didn't go to class when I got 100,000 on the other side. Instead, he went to the mall to buy supplements. Remember yesterday I was just a mediocre student. There are people like me all over the world. I yearn for the incredible world of martial artists. In the end, I could only live without doing anything, but now I've got a chance at a new life. I'm not gonna make the wrong choice this time. I didn't stop when I got home, and immediately went back to the dream. This time I decided to investigate the truth of the dream. Go to base 1359 in your memory. But when I entered the dream again, it's surrounded by a lot of dead people. Fortunately, I'm already a level 1 warrior. A punch can kill a zombie baby again. Finally, after running for half a day, a huge base appeared in front of me. The walls alone are 20 meters thick. Then a central building caught my attention, because there seems to be a figure sitting inside. On closer inspection, it was actually a sword immortal. Who knew it would only be a second? The mummified man opened his eyes. Suddenly a strong pressure came over me. I was so scared, I broke out in a cold sweat. I knew right away it wasn't a place I could get close to. And then I turned around and looked elsewhere for clues. After searching for a while, I came to an ordinary house. Just as I was leaving, a nearby instrument suddenly lit up. Curious, I pressed it. After a series of system sounds, a holographic girl appeared in front of me. Welcome to Tianhing Technology. I'm AI, responsible for controlling base server management. Such high-tech methods caught my interest. I immediately asked her to pull up the latest news. L shows Skynet connection failed. Connection to offline database failed. And with AI's orders, A lot of relevant information pops up one by one. As I flipped through it, I found that the world was not only technologically advanced. Even in terms of martial arts, there are 10 realm experts. In reality, the highest level of strength is only 6 levels. However, even with such a terrifying level of combat power, but he's still vulnerable to powerful exotic beasts. In just 1 year, this civilization disappears from this world. I am very sad in my heart, thinking maybe by learning from their experiences, to avoid tragedy in my world. And then I asked AI to pull up world history. But when I read the message, I suddenly felt like I was surrounded by a great fear, and I froze in place. No wonder the language in this world is the same as in real life. Even the classification of martial artists is the same, because this is the history of the real world. And what I just saw, it's not the story of another world, but the real world, 10,000 years into the future. The truth is hard for me to swallow. Suddenly, another possibility occurred to me, i.e., find me a human profile right now. I can see the future 10,000 years in my dreams. You could also find your own life history. But what came out made me speechless. I'm only 28 years old. And he's never done anything in his life. Unwilling, I looked up the information of my genius sister again, but AI says I don't have enough clearance. I need access to a genetic blood sample. AI bit my finger. Sudden scene made me forget why holograms have entities. Who knew that just as I was sighing, AI, who got my blood sample, looks like a card machine. The whole body is constantly showing failure reminders. The next moment, her eyes widened. Human DNA was detected in the blood sample. Project Tinder activated. I didn't have time to think about what it was. I found my basic information. Bai He-woo has changed again. Not only do I look more mature, even his strength has become a 4th-level martial artist. That's pretty much what's going to happen to me. And if you look closely at your resume, I'll graduate first in school this year. Will join the military district after the year. Finally died at the age of 37. Outstanding contribution is only a humble 2-star. In the scroll of history, even ripples are not counted. But I quickly realized that there were flaws in the data, even though they followed the same path until they were 18. However, the information after the college entrance examination is obviously problematic. If you practice without dreams, maybe that's all I can do. But at the rate I'm training, what's a mere 23rd place in the city? My future will be heard all over the world. If the future of mankind is going to end, then I'm gonna be the one who changes history. I am the fire. It will burn. I immediately asked AI to call up all the techniques in the past 10,000 years. Who knew that 460,000 secret scripts would pop up? There's no way to start. Soon after my constant screening, finally, the best 3 cultivation methods were selected. They were all created by a level 11 expert. The first stellar body tempering technique can transform the human body into a miniature universe, constantly condensing every cell of the body. Turn every cell into a superstar. If the efficiency of gymnastics in the past is, then the efficiency of the stellar body tempering technique is 1000. Then I tested the second natural breathing method. I just took one breath. I feel like there are countless flames burning all over my body. Even my blood was boiling. And I was pleasantly surprised. It can also drive the practice of the stellar body tempering technique. And the last one is crystal vision. It involves the most mysterious spiritual part of martial arts. It's supposed to strengthen your will. And sure enough, when I open my eyes again, I'm already in the spirit world. Before me is a giant soul. But I don't know exactly how to practice it. But just when I was at my wit's end, a huge tiredness woke me up. I didn't expect that in just a few minutes of practice. Then if I'd been working out for hours in real life, then a foul smell entered my nose. It's the impurities forced out of the body after cultivation. Sure enough, the effects of dreams affect the real world. But even so, I'm not satisfied. I've decided to pick up my scholarship tomorrow, because I didn't just bring back the technique and world-changing pills. And then I found a drugstore in the middle of nowhere. Shingen asked the staff to rent the pharmacy to me temporarily. I'll process the herd step by step the way we'll do in the future. I didn't expect to make a finished product the first time. And then I realized something was wrong. A powerful energy instantly merged into my body. The meridians in his body seemed to be about to burst open. But fortunately, the previous body refinement formula exhausted my blood essence, so I don't end up exploding on the spot. And I found out that it not only replenishes blood gases, it's actually mixed with hundreds of whitening and moisturizing abilities. But then, there was a rapid knock on the door. It's the store that rents my distribution room. The employee is blonde. At this time, the yellow hair looked anxious and asked me to leave quickly. The manager will be back soon. I didn't even have time to pack up in my hurry, pick up the prescription and run. Sure enough, the manager walked in as soon as I left. But at this point, she doesn't look good. It turns out that their He family was originally the largest enterprise in the pharmaceutical industry. But with the rapid development of martial arts, old prescriptions are being phased out. But He's family is declining because of its adherence to the rules. And now it's about to close. This time, she went to the next city to buy the prescription. But I ran into a wall everywhere, and had to come back early. But as soon as he walked in, the manager noticed something strange. Not only were the clothes covered in powder, even the blood in the mixing room is a mess. As she grew impatient, suddenly the nearby instrument caught her attention. This method of treating scales is unheard of. But she didn't care, thought it was another attempt to get rich overnight, even though she thinks it's another flop. But she couldn't resist picking up the potion on the ground. But when she looked closely, she was dumbfounded. This combination doesn't fit the pharmaceutical principle. Can miracles really happen? So she took a sip of her imaginary hope. For a moment, she felt like she had opened up a new world. She's catching up to the yellow guy who got fired. Keep asking for my contact number. I didn't expect to be tempted by double pay in the end. Yellow hair actually handed over my mobile phone. And here I am, coming home from my meds. The first thing I did was train like crazy, with a top-of-the-line soup mix. My stellar body refinement technique seems to have been activated. Soon the first stars were formed. And then the manager called. Although the store manager is full of sincerity, but I offered to wait a week. Right now, my priority is still cultivation. Days passed quickly. I forgot how much stronger I was. So I decided to go to the dojo to test again. As the crystal ball lights up again, I become a level 2 warrior with 15 points of blood chi. And before graduation, a first-level martial artist is already a genius. But now I'm 10 times more talented. Although not unexpected. But it still makes me happy. And then I started testing my combat power. I'm just going around. Combat power index as high as 3,000 points, twice the normal blood gas limit. But that's not my limit. I immediately adjusted my breathing carefully. Use Stellar Blast Fist. The next second, the meter reads 150,000 combat power, but I'm too powerful to say anything. Because I know how big trees attract wind. You know, even the greatest genius of today's families can only unleash twice as much combat power. So I said hello to my sister. He decided to leave the school immediately. But then two people walked past me. One of them is the curator's daughter in Aishuang. She's got her little brother next to her. I saw the lady at the front desk looking at me with a crazy face. Junior brother immediately showed a disdainful expression. In this world, martial arts is everything. Children from ordinary families. No matter how many tests you try, it's useless. And Aishuang glanced at her junior brother unhappily. Understand that although what he said was rude, it was true. Junior brother grew up eating all kinds of supplements. There are many elders teaching martial arts at home. In the face of ordinary people, there is indeed a proud confidence. At the thought of this, Aishuang taught her junior brother with one punch. It's better to practice hard than to have this time. And there's a lot of talent in ordinary families. Junior brother, although you listen to me verbally, but deep down, I'm still not convinced. I immediately wanted to check my test scores. And Aishuang had no choice but to agree, and tell him not to be too complacent after reading it. He said he took the tablet from the front desk lady. Don't look. It's okay. And I Shuang was so shocked that she could not speak. Junior brother fell to the ground after reading it. And I Shuang quickly asked if there was something wrong with the instrument, but the receptionist told me that the instrument had just been checked, which means this score is definitely okay. But that's not where it should be. Not, should or should not be in this world. And I Shuang immediately asked all employees to stop working, whatever it takes to get information on this student. And I didn't know anything about it when I got home. After understanding his own strength, I decided to explore dreams further. And then I took 2 steps. A 4th grade bereaved man blocked his way. The smell alone is depressing. But the next minute, I didn't hesitate to rush out. Who knew that as soon as I got close, I saw a giant hand approaching. I tried to block them with my hands. An instant, intense tingling of the afferent nerve. I immediately realized that you can't take it hard, and soon more terrible attacks came. But this time I'm not careless. He dodged his attack in a flash. And then he kicked the zombie's head hard. Before the mourners could stand up again, I've already jumped high and concentrate the power of the stars on their feet. A single blow will make the deceased fall to the ground. As the zombie body slowly dissipates, a black gas entered my body. Memories of the deceased are awakened again. It turns out he was a level 5 fighter when he was alive. Finally died on the front line because of the Beast Protection City. If I hadn't lost my arms and my mind, I'm definitely no match for the current me. Thinking of this, I bowed deeply to the mourners. From generation to generation, the spirit will never die. When I woke up, I didn't hesitate. Decided to go to the Warrior Association to complete the Warrior Assessment. Only by passing the test can you obtain official recognition. Just approaching the association gate, a young man in red rushed out crying. From the words of the 2 people next to him, it turns out that the equipment outside is not precise enough, resulting in lower grades in the association. To pass the exam, you have to have a higher number. I'm looking forward to hearing that. This will make my strength more accurate. Then I went to the front desk and checked in. The receptionist asked me to go to the exam room to prepare myself. I thought the test would be like the martial arts school. I didn't expect to be stunned as soon as I entered the examination room. The number of people assessed is very similar to the train station for the Spring Festival. The whole exam room is crowded. I had no choice but to start observing the people next to me, and I found that most of the people in the queue were around 25 years old. A young girl stands out. But before I knew it, another figure walked in at the door. The height alone is close to 3 meters. I saw that he ignored the crowd in line. Walked directly to the assessment area. Just one finger can make a person move directly across, and it quickly became a source of resentment. Cursed the big guy for not having quality, and let the staff out to maintain order. Who knows, after the staff looked at the information, Jing just said he had the right. Because the big guy is actually participating in the level 3 martial artist assessment. The noise rose from the crowd as soon as these words were spoken. The older sister just dropped her index finger directly. The boyfriend behind is silent, vomiting blood. In this world, where the highest level of martial arts is only level 6, there are only a dozen level 3 martial artists in White River City, and the strong tend to get better treatment. Soon the big guy went straight to the tester. The first step is to test the blood gas. As the light from the crystal ball lit up, the number 107 is displayed on the instrument. The noise in the crowd rose again. It's the first time they've seen a blood gas breakthrough. The staff then announced the start of the combat effectiveness test. It was like a hurricane blowing through the place. Everyone present was barely able to stand. When the wind stabilizes, the number 10,831 immediately appeared on the screen. The staff announced on the spot that the big test was successful. Congratulations on becoming a level 3 fighter in White River City. But the big guy suddenly turned around and looked. I felt 2 young people standing against the wind on the set. I didn't know that one of the girls had heart palpitations. The wind alone makes it hard to stand. But what I said was unbelievable. I feel the big guy's full strength. It turns out that level 3 martial artists are only at this level. And now, before anyone gets their morale back, I offered to take the test myself. The staff appreciated my composure. agreed to my proposal immediately. Soon the crystal ball lit up again. The screen shows blood gas index 15. What the hell? This vein is full of tonic, right? And then, to everyone's surprise, I slowly walked to the combat effectiveness test equipment. The staff immediately came forward and opened the small door for me. Let me test it as many times as I want. I thanked you on the spot, but no. Under the puzzled gaze of the staff, the two heaven-defying techniques in my body were activated at the same time, and the next moment, I'm going to use my own stellar explosion. Suddenly, the scene seemed to have arrived in the universe. At this time, everyone in the field stared blankly at the screen, were rendered speechless by the horror of the sight. With a click, the protective wall behind the instrument is directly broken. Then an even stronger hurricane blew through the scene. 15709's combat power rating on the screen. The staff who reacted immediately became confused. Announced that I have successfully passed the Level 1 Martial Artist assessment, but that's way above his pay grade. He needs to report his grades to his superiors immediately. Bet your career on it. And he'll give me a satisfactory explanation. Watch the staff run away. I just remembered that I haven't received my first-class certificate yet. Suddenly a tall figure silently came behind me. I also sensed who it was. That's the big guy who passed Level 3. And suddenly the big guy held out his right hand to me. After the introduction, he wanted to make friends with me. I immediately reached out my hand. Understand the truth of many friends and many roads. Little did he know that the big guy was crazy and happy. At the level I'm showing you right now, he's gonna be a big shot. Everyone at the scene also reacted at this time. Rushed up to me and offered to shake my hand for a picture. In front of such a crazy crowd, I'm just gonna run. He quickly ran out of the Martial Arts Association. However, at this time, not far from the entrance of the association, Sister Lu Qinghe and her classmates are waiting for someone, and I found myself striding out of the association. I also found my sister not far away. I was just about to say hello to my sister. My sister would mock me for being in the association. Don't you usually sleep at home at this time? I was a little embarrassed when I heard that. After all, I do practice in dreams every day, but it's a secret I've never shared with anyone. She thinks I'm still that 0.7 blood chicken. At this moment, Fan, my sister's classmate, stood up, explained that they are waiting here for their seniors, and he said I was very handsome. It's not like what Qinghe said. The younger sister immediately showed an angry expression, cursed classmates for forgetting their righteousness. I'm their old mother at school. I watched my sister and her classmates get along so well. He reached out and rubbed his sister's hair and left first. At this time, their senior also walked out. And that made them nervous. Sister, tell them it's not what they think. It was an accident on the exam. The assessment was forced to stop. The reason is because a monster appeared in the assessment. 15.7 blood gas at just 18 years old. The combat power value directly exceeds the level 3 martial artist. This terrifying number also made everyone gasp. Fan quickly asked the name of the person. I know that. His name is Lu Sheng. Everyone looked at Lu Qinghe. After hearing about it, the president of the Martial Arts Association, excited to pick up the secretary and make a love circle. It turns out that the president has no hope of breaking through to level 7 Grandmaster. I can only practice calligraphy every day, but there hasn't been a genius in years, causing his superiors to lose patience with him. This time, it was a direct death order. White River City must send talent to training camp this year. And the so-called training camp, as the name suggests, it is to send talented martial artists from all over the world to practice intensively. But it wasn't heaven. Training camp can be a place where talent can rise quickly, but there's more talent destroyed there. After coming back, I was depressed, and finally disappeared into the crowd. The president remembered that this year's training camp will be shortly after, but Shirakawa City hasn't sent any contestants for a long time, just when you're getting a headache. The secretary suddenly pushed open the door and entered in panic. Originally, the president was very unhappy, but the secretary answered first. A 15,000 combat power level 2 martial artist has appeared in the association. As soon as he said this, The president was a little stunned. After reacting, he grabbed the tablet from the secretary's hand. And that's the video of my test. Seeing what's on the tape, the president broke out in a cold sweat. He muttered that it was a perfect fist technique. There are no more than 10 in the world. But soon the president denied his idea. Because even if it's a perfect fist technique, it can only increase the combat power by twice. But I exceeded that standard by 10 times. Then the president saw that I was born into a normal family, and he laughed like crazy. Then he picked up the secretary, straight to the circle of love. Because at this moment, the president thought of a possibility. There are some people in martial arts. They seem ordinary, but they awaken extraordinary abilities. They're called gifted fighters. The president decided I was the case. He immediately changed his clothes and decided to visit in person. On the other hand, Ai Shuang, the daughter of the martial arts school, is looking for me. Send out the entire staff to gather information on me. Now half a day has passed. Finally got my name. Even family members and addresses are visible. Just when the employee thought Ai Shuang was going to seek revenge, Ai Shuang received a new message. Many forces have begun to mobilize. Ai Shuang immediately asked the staff to prepare gifts again. She wants to get ahead of us. And I don't know anything about any of this. And the first thing I did when I got home. Just can't wait to get started. I decided to take another look at my resume. As expected, along with AIE's panel, my life story changed again. This time my life is even better. He became a level 6 powerhouse, who lived to be 87 years old, and hopefully reached the 7th level. From the panel data no. I became a level 2 fighter at the age of 18, and caused a sensation in Baiha City. After that, under the recommendation of the president of the Martial Arts Association, entered the talent camp. Top 20 results. 5 years later, he retired as a lieutenant, and founded the Sacred Martial Arts School. 55-year-old failed to reach level 7 Grandmaster. He died at age 87 from a monster attack. And that's when I finally confirmed one thing. I can actually see the future indefinitely. But that's not enough. This change means nothing for the future. To reverse the 10,000-year trajectory of human development, I have to be stronger. I must reach the top of martial arts, to be at 10th grade. He even created a level 12 invincible existence. I need to work harder for this. But then, there was a knock on the door. My sister told me there was a visitor outside, but just now my sister called my brother again. As soon as you leave the room, I found 2 people sitting in the living room. The mother was nervous and wanted to introduce. The president has already stood up enthusiastically. It means I'm here for my test scores. I shook hands with the president calmly. My calm expression made the president appreciate it very much. Then his mother introduced Ai Shuang again. Although I don't know why she came to the house, but it's polite to welcome. Soon everyone was seated. The president went straight to the point. He reached out and took out my level 2 warrior certificate. It means that my combat power exceeds the level 2 category, so every month, according to the 3rd level martial arts subsidies. The parents who heard this were stunned. Then he collapsed on the sofa and thought he was dreaming. Even the genius sister on the side was shocked. But I didn't lose my mind about it. Reward if it. So what can I do for you, President? The president thought to himself, I'm only 18 years old. I can't believe you already have such deep shrewdness. I immediately stopped talking nonsense. Put your hand in your pocket. This is an invitation to the talent training camp in Dongning province. We'd like you to represent us. Ai Shuang's expression changed drastically as soon as she said that. She knows all too well the horrors of talent camp. The genius who was destroyed was her senior brother. And I'm young. There's no need to risk it. The president also said that there is a risk. Looking at the invitation from the president, I couldn't help but chuckle. Because I have already passed the information of 10,000 years later. I know the purpose of the president's visit, and even learned that I was in the top 20. So I grabbed the result invitations. Don't worry, President. This time I'm gonna bring you back to the nation. After watching the president leave, I turned my eyes to an Shuang, who was beside me, asked her why she came to see me. At this time an Shuang realized that my temperament is so outstanding. Just the look in my eyes made her want something. She coughed to ease the embarrassment. It directly indicates the nature of her trip. So she wants to invite me to be an honorary disciple of the martial arts school. Not only can you choose the class time freely and enjoy the highest treatment of the martial arts school, in addition to taking 100,000 a month as salary, you don't even have to take on any obligations from the dojo. This is a huge benefit in normal times. But I saw through an Shuang's true colors at a glance. He wants to use my 18-year-old level 3 martial artist's trademark, pushing Red Leaf martial arts to a new level. But I thought about it, and refused an Shuang's invitation, because the so-called martial arts school teaching content doesn't mean anything to me. So I said I could only accept honorary members. Usually, I only go to Hongya Martial Arts School to test my combat strength. After a period of struggle, and Shuang had no choice but to agree to my conditions. But the Red Leaf School wants to buy out my reputation. I agreed to her request. He watched an Shuang leave. At this point, the family finally couldn't hold back their excitement. At this point, they all think it's a dream. Faced with a series of inquiries, I finally told you everything. But hiding the truth from the dream. A keen father depends on what he perceives. And you chose to support me in all my decisions, and gave me a reassuring affirmation. On the other hand, with the president's personal visit, White River City officials also issued an announcement, made me the pride of the city. But I didn't let my guard down. I'm already in the middle of Mount Lunghu, in the next city. It's like a lightning bolt running through the forest. I found that if you apply stellar explosions to movement, I'll be at least 5 times faster than anyone else. For this reason, I named this movement the Way to Heaven, because the blood-strengthening pill that was refined before has already been used up, and my body developed resistance. So I urgently need to find the ingredients for a new pill. Who knows that today's medicinal materials are not fully used, but I had to come out and find it myself. After days of searching, I stopped at the top of a mountain. Just as the sun rises, I want to be able to understand everything in the universe in just a few seconds. It's like centuries passed in my consciousness. I saw my body's stellar body training method automatically activated. Then he slapped out a fierce palm. And then I woke up. And I realized I had broken through. The blood gas got a qualitative leap. I am happy to once again transport the road to heaven. Soon we arrived at the foot of Guhu Mountain. Find herbal traders buy other materials. At this time, the medicine merchant is already waiting at the foot of the mountain, after confirming the quality of the herb. I intend to buy it at the price previously set. Who knew that the medicine merchant suddenly smiled? Not only did he ask me to double the price for his herbs, and you even want to sell me wild vegetables, but before I could say no, 3 figures walked out of the woods behind them. Look at their accustomed faces. This should be their business. I saw the herbalist approaching and threatening me. I advise you to buy all the herbs. We're serious level 1 fighters. Away from home. When it's time to recognize you, my eyes went cold. So you're going to buy and sell? The medicine dealer, who was pointed out, was also not embarrassed. Instead, he laughed hysterically, but before he could finish, I just slapped the wall next to me. Instantly, the hill made of stone cracked directly. Saw this scene. A few people who were still laughing were stunned on the spot. Then a demonic voice sounded. Well, in this case, is it time to admit defeat? Watching the rubble crumble in my hands, there was a sudden silence in the air. The next moment, with a plop, a few people knelt down directly and make sincere apologies to me. Let me take all the herbs for nothing. Suddenly I was impressed by several people. I thought they were all mouthy kings. I didn't know it was an experience. Finally, I took all the herbs without hesitation. After a day and a night's journey, I finally arrived at Dongning Province Talent Training Camp. The people next to me looked young, but I found out they all had fighter badges. Sure enough, There are still many geniuses in this world. And then I remembered that my fighter badge seemed to have been installed by my mother. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Just then an instructor came up to me. Asked me what city I am a student in. I heard that I was introduced by the president of the White River Martial Arts Association. The eyes of the people around him suddenly became contemptuous. No one has come to White River City for years. I don't know how many things I've been secretly delivering. However, the instructor was slightly surprised after checking the list. This score is not an ordinary monster. Then the instructor told me to put down my salute. Go in with the Qingyuan people. But this behavior makes me suspicious. There's no report. There's no badge. Sure enough, as everyone entered the room, there was a vibration under my feet. It turned out that the door behind him was slowly closing. Everyone who didn't know why suddenly felt uneasy. Asked the instructor what the situation is. The instructor shouted for silence. Your mission is to walk to the exit of the corridor. You have to succeed to pass the entrance examination. If you fail, go home. The crowd was unhappy on the spot. What happened to the welcome ceremony turned into a test, and there's no hallway here. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground cracked open. Everyone was caught off guard. But everyone here is a level 1 warrior. The moment it falls, it's done. The first thing I did was look around. Sure enough, a steel corridor appeared ahead. I immediately released my spiritual power. In this age of imperfect spiritual training, my divine sense sees through the corridors. Found several shadows hidden in the corridor. Interesting. At this moment, a person beside him smiled scornfully. Looks like this year's exam is still boring. As soon as he said this, everyone around him became angry. I wanted him to stop pretending to be 13 on the spot. But then, he suddenly changed the subject. But this is talent camp. There must be a lot of traps in its entrance exam. We're all from the same city. Should stick together. There's just one extra person here. Why don't we ask him to help us explore? Just as he finished speaking, except for some female students, others laughed and agreed. And I sighed when I heard it. I didn't expect to hear a fart from them. Then he pushed him away. If you're not gonna go over there, get out of the way. Just when he thought I knew what I was doing. The contempt on my face was undisguised. The beast always walks alone. Only cattle and sheep flock together. His expression changed drastically as soon as he said this. Before he could finish, I stepped right on it. In a world where the mind is not perfect, my mind has seen through all traps. At this time, countless red balls keep bouncing off the wall, and then it starts spinning. Finally, it turned into a first-class shame. Lin Xiaoyu's expression changed when he saw this scene. Everyone present had just broken through to level 1. All of them put together, they don't stand a chance. But suddenly, he saw me motionless. I thought I was going to freak out. You are indeed a country bumpkin. You don't even know what's going on. And he threw a punch at me. But I watched you attack with a straight face. And all of a sudden, the dust rises all over the place. Wait until the smoke clears. But I stopped your attack with one hand. I didn't expect this to be the best I could do. I just raised my hand and lifted it. And then I put a little pressure on one hand. I'm ashamed that you broke up in my hands. Everyone was in disbelief. How can a backdoor have such strong combat power? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly laughed when he thought of something. We were almost fooled by this bumpkin. These machines are half finished. Otherwise, we don't stand a chance. And then, to test his hypothesis, just walk up to me alone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your head really fell off. Everyone's eyes lit up. Are these really half-finished products? Who knew that the shame of losing his head suddenly exploded? He punched Lin Xiaoyu's head. The next second, Lin Xiaoyu was embedded in the wall. This made Lin Xiaoyu instantly panic. He realized that these morons weren't first class at all. Instead, it reached the terrifying level 2 combat power. Everyone felt desperate when he said that. After all, they couldn't even beat a first-class criminal. On the other hand, I was bored. I can see the core of the machine directly through my divine sense. Just punch the core, and it'll be destroyed. It didn't take long for me to get to the end room. The instructor is looking at all the damaged ones with a look of shame. After all, they're all alloys. But before he could think, I saw a figure walk in. So you're the gatekeeper of level 2? Hope you won't let me down. Before the examiner denied it, I'm going straight up the ladder. He ran towards the instructor with the stellar body refining technique. Meanwhile, in the heart of the base, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue is looking intently at the screen. She is the examiner of this talent training camp. Facing peer inquiries, she rubbed her eyebrows helplessly. Only 8 warriors met her criteria this time. And then she sent out messages about the members. Most of them are strength and speed. And the only thing that made her happy, she discovered a level 2 female martial artist, and she's got a near-level psychic. After his companion heard this, he was also happy for Dong Qingxue. It's almost as talented as you were back then. However, Dong Qingxue's expression remained serious. There are still too few people with this talent. It's nice to have a partner tease someone else. Then he continued to look at the screen. Suddenly he saw a vision. And the next, he's so shocked, he spills his coffee. At this time, Dong Qingxue also saw the abnormality of her companion. I followed his gaze. What is this? What is this? On the other hand, the talented girl Charlene also ended the battle. And then, I can't wait to get to the finish line. Who knows, he just walked to the terminal room. And I saw all the examiners armed to the teeth are guarding one of the exam rooms. There was a fight in what was supposed to be an examiner's room. Charlene realized something was wrong. Then she decisively spread her divine sense out. At this time, there are 2 people in the room fighting. Charlene remembers there was no such thing as a test. Suddenly, on the other side, I sensed someone spying. He directly simulated the divine sense of a 10,000-year-old lost household in a dream and stared back. In an instant, a powerful pressure surged towards Charlene, and then her body started moving backwards. Calm down. She's shaking. It's like I just saw something horrible. At this moment, Dong Qingxue and the others finally arrived. She saw what happened to Charlene too. My partner just wanted to collect information about the room examiner. The door on the other side of the room was kicked open. Then I slowly walked out of the room. Seeing this, the examiners were relieved. Turns out it was just a student, but the next second, their faces are full of fear, because I was dragging the examiner's body. No matter how talented a student is, it's impossible for him to have such combat power. Dong Qingxue directly came forward to ask about my identity. I'll be honest. Shirakawa. Lu Sheng. After confirming that I was a student, the examiners became extremely excited. However, Dong Qingxue still has doubts about me. The next moment, countless linear spiritual forces emerged from her body, and then they started shooting at me. I understand she's probing my psychic powers, but I'm too strong for my physical body. Never reveal your mental strength again. I immediately stood where I was. Let the psychic force pass through me. Seeing this scene, Dong Qingxue sighed. Then let me go back to the dormitory to rest first. After I left, she pulled out my profile. When you see that I have 15 points of blood, but 15,000 combat power, even she felt that I was too evil. The only pity is that there is no spiritual power. Otherwise, I can bring him to practice. And then she named me and Charlene the top seed together. On the other hand, the first thing I did when I entered training camp is to go to the kitchen first and solve the problem of food and clothing. I didn't expect to meet Yang Yuan here. She told me there was a point system in training camp. You can earn points by passing the examination here. Points can be exchanged for items such as cultivation techniques and pills. At present, only 3 people in training camp have points. The first one is Chao Yong, who has the talent of stone skin. Charlene awakened psychic. Charlene happened to be passing by at the exact moment. When I heard someone talking about me, I turned around and looked over, but when she saw my face, the whole person was directly scared silly. Suddenly Yang Yuan told me another gossip. Rumor has it that there's a 4th person who cleared the test. I hear he's a raging lunatic. Not only did he blow up all the secondary traps with his bare hands, he even sent the examiner to the hospital. But this rumor is so outrageous that no one believes it. But when I heard it, I spat it out. If nothing else, that lunatic is me. Who knew that Yang Yuan, who was on the side, saw my reaction? Think I'm scared of the talent here? And then he comforted me not to be angry. Just then some instructors came up to us. After confirming my identity, you will speak directly. Since you damaged 18 machines during the exam, I'm sorry, and put the instructor in a coma. Now we need you to come with us. At this time, other people also noticed that this side turned around and looked, and I'm about to blow it up. Embarrassed, I can only say that I will cooperate. After saying hello to Yang Yuan, he left here with a few instructors. But I just left. The whole cafeteria in the back exploded. Everyone realized it wasn't a rumor. Yang Yuan's mind was blank. I was supposed to be a nobody, but I'm the crazy one. On the other hand, I followed the instructor to the command room. From Dong Qingshua's mouth, one machine costs more than 10 million, and I destroyed 18 of them. I was shocked when I heard that there was no money. But fortunately, the final negotiation result is that I don't have to pay compensation. Just when I was relieved, a few more people walked in at the door. It's this year's Talented Seeds. According to camp entry rules, as long as you pass the test, you can get points reward, 100 points per gold card. Points can be used to enter the training room and exchange food. But the function that most drives everyone, that is, 100 points can be exchanged for one instruction from the chief instructor. But at this time, I looked at the white card in my hand doubtfully. I thought it was a blank card with no points. If it wasn't for the chief instructor standing up for you, you owe me camp points for all the damage you've done. As soon as he said that, the others instantly changed their faces. The big guy walked right up to me. I thought training camp was about strength. I didn't expect it to be the same. Charlene was worried and warned. Don't you know what he did on the test? The big man snorted coldly at this. Of course we know what he did. Isn't it just spreading rumors and bribing classmates and instructors? After saying that, he directly activated his stone skin talent. I'm telling you, strength is everything here. On the other hand, Qin Xiaojun wanted to stand up and stop him, but Dong Qingxue stopped him. She wanted to see my real reaction. I'm still looking at the big guy calmly. In the face of his fierce attack, I reached out to the big guy, and it was a brain crash. At the same time, the Starburst Youth version is launched. Instantly, a terrifying force swept forward. The impact force even caused the space to produce rings of halo. Wait until the smoke clears. The big guy passed out a few hundred meters away. And the pink hair on the side instantly felt cold all over, and knocked out the world's top talent. But the instructor was not surprised to see this result. They knew I wasn't even half as good. But the pink hair that was supposed to pick on me, seeing this scene, I broke out in a cold sweat. I was too lazy to talk to him. He said faintly that he wanted to go back first. However, as soon as I reached the door, I was stopped by the chief instructor. First she asked me about my training plan, and then she suggested that I could use the points for her guidance. After all, I started with 1,000 points to squander, but I rejected her decisively, because I have more important things to do. Qin Xiaojun's interest was piqued. What's more important than the guidance of the chief instructor? On the other hand, Charlene and Pink Hair are also nervously waiting for my answer. Is it some unique training method? I can only answer truthfully when I see the expectant eyes of the crowd. I'm going back to bed. Everyone was stunned. Qin Xiaojun laughed crazily, thinking I had secrets to keep from them. But when they turned on the cameras, I found out that I really went back to the dormitory to rest. Dong Qingxue immediately hated iron for failing to become steel when she saw this. Her original idea was to use me as a sharpening stone, trying to make other people grow up fast under pressure. But Qin Xiaojun had a different view. He thinks the grindstone is too strong and will wear out the knife. At this time, Dong Qingxue suddenly mentioned her student days. There was once a king who overpowered everyone in their class, also gifted in power. And in the early stage, there were tens of thousands of combat effectiveness. But as you grow, The power talent bonus decreases. Eventually, the king became a short-lived hooligan. Qin Xiaojun immediately understood what Dong Qingxue meant. Maybe I'm just another epiphyllum. But they never thought about it. I'm not a strength talent at all. On the other hand, when I got back to my dorm, I immediately went into a dream, then asked AI to summon her own life history. Soon my personal panel appeared. Sure enough, my message changed again. Not only did his strength reach the level 7 Grandmaster realm, I'll live to be 156 years old. And as my historical rating rises, my access has finally been opened up further. I just found out that there are advanced chapters in the 3 great cultivation methods. Just as I was about to leave, found a secret manual added to the cultivation method menu. After checking, I found that this is actually a complete cultivation method. God shines on the king, created by Duan Yifeng, a level 11 expert of the Martial Alliance. And then I tested myself. Decided to challenge the previous level 6 bereavement. I saw the mortar punch me, but I used to block it with my hand. But the power of the zombies woke me up instantly. In the face of bereavement, another attack. Without a word, I reached out and grabbed his wrist, and then quickly grabbed the iron bar next to it, and thrust it into the victim's thigh. During this time, my star explodes and condenses rapidly. Finally, 10 times the outbreak solved the bereavement. As the zombies fall, a black mist started pouring into my body. All of the zombies' martial arts experiences were integrated into my mind. It's hard for humans to master a martial art in their lifetime, but I'm able to combine the experiences of countless people. As long as I keep challenging and absorbing, I'll be able to do everything right. And I've decided on my own path in this moment. That's my thing. Shirkwan Wudao. Not only did you obtain the advanced chapters of the 3 top cultivation techniques, he also learned a new top-tier 11th level technique, God's Word. This is a book designed specifically for mentalists. It contains not only spiritual combat skills, and you can build another body out of your mind. And I just learned the first stage. The competition directly increased my blood gas by dozens of times, but I feel a lot of pressure to be strong. Looking out at this once powerful era. In the end, they can't stop human civilization from dying. And now I'm at level 7, and I can't rest. So I decided to retreat in my dream. And so a month passed. Training room. Charlene is controlling her mental powers. Just then, countless spheres flew toward her from the wall. Critical moment. Suddenly several purple lights suddenly appeared. The next second, they'll knock out all the balls. Closer look, those purple lights are strange weapons. This is the spiritual power that only a level 1 psychic has. Just then the training room door opened. It was the chief instructor of the training camp, Dong Qingxue. A month ago, Xiao Lin exchanged points for Dong Qingxue's guidance. Charlene, who had successfully broken through, was about to thank Dong Qingxue. But at this moment, Dong Qingxue's face was serious, because she saw that Charlene had a huge mental demon. Charlene's body began to tremble unconsciously. At the same time, the terrifying gaze in my mind appeared again. She weakly asked the instructor if there was a solution. Dong Qingxue immediately said that the method was very simple, since you can't solve your demons. Who knew that Charlene was almost scared to tears when she said this? Dong Qingxue saw this, but she was somewhat puzzled, because at the rate Charlene's growing up, he deserves to be the strongest. Hearing this, Charlene's heart also wavered. I heard the guy's been pretty decadent lately. If he doesn't move forward, maybe I can really beat him. On the other hand, Yang Yuan is cleaning up in the gym. After all, ordinary students can only earn points by working. But at that moment, there was a loud noise. The big guy is challenging quadruple gravity. You know, most cadets these days, it's hard to resist even 1 gravity. The friend next to him suddenly found Yang Yuan. I heard that genius in your city sleeps every day. Do you have any idea how many times gravity he can fight right now? Yang Yuan said that he did not know. But the friend continued, I've heard that strength talents slowly lose their edge. He hid at his dorm the next day. I guess he's afraid to go out now. Yang Yuan thinks I'm not that kind of person, but now she thinks I'm decadent too. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, I finally woke up after a month of training in my dream. At this point, I have forgotten how much stronger I am. The smell on his body is uncontrollable and spills out. To test the results of a month's practice, it's time for me to test my skills. On the other hand, the big guy worked hard every day after I beat him, and now it's capable of sustaining triple gravity for 4 minutes. Looking at all these adoring fans, the big guy was proud of himself. But secretly, he's been able to get into quadruple gravity. But at this moment, he touched his aching forehead. Then I turned around and asked my leg about my recent situation. The leg boy immediately looked down upon it. He's still the same. He doesn't go out or cultivate. Every day, besides eating, I daydream. The big guy also had a mocking look on his face when he heard this. You don't have to pay attention to this proud guy anymore. I'm afraid he's wasted. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the big man, but in the next instant, the figure was already behind him. That's exactly what I learned this month about Breath of the Wind. The big guy who reacted was shocked and immediately turned around to look. And when he found out it was me, he immediately laughed. But I ignored him. 3 hours of double gravity was selected directly on the screen, and then walked right into the gravity room. The big guy next to me saw that I wasn't warming up, so he walked in. He shook his head and laughed. I'm too arrogant. After all, the pressure inside and outside the gravity chamber is different. If you go in there without warming up, you'll definitely cause internal bleeding. But then everyone gradually realized that something was wrong, because the instruments in the room indicate that gravity is on. But I didn't react at all in the gravity room. The big guy's face turned ugly when he thought of something. But before they could think, in the room, I suddenly threw a punch. And then he did radio gymnastics in the gravity room. What's even more outrageous is that my fist actually caused an ear-piercing sound. All of a sudden, other melon eaters noticed something strange here. But when they saw that the sound came from the gravity room, they were dumbfounded. You know, they're in a gravity room. It's hard to move even a little. And then I stopped. And then again to the control panel in the room. Just when everyone thought I was going to turn off gravity, a piercing noise suddenly came from the gravity room. And then the big guy looks at the room, and he looks into his pocket. I saw that the room showed that quadruple gravity was activated, and at 4 times gravity, I finally reacted. I suddenly got down on one knee and slapped the ground, just when everyone was gloating that I couldn't hold on. The big guy looks like he's seen a ghost, because one of my hands has become 2 fingers. On the other hand, Charlene, who had just finished training, also came to the gravity chamber. Suddenly, I noticed a cry of surprise coming from one direction. I turned around and saw a group of people looking in horror at a gravity chamber. Charlene saw 4 times gravity and curiously went up. And then he saw this crazy scene. I'm in quadruple gravity. Do push-ups with 2 fingers. In an instant, Charlene's newly established confidence shattered again. On the other hand, after doing hundreds of push-ups, again, I feel almost familiar with quadruple gravity. And then I flipped over, and I went back to the control panel. Then decisively pressed the plus sign next to gravity. This operation immediately caused the melons to scream again. The big guy on the other side was so scared that he sat on the ground. How can he be so strong after sleeping for 2 months? I thought I was past the sleeping rabbit. I didn't know I was still a turtle under a cliff. At the same time, my eyes lit up slightly under 5 times gravity. Breath of Earth, switching. On the other side, in the surveillance room, Qin Xiaojun found Dong Qingxue. Turns out it was the stress of training camp, which led to a few more cadets dropping out today. After all, training camp brings together the best talent in the world. Any day of slacking off could end up at the bottom. A lot of pampered cadets just can't handle it. At this moment, Qin Xiaojun noticed a new message appearing on the screen. The gravity chamber history has been refreshed. But when he saw who broke the record, he froze. Dong Qingxue also looked over in confusion. The next moment, the cup in Dong Qingxue's hand was crushed, but before she could recover, the screen sent another message. Dong Qingxue immediately stood up in shock. Because the message is still Lu Sheng has refreshed the gravity chamber history record. At the same time, on the other side, I've turned on 8Gs. Such a great pressure makes my blood become extremely frozen. Everyone out there already knows I'm at my limit. But then I closed my eyes. And then, there's this vibrating sound coming from my heart. In fact, I've not only learned the breath of the earth this month, he also comprehended the heart construction of the Divine Light King Sutra. Under intense pressure, I finally broke through to the final step, and then my heart started beating like crazy. And then a horrible aura merged into my whole body. Suddenly I felt like my body was so light. I found that just remodeling the heart part, the competition directly raised a lot of blood essence, and I'm not going to hide it anymore. And with everyone watching in horror, I went back to the control center. Everyone thought that this time it should stop. The next moment, there's a crack. The glass in the gravity room started to crack. Then everyone outside fell to their knees with a thud. Just when no one understands what's going on, the big guy who thought of something lost his mind. Because there's only one way gravity can escape. And sure enough, the value displayed on the screen is exactly 10 times gravity. And inside the room, I was directly pressed to the ground. At this moment, I repeatedly carry a mountain. All the bones in my body are even whining. At this moment, I don't say I moved at all. Even staying awake requires me to do my best. In the vague dream, the desperate future keeps emerging. I understand that the only way to keep pushing the envelope, to give the planet a chance for the future. At this moment, my will became very firm. I felt like my body was reborn again. Now, looking at me, calm and collected under 10 times gravity, an idea flashed through everyone's mind. The Demon King Lu Sheng has returned, and the protective glass breaks under this gravity. A terrible gravity swept out of the room. But it's just a little bit of power that's released. The competition made all the students suffocate. Soon, as the doors to the gravity chamber slowly opened, I came out of the room sweating. Look at the crowd outside the door. And there's nothing inside me. But that's when a clean towel suddenly appeared in front of me. I saw a red-cheeked girl looking at me. Here's your towel. I quickly took it, thanks. I didn't expect to get a little fangirl when I tested my strength, and then I wiped my sweat off. I checked the results on the monitor. I just turned on my phone, and a message popped up. A reward for breaking a record? As the gravity chamber leaderboard appears, the system message came again. You've been rewarded with record-breaking points. As soon as he said that, everyone around him was instantly stunned. You know, they usually score in single digits. And while I'm surprised at the number of points awarded, but I didn't really care. After all, I have the points. It's only for dinner. But until then, I've decided to keep testing. As I took another step, a path diverged from the crowd like a tide. Everyone was delighted to discover my destination. In the spirit of joining in the fun, I followed up again. But I don't know that Yang Yuan on the other side has been stunned. Look at me above all others. He seemed to see a tiger in the forest. And behind him are all the beasts. At this time, the girl on the side reacted. Isn't he a strength-type talent? How do you break the record for defensive gravity chambers? Yang Yuan was shocked. Because she found out I was headed in the right direction. In the body room, cadets need to choose a level and constantly avoid the machine ray. The more rays avoided, the higher the completion. At this time, the speed talent red hair has just completed the test. The screen shows 87 for stage 2. More than 52% of trainers. And this ranking connects the national system. That means he's outnumbered half of the world's warriors. He's confident that at his age, with his strength, I'm sure I'll be worshipped by the other cadets when I get out. Just when he was considering whether to take in a little brother, but he found that there was nothing outside the training room, before he knew what was going on. However, it was depressing to find that the opposite side was actually crowded with dents. The stranger thing was, even Dong Qingxue and Instructor Qin were looking at the other side. His first reaction was that there was an instructor demonstrating. Then he pulled over a cadet and asked what was going on. The student said he was watching Lu Xing take the test. The red-haired man immediately laughed when he heard this. You don't think that sleeping god can beat my record, do you? Hearing this, the students looked at him as if he was a fool. What are you? She asked coldly, but as soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise in the training room ahead. Redhair looked at it and immediately peed. All transmitters in the body room are at full power. And I understood the rules of the test. With the purple flash in my eyes, a surge of mental energy swept through every corner in an instant. At the same time, there's a million laser probes on the wall shooting straight at me. And all of a sudden, a dense array of rays fills the entire space. But I'm flying through countless rays. I can dodge even more attacks. However, at this moment, Dong Qingxue discovered that something was wrong, because it's my first test. But his body movements were extremely familiar, and the exaggeration is that I didn't look behind me. But it's easy to dodge an attack from behind. It's like I can predict the trajectory of an attack in advance. Just then, Dong Qingxue suddenly thought of a ridiculous possibility. At this moment, I am walking through the body training room with a relaxed face. The screen shows that the completion of the second stage is 62%. But the students outside were not happy to see this behind the scenes. I feel like I can do it myself. But Qin Xiaojun smiled when he heard that. He knew my ease was just a facade, because he found out that my movements were perfect. If anyone else comes, they won't last another second. As my speed increases, the system indicates that the second stage of the movement test has been successfully passed. Red Hair was directly scared after seeing it, doubting life, because he can't even do that with his speed talent. But I didn't think I was going to end it right now. It's the third phase. Countless balls popped out of the fog. It's like a giant raindrop filling up the whole space in an instant. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded on the spot. At this point, you know you can't dodge without trying. But that's not the only despair. The laser at my feet suddenly activated. It's a direct barrier, limiting my movement. And yet, I was intrigued by this scene. Just as countless balls flew in front of me. And the next minute, I'm jumping out. However, Qin Xiaojun noticed something. This is actually the movement technique of the subtle realm, you know, even with his speed talent. And it wasn't until he was 22 that he reached that level, but I got there at 18. On the other hand, as the completion level continues to increase, I'm starting to struggle a little bit. But that's not my limit. As a surge of energy flowed through me, my breath of the wind switched instantly. And this time, everyone out there realized I just disappeared. But Qin Xiaojun knew. It's because I'm too fast to keep up with the naked eye. And now my body has transformed into a green lightning bolt. The completion rate of the trial instantly reached 62. But before anyone could react, the next second, all the test equipment went out. My speed is too fast, so the test is completed in an instant. At this moment, even Qin Xiaojun's eyes widened, and then he saw me in the body room doing recovery moves. Qin Xiaojun decided to turn around and leave. Looks like his last outburst was pretty exhausting. But at this moment, Dong Qingxue suddenly stopped him. Then Dong Qingxue looked at the body technique room with a solemn expression. I summoned the control panel again in the movement room. Then the system screen pops up again. Stage 4. Body training begins. I saw countless spherical things slowly rising into the sky. Then 4 pillars of light emerge around the sphere, as the light from each sphere interweaves. Finally, the competition divided the area into blocks. Everyone who saw this scene immediately went numb. It's not something a human can avoid. But in just a few seconds, I actually achieved 30% completion directly. But at this moment, Qin Xiaojun's face was solemn. Mutter finally reached this intensity. Look at the dense radiation around you. At this point, my breath of the wind has reached its limit, but I soon made up my mind. Suddenly, a strange force was activated by me. In an instant, the Shining Pluto Sutra was activated at full power by me. I pushed my hands out. Suddenly a black enchantment began to spread with me as the center. This is the ability of a psychic to reach level 3. At this time, I feel as if time has been lengthened in the enchantment. A laser that was just elusive. And now it's like I'm standing still, and I'm just going to move around. Dong Qingxue, who didn't know what was going on outside, saw this scene, and immediately felt her scalp go numb. Next moment, the glass in the body room doesn't seem to be able to withstand this kind of impact. Once again, cracks appear. And for that, she took decisive action. A terrifying mental force gushed out of her body in an instant. In Qin Shijuan's incredible self-light, Dong Qingxue instantly inserted her finger into the sword. He just summoned his avatar and charged at me. In the meantime, I'm concentrating on avoiding the rays inside the body room. Who would have thought that a giant hand of psychic power would come at me? But I soon understood what was going on. Then, he condensed his spiritual energy into a sword in an instant. The moment my spiritual power approached, I struck hard. The competition directly scattered the condensed spiritual avatar on the spot. And the price is a shot to the heart of Dong Qingxue, who is outdoors. I'm a little shaky and I'm shaking. What follows is a mental backlash caused by the destruction of the avatar. But it wasn't just that she was shocked. It's that my mental strength may have surpassed her own. On the other side, I smiled slightly in the body room. After all, Dong Qingxue's behavior has already disturbed me. Plus, my bonus is almost at its limit. With that in mind, I'm just gonna stand there, let the rays go straight through my chest. At this time, the system message sounded in time. The completion of the fourth stage of this movement is 56. More than 97% of the country's martial artists. As soon as this information came out, the students went crazy on the spot, because it's not something students can do anymore. But I am not satisfied with this result. After all, 3% of the world is better than me. There are at least hundreds of millions of people. And what I want to do is be number one, even beyond the first breakthrough to the limits of this world. Just when I was thinking about how to improve myself, Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun clapped as they walked over, and asked me which training room I was going to next. But to their expectant eyes, I said I wasn't going anywhere, because today's cafeteria information indicates that there is a new product online. I'm gonna go get my fill first. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun burst out laughing, but the rest of us are speechless. Soon 3 hours passed. After dinner, I came to the instructor's office again. Qin Xiaojun said bluntly that he wanted to test my strength this time. And by the way, there's something you want to discuss with me. Then Dong Qingxue took out a vitality measuring needle and said, I should have known that this device could measure blood gases, but I was embarrassed to hear it. The equipment in the dormitory cannot penetrate his body at all. However, Qin Xiaojun looked like he had expected it, because this device is only useful for martial artists below level 3. Helpless, Dong Qingxue took out a golden instrument again. This is a blood-drawing needle specially prepared for level 5 experts. That should be enough for you. I reached out my hand. Sure enough, a level 5 instrument easily pierced my body. As blood appeared on the instrument, a display screen projected out of thin air. The screen shows 24 blood gas level 3 martial artists. Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun both took a cold breath. Such a young level 3 fighter is hard to come by in 100 years. Then Qin Xiaojun pointed to the puppet in front of him. Let me test my strength. At this point, I thought about the consequences, decided to go all out and see what he really was. In an instant, I switched the technique to breath of fire. Instantly, a terrifying flame burst out of my body. Next moment, perfect 8-time stellar fist was instantly activated by me. As the instrument went boom, the screen shows 270,000 level 4 fighters. Seeing this, Qin Xiaojun suddenly laughed unconsciously. A level 5 martial artist actually displayed the combat strength of a level 5 martial artist. And then he came back, and he kept patting me on the shoulder. It means I can do whatever I want in the future. However, just as I was about to leave, Dong Qingxue stopped me. Then he took out a pale yellow strange crystal. Let me just touch it with my hand. You can test your mental strength level. She touched the crystal with her hand. Instantly, the screen displays 143 points of mental strength. I was immediately interested. After all, This is the first time I've seen this in real life. As I pour my psychic power into the crystal, a more intense light suddenly appeared. But Dong Qingxue suddenly shouted impossible after seeing the scene. The screen shows that my mental strength is 113. And the purity of spiritual power reached 20 points, if mental strength 113 is normal. But my 20-point purity is a qualitative leap. It's like folding and compressing a regular towel, and eventually turn him into a coin. And even if it's a spirit genius as strong as Dong Qingxue, her current spiritual purity is only around 4 points. Every 0.1 increase requires 2 years of painstaking cultivation, but now I'm more than 5 times as pure. And to top it off, I'm only 18. But this number is already in the non-human category. Even Qin Shaojun couldn't hide his excitement. The words of praise kept coming back. However, it was also a second. He was punched by Dong Qingxue's fist. He ignored Qin Shaojun's emotive expression. Dong Qingxue directly asked the question in her heart, asking if I had a teacher. I hesitated and nodded. Confirmed my claim that I had a teacher, and frankly speaking, my spiritual cultivation method is from the teacher, although the teacher is not born yet. On the other hand, Dong Qingxue was obviously relieved. There is indeed a teacher to teach. If it's all about talent, it's that good. Then she's really going to fall into self-doubt. But Dong Qingxue still did not give up. Then he asked me how long it had been since my gift had awakened. Hearing this, I touched my chin. I remember. Yeah, less than 3 months. Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun opened their eyes wide at the same time. It's like there's too much information to react to. Then Dong Qingxue revealed an awkward smile. You've reached level 3. A monster even in the Psychiatrist Association. It turns out that it's a system independent of the Martial Arts Association, because even if the population of martial artists is huge, but less than 1% of the people who awaken psychic talents. As she spoke, Dong Qingxue untied her collar, and then he took a purple pendant off his neck and said, usually, the more distractions people have, the less spiritual purity they have. Your teacher didn't tell you. I guess it's afraid it'll affect your practice. But I think a genius like you should join the association for more resources. And then she gave me the necklace, and told me I could use it to join the association. Then Dong Qingxue curiously asked me who my teacher was. I'll be honest. I've never actually seen a teacher before, and every time the way of practice is very mysterious. Dong Qingxue understood. After all, if other forces had a genius like me, it's already been treated like gold. But my teacher let me do whatever I wanted out there. So that's a very high-profile person. At this moment, Qin Shaojun walked over with a card. To be honest, this is the $5 million reward we applied for you. Although the training is not over yet, but you didn't run for first place. And now my eyes are drawn to that card. I didn't expect the first place to have a 5 million reward, but it wasn't just that shocked me. Qin Shaojun continued. In fact, most of our military expenditure is spent on your food. You've eaten at least 7 or 8 million these days alone. After hearing this, I was shocked. I didn't know the food was so expensive. At this time, Dong Qingxue also stood up and solemnly said, this money is just a small amount of sincerity from our Eastern Military Region. I'm looking for you today to invite you to join the Eastern Military Command. I know a martial arts genius like you. I'm sure you don't want to be in your comfort zone. Only by casting a sword with iron and blood can we achieve true sharpness. So I hope when the time comes, when you choose the military district, to give priority to our Eastern Military Region. I'll tell you another little secret. The girls in our east side are the most beautiful in the country. Even the figure is the best in the country. These words immediately made Dong Qingxue blush. The next, he's blown away by a mental punch. Then Dong Qingxue opened her mouth while controlling her spiritual power. There's one last thing. We have decided that you will represent the talented training camp of Dongning Province to participate in this Eastern Province Morning Star selection. I was surprised to hear that. I've never heard of a Morning Star. It turned out that it was an annual selection held throughout the Eastern Province, and only one person gets a star every year. And the one who becomes a general star will have the potential to become a future master. Before he could finish, I said firmly, I promise. Some things are inevitable. Then I'll be the spark that saves the day. Qin Xiaojun looked certain when he heard that. And if you can't be one, then I can't think of anyone else in Dongning Province who can become, and I said yes for other reasons. That's what a big province can offer. At this moment, Dong Qingxue walked over. Tell me, Qiming, there's still a few months to go before the creative tryout, not until after camp. That means you can prepare for the college entrance exam during this time, even though you have the ability to choose any university. My heart stirred when I heard that. Does that mean I can leave camp now? After getting a definite answer, I walked out without looking back. This scene made the two people in the office look helpless. I didn't expect that I, Dong Qingxue, would one day admire others' talents. But he's not like us. A gift like that makes him extraordinary. I'm sure this will be his time. After coming out of training camp, I rushed to the White River City Fighters Association as soon as possible, due to the short time left. I quickly followed my memory to the president's office. But before I could get close, there was a roar from the reception room in front. I followed the sound and looked over, but I saw the secretary of the president at the door. When she saw me, she immediately greeted me awkwardly, and I pointed to the room to ask about it. Who knew that the secretary was anxious and did not speak, then opened the door directly. Sign me in first. Seeing this, I also curiously walked in with the file, and the secretary followed me, with a worried look on her face. There were two people in the room. An old man in a suit saw me and stood up. And the president is sitting on the couch, depressed. Soon the old man came to me and kept looking at me, laughing. This must be the top genius of White River City. As he spoke, he suddenly raised an eyebrow at the president. Looks good. But compared to my granddaughter, it's a long way off. Who knew that the president who heard this did not refute? It just gets more depressing. Then I took out the photos on my mobile phone screensaver to show off, and the person above is actually Charlene, who was scared out of her mind by me. So this old man is Charlene's grandfather. But at this time, Xiao Lao, who did not know it, was still comforting me. After all, there are many people worse than their granddaughters. However, the president at the side was so angry that he crushed the cup directly, and then he asked me angrily why I was suddenly back. I just realized that, and handed over the file. This is what instructor Dong Qingxue from the training camp asked me to bring back. They said they would approve it here. But the old Xia next to me looked at me suspiciously. After all, only people who get fired usually bring back files. Thinking of this, old Xia suddenly felt a little gloating, asking if I got into trouble at training camp. Now we have to find Lao Xiao, the referee, to take the blame. Before he could finish, the president grabbed my file. At this moment, his psychology also has some bad premonitions, so he tore open the folder. But when he saw what was on it, he opened his eyes wide. The president silently put the information back into the folder. What else does Elder Xiao want to say? But I didn't expect the president to suddenly shout, "You've broken through to level 3 warrior, and I'm pretty cool about it. Actually, I reached it a month ago. Chief instructor says military district has certification, but I still need to get it back and stamp it for you." The president laughed from ear to ear when he heard this. He was about to get my stamp. Who knew that the document was suddenly taken away by Xiao Lao? I saw Xiao Lao's head sweating as he compared it. Don't change, come on, when he sees I'm only 18 years old and a level 3 fighter with 270,000 combat power. His first reaction was that I faked the information. But the president suddenly took back my file. Then he pointed to the steel seal of the Eastern Military Region. The meaning is self-evident. But until now, Xiao Lao still refuses to believe it. How does someone who was eliminated early have 270,000 combat power? I sighed when I heard that. I never said I was eliminated. In order to make Xiao Lao completely give up, I'll ask the president to call Dong Qingxue directly. Let Dong Qingxue verify the authenticity in person. Facing Xiao Lao's paranoid self-light, the president turned around and turned on the video call. Soon Dong Qingxue's figure appeared on the screen. Seeing this, Xiao Lao has already shrunk into a ball. I've got 9 points of confidence in my information. At this moment, Xiao Lin also heard Grandpa's voice. And then I went into the screen and looked at it. The next second, Charlene was given 10 sets of radio gymnastics by Dong Qingxue. At this time, the president smiled and said, "He's gonna have my file ready in no time." Dong Qingxue nodded. After all, in a month, he will represent the entire Dongning province to participate in the Global Morning Star selection. It's better to finish these trifles as soon as possible, and he's graduated top of his class. You don't have to come to camp anymore. This series of messages makes the president's brain instantly rock machine. When he reacted, he was instantly refreshed. The decadent look just now is no longer indifferent. At this time, Xiao Lao also understood. So the monster Charlene used to talk about was me in White River City. At the same time, the president on the other side was about to hang up, but Dong Qingxue suddenly spoke again. So it's my spiritual weapon. The main ingredients are ready. I can buy the rest online myself. As the video hangs up, the president looked at me again in disbelief. Because you can't use a mental weapon until you've reached a mental level. Although I don't understand why I have mental strength, but the president is happy with my talent. On the other hand, Xiao Lao on the other side. Now I'm twice as surprised as before. Soon, under the leadership of the president, I went through all the formalities in just an hour. At this time, the driver also saw the happiness of the president. I thought I was related to the president. I said it lightly, but the president was actually quite polite to everyone who knew that at this moment. The driver suddenly braked to a halt.
Taxi driver, just because he said one thing to me, I almost got hit by a plaque. But when I looked at it, it was actually the signboard of Hongya Martial Arts School. This scene immediately shocked me. At the same time, the Red Leaf Martial School was in chaos. Dozens of strong men are facing the curator. A middle-aged man with a scar on the corner of his mouth spoke first. I, Lin Taizan, am here today. I'm here to cut off your Red Leaf Martial Arts School. And I Shuang, who was supporting her father, immediately cursed. And you're a level 4 fighter. When my father was suffering from internal injuries. At this time, and I Hongjuan, the owner of the Red Leaf Pavilion, stood up trembling. Lin Taizan, I promise you I wouldn't take any more students for a year. Don't go too far. At this time, Lin Taizan is like a hungry wolf waiting for an opportunity to move. Since you're wearing the dojo sign, you have to be prepared to be smashed. And I Hongchuan touched his dislocated arm and forced himself to straighten it. In that case, there's nothing to say. I used to be able to build this with my fists. And now I'm dying to save it. But everyone knows that An-I Hongchuan is as strong as the end at this time. Not falling down is already his last strength. At this moment, Lin Taizan finally revealed his true purpose. So it's Hongya Doken. I've been using my name for months. Took over half of their business. Now I see An-I Hongchuan seriously injured. For this reason, today they must close down the Red Leaf School and die. An-I Shuang immediately stood in front of her father. It is said that these are all students who voluntarily withdraw their cards and come to our side. However, Lin Taizan did not care about An-I Shuang's reasoning at all. In that case, I'll tear down your martial arts school today. When the cadets have nowhere else to go, they all come back. An-I Shuang's heart sank when she heard that. It seems that today's fierce battle is inevitable. An-I Shuang pretended to be calm and posed. Said he wanted to fight my father first. Hearing this, Lin Taizan chuckled. Then don't blame me for being cruel. As soon as he finished speaking, black smoke came out of his body. The next moment, they surrounded him and rushed towards An-I Shuang. In an instant, he had already raised his palm in front of An-I Shuang. Facing this far exceeds the speed of a level 4 martial artist. An-I Shuang did not react for a moment. At that critical moment, An-I Hongchuan suddenly appeared, and he folded his arms around his chest to block the fatal blow, with the crack of a rib cracking. The strong force directly sent the museum master flying. Lin Taizan revealed a trace of ridicule when he saw this. An-I Hongchuan, you can't even withstand one palm strike from me now? An-I Hongchuan spat out a mouthful of blood after stabilizing himself. It turns out that Lin Taizan has already broken through to level 5. An-I Hongchuan immediately suppressed his unwillingness. Speaking of self, go to the Martial Arts Association today to cancel the martial arts school. An-I Shuang understood that everything had been settled. Unable to change, she suddenly cried silently. On the other hand, Lin Taizan saw that things were far away, and decided to leave and not stay. Who knew that just as he finished speaking, I just walked right through the door. The dojo won't open if you don't want to. Where do you want me to train in the future? N.I. Shuang looked surprised. I'm supposed to be at training camp at this hour. Then I smiled and greeted N.I. Shuang. And someone else knows who I am. They're saying I'm the one who stole the deal. Who knew that Lin Taizan suddenly shouted shut up. And then he showed up and observed me. Suddenly he burst out laughing, and then he threw me an olive branch. And he said he could teach me what Hongya didn't have. I let out a long oh. Ask what you can teach me. Lin Taizan pulled his chest and revealed the Iron Mountain's secret skill. Speaking of which, there aren't many people of the same level who can break my defense, and if I join their dojo, he'll teach you everything he's ever learned. I was immediately interested. He asked about such a powerful technique. Are you really gonna teach me? Lin Taizan, who sensed that I had some intentions, immediately smiled. Said I'd never hide anything if you took me as your teacher. But then I asked, so what are you gonna teach me? At this time, Lin Taizan was already somewhat impatient, just as he was about to, and suddenly I feel like my hair's on end. A sense of life and death crisis surged from the bottom of my heart. As if he were surrounded by some great terror. He immediately put himself in a defensive position, iron hands, steady chest, shield, front. I smiled and gave him a thumbs up. It's hard enough. It's tough enough. However, in the next second, a fist like a storm smashed into his body. With a crack, the bone breaks. The terrifying power actually sent him flying dozens of meters in an instant. Wait until the smoke clears. Everyone found out that Lin Taizan had already fainted. Just as everyone was staring blankly at this scene. And Lin Tieshan's many underlings were directly scared silly. He quickly carried Lin Taizan, who was still unconscious, and slipped away quietly. I don't care about that. Instead, he came to N.I. Shuang's side and asked about her injuries. At this moment, N.I. Shuang looked at the youth in front of her blankly. I didn't expect to grow to this height in such a short time. At this time N.I. Hongchuan also expressed his gratitude to me. It means that if you need anything in the future, just tell them. I laughed, and said it was because of me. But the next time something like this happens, you may have to rely on your own strength to protect it. After all, this is an era where the strong rule. Then I waved goodbye to the martial arts school, but N.I. Hongchuan looked at my back with a solemn expression. Because he knew that Lin Taizan had already achieved great success, and to defeat him with one blow, then you have to be at least at the peak of level 5. On the other hand, I don't know N.I. Hongchuan's guess. I was back in my old neighborhood. As soon as I entered the door, my mother greeted me with a smile. But when I found out I was going to fight, I was shocked, panicking, groping around, wondering if I was hurt. But the father had a different attitude. Father thinks I'm an official fighter now. That's what martial artists do. In the future, he will be able to kill exotic beasts on the battlefield to protect his country. But at this time, my sister quietly came over. It turns out that I sent back the meat. It was amazing. She thinks I stole food from camp. When I heard that, I grabbed her face. It means I earned it. Just let her and her parents eat at ease. Then my mom brought me a bowl of rice. Let me not work too hard in training camp. For Mom, peace is the truth. But my father saw something in me. And I believe I'm going to be great. Soon the family was sitting around the table laughing and laughing. And I know these ordinary warm days is the happiness I'm gonna protect. As the family meal ends, I enter the dream world again. And I just came in. I saw level 6 coming at me. And I blew it up with one punch. Although dream bereavement is a little weaker. But I'm a lot stronger now than I was before. But my purpose today is more than that. Soon I was in the center of the base. At the same time, it is also the location of the powerful sword immortal who died in the room. But I just looked up. I found this figure coming into the window. That zombie noticed me before I did. I saw him standing there. His whole body jumped up and shot at me. The next moment, his body was like a cannonball in front of my eyes. I immediately put my hands on my chest, and then there was this incredible thing. The sword immortal was wearing a golden light. Blood like mercury, flesh like steel. That kind of intense pressure is not something that level 6 can compare to. This zombie is a grandmaster. However, due to the excessive amount of battle memories absorbed in one breath, and that led me to a desire to destroy. The next moment, I'm moving my feet. Breath of the wind instantly switched successfully. Only after hearing a sound of you breaking through the air, I've gathered my strength to get to the zombie and blast out 6 times as many stars in that room. But just when I thought I'd hit it in one shot, only to find that there were only 2 fingers in the depths of the funeral home, and you're blocking my attack. This scene made me feel uneasy. Then he quickly did a backflip to open 2.5 meters, even though I just used 6 times the force. But with the perfect leg technique, the combat power is at least 100,000, and he couldn't even move 2 fingers. But I still don't give up. Switch to flame breath again. This time I decided not to save my strength, 10 times the force of the star directly towards him. To that earth-shattering room. A terrible flame swept through every inch of the ground. But I found that this time the feeling is a little wrong. A barrier appeared before the bereaved. This is the invisible stance of a martial arts grandmaster. He's too strong for a bullet to penetrate. I was shocked and quickly retreated dozens of meters, but I was surprised to find that the mourners did not pursue. Instead, he stood there quietly, motionless. He obviously doesn't see me as a rival. Remembering his all-out attack just now, 99% of the power is removed when it hits the barrier. I'm not even qualified to make him move. I understand why level 7 is called a Grandmaster. Level 6 is still a martial artist category. But the more I think about it, the more I'm tempted, because if you can beat it, then I'll have direct access to the memory of the Grandmaster. With that in mind, I no longer hesitate. Once again, the star explodes and attacks the Grandmaster's position. But that invisible membrane is like a sponge. My countless attacks will be absorbed when they fall. If we're going to have to attack, we're going to have to attack millions of times, and my physical strength simply cannot sustain it. I was a little upset when I thought about it. After my spirit reached level 3, I can easily kill a level 6 zombie. And that's when I had an epiphany. All this time, I've been using my mind as an aid. Used to increase vitality for Xinjiao Pluto Meridian, never used psychic power to attack. But now I'm also a level 3 psychic. You know, compared to martial arts, my spiritual realm is stronger now. Maybe this will be my last chance. Thinking of this, I quickly condensed my spiritual power into shape, although I can't use my mind to condense weapons. But it's enough to have a basic entity. Sure enough, the next second, a crystal like jade appeared in my hand. And then I stopped hesitating. Holding his mind in his hand, he rushed towards the funeral home. The moment 2 forces touch, there was an ear-piercing friction sound in the air. It seems that the effect is much better than ordinary attacks, but that's not enough. And the next moment, I'm back again, jumping up. This time, I'm not suppressing my mind. The thigh brain condensed all the spirit into a huge lotus flower. Then he kicked the crystal hard towards the zombie. The next second, an angry lotus of power poured out violently. And the invisible position of the bereaved finally cracked under pressure. But that's not enough. I want that same crystal lotus to be condensed by me again. After a loud roar, he suddenly smashed it toward the funeral door, but who knew that this earth-shaking attack could not break through the defense? Suddenly huge sweat ran down my cheeks. I know you only get one chance. I immediately felt ruthless in my heart. Breath of fire. Spiritual power. Perfect realm fist technique. 10 times stellar explosion. All my techniques were activated in an instant. Dao's unreserved attack smashed out fiercely. With a bang. The power of terror reaches the ground through crystals, and the shield finally broke under the pressure. And with that comes the body of the bereaved. But the strange thing is, he hasn't attacked since. But at this point, I don't have time to think. A breath of wind came quickly to him. Heroic spirit immortal, I'll inherit your will. And then I punched the zombie in the chest. But what I didn't expect. At this moment, the zombie showed a relieved smile. My heart skipped a beat when I saw this. Along with the black smell of zombies into my body. Zombie memories are flooding in. It turns out that he died to protect his family and country when demons invaded Earth. Decided to stay at the forefront. To shed the last drop of blood for mankind. And at this moment, I saw a level 9 demon beast for the first time, just being looked at from afar. I felt a sudden chill. In my last memory, I saw a level 9 demon beast killed by Wan He. And the original owner was pierced through the chest in this battle. What I didn't expect was, he actually comprehended a brand new martial technique at the last one. After reading the memory, I was shocked. So this is the legendary life of a grandmaster. And the amount of memory absorbed this time, far bigger than any other time in history. It turns out that the deceased was a boxing master, all of his martial arts and techniques. It's all in my body. My fist art has improved crazily in an instant. Soon after, with a loud shout, perfect realm fist technique instantly breaks through perfect realm to peak realm, microscope advanced. Pinnacle of the subtle realm. As a beam of light breaks through the dream. I looked at the light in my hand in disbelief. I'm in control. But then a name caught my attention. That was Wang He, who defeated a level 9 demon beast in his memory, and that's the name of the creator of the stellar body tempering technique. So I searched through the memories of the deceased. More information about the River King was found. Wang He is nicknamed Dongji Xiang. The energy in your body is like the sun. Even a level 7 martial arts grandmaster is his #1 fan, even before the funeral, because I saw Wang He attack, so inspired to create a powerful martial art. But the strange thing is, I didn't find anything about martial arts. For this reason, I've moved my consciousness deeper into my memory, and sure enough, I found a golden orb here. After a moment of hesitation, I reached out and touched it, and the ball of light started tearing my body apart. The next moment, he pulled me directly into it. When I regained consciousness, I've been on the battlefield. Fire and fog filled the sky and earth. Undescribable strange creatures keep pouring out of the ground and the air, even though I'm a half-master now. But after seeing it, my body still couldn't help but tremble, just as despair began to take hold of me. A figure suddenly appeared in my field of vision. He suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light. Carved directly hit all the haze. With a buzz that goes straight through the clouds, I vaguely saw a figure raising his right hand. I tried to keep my eyes open, and all I could see was a golden light, and when I see it again, 10 suns appeared simultaneously in the sky. In ancient mythology, the son of heaven and earth was the golden crow. The golden crow is on duty. Each golden crow represents a sun. But when 10 days appear in the sky at the same time, then the river will start to dry up. The earth began to crack. Infinite light and heat burn everything. No living creature can survive under 10 days. And this is the martial arts master spent his whole life martial arts. 10 days on the same day. With this technique, one can even attain the realm of a level 8 grandmaster. But as the technique continued to blend into my body, I noticed that demons kept taking advantage of the situation to invade, and that's when I threw a punch. 10 days in the same day competition was successfully understood by me in an instant. Back to reality again. I suddenly realized something was wrong with my body. Along with the realization of Grandmaster Realm, there seems to be some kind of qualitative change in my psyche. I saw my enormous mental strength shrink rapidly. The next moment, a brilliant ball of light condensed, and there's also a hint of lightning power. Although his total spiritual power did not increase, but in terms of quality, it's a far cry from what it was before. If Charlene's psychic power is air, mine is more like a steel ball. Feel your rapid progress. I had a sudden impulse to release my spiritual energy. The next moment, I'm going to take a building up. I was so scared I broke out in a cold sweat. I didn't expect to use the simplest mental power. Can lift hundreds of tons. And at that moment, I realized clearly, he had already completely stepped into the extraordinary life level. For level 3 or even level 4 fighters, I can kill him with a single glance. Not only that, I found myself surrounded by a grandmaster. Even though it's only a percentage of the thickness of the deceased eggs, but I know what they mean. Once you have a position, I'd have a prototype of the grandmaster's will. Although it is only a small seed at present. But sooner or later, he'll grow into a giant tree. Soon the time came to the next morning. At this time, in a luxurious hotel room, I'm sitting here texting my old drugstore owner. After all, after leaving training camp, there is no daily supply of exotic meat, then I have to refine another pill to assist in my cultivation. Just then, the door was pushed open. The owner of the Good Samaritan Hall is rushing over. When she saw that I was really just a student, she smiled confidently. Looks like this is gonna be easy, and when you get to the table and sit down, I'm just flipping through the menu. At this time, I also know Healingsu psychology. To do that, I have to take the initiative. Before Healingsu could speak, so I asked her if she'd mind eating and talking. After receiving a positive response, I asked the waiter to serve 40 of my finest steaks. He Lingsu's face froze when she heard this. I thought to myself that a meal actually costs 80,000 yuan. Besides, normal martial artists don't have this kind of appetite, right? At this moment, she also felt that something was wrong, but I can't tell what's wrong. So I took the recipe and I asked her what she wanted, but He Lingsu said that he had already eaten. She tried to change the subject, but before she could say anything, I threw her profile over. He Lingsu, 22 years old. His ancestral home is Xing'an province. Grandfather was an apprentice in Old John's pharmacy. Just in time for the martial arts revival. With talent, he became a level 5 pharmacist and founded the Good Samaritan Hall. He Lingsu's face sank when she heard this, staring at me with burning eyes, and I went on without caring. At the beginning, branches were opened in more than 20 cities in Dongning province. The total number of stores reached more than 200, but due to poor management behind, when your father's generation began to decline. Hearing this, He Lingsu finally interrupted me, asked me with a bad look to pull out all the stuff that's available on the internet. What exactly is the point? And that's when 40 steaks came up. I replied as I munched on the tender beef. The only reason I'm saying all this is to tell you, the charity hall collapsed so quickly, except for old ideas and bad management, and your mother, the Chen family, has been suppressing you for years. He Lingsu, who heard this, immediately slammed the table and stood up. She couldn't believe her mother would do something like that. Although her mother left her when she was 2. And he hasn't come back to see her for years. I'm not surprised. Just so she could go back and ask her father. Seeing me say something so confident. At this time, He Lingsu also fell into shock and doubt. Hua Jingshan Hall declines. It did start when the mother left. At that time, He Jia closed several shops almost every day. No matter how badly my father managed it, he wouldn't be like this. And what's weird is that every time a deal is made, is somehow ruined. At this moment, I suddenly opened my mouth and pulled Ho Lingsu back. Don't blame me for being too careful. After all, we could be long-term partners. At this time, He Lingsu also thought about a lot of things. It means she'll check out what I'm saying. Now it's time to talk about cooperation. Hearing this, I directly proposed the original plan. I provide prescriptions and technical guidance, and you, the Good Samaritan Church, are responsible for production and sales, but I want 90% of the final profit. After hearing 90%, He Lingsu exploded again. Open means 70% at most, but I said that 20% of the increase was justified. It's a guarantee for long-term cooperation. Another 10% is extra for helping you out. Don't tell me your family has been tortured by the Chen family for so many years. You don't have any ideas, like getting back what's yours. And I said, I'm showing her what I can do. As I released my spiritual power, the water in front of He Lingsu floated out of thin air. The next second, it condensed into a water droplet in front of her. He Lingsu realized again that he had seen this. Not only do I have a heaven-defying talent for alchemy, and he's an 18-year-old level 2 genius. And now a psychic? And even if she's not a practitioner, she knows what's in it. And I realized that 90% of the time. So I struck while the iron was hot. Do you think I could have worked out such a plan on my own? Straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. The other 10% is in exchange for the power behind me. He Lingsu knows that if everything I say is true. So even if she doesn't mean revenge, but in the end, the Chen family will still not let the He family go, so working with me is for the best. And then she had a thought. Isn't this an opportunity to step on my ship? She's betting that I'm gonna be more than that. See, He Lingsu agree. I decisively took out the recipe for the spirit muscle strengthening blood soup. Let her go through the patent process first. As for the pharmaceutical process, if you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Self-attainment. I smiled and waved my hand and left. Just open the door and close it in one go. He Lingsu was left doubting life in the box. I thought I met an easy student. I didn't expect to be led by the nose the whole time. Just then the waiter came in with the bill. Miss, would you like to pay now? He Lingsu was stunned when she heard this. No wonder I felt something was wrong. Then helplessly asked the waiter how much it cost. And the next she sees a waterfall of bills. 90 portions of beef, 0 for you. 160,000. He Lingsu angrily pointed to the empty plate on the table after listening to it. There's only 40. Where's 90? The waiter immediately explained the intimate explanation. That gentleman just packed 50 copies for home. Said he wanted to give it to his family. In the anger of He Lingsu's tearful payment, I came home with some steaks. The mother was shocked to see it. And the next minute, you're blaming me for spending money. But I smiled and reassured my mother. It means that this is a rich second-generation friend who insisted on inviting me. Little did I know that the friend I was talking about sneezed for no reason. By this time, the mother had already received the steak. Then tell me the school teacher came many times. Let me come back to school sometime. I felt a wave of emotion when I heard this. I haven't been back to school in a long time. In that case, let's say goodbye. Soon the time came to the next morning. Teacher Zhao sat in the office as usual. Then the teacher heard a knock at the door. When he saw it was me, he was shocked. I was standing at the door holding a fortune tree. Laugh and say, I chose this especially for my teacher. It's also an apology for the accident. The teacher took the rich tree happily, apparently very pleased with the gift. And then the teacher finally looked at me. Even though it's only been a month. But now he's looking at me with this aura. He realized he couldn't see through me. Then the teacher welcomed me into the office. Then the teacher told me. So I'm graduating and leaving here. He'll only see me on TV. And asked me what I'm going to do next. I hear I'm going to try out for the Morning Star. And then I'll take the psychic exam. Tell the teacher. The teacher was stunned on the spot after hearing this, so shocked that even the freshly lit flowers fell to the ground. He snapped to his feet. You know, everything shocks him for 2.5 years, but now several things have happened to me. The teacher held his forehead and exhaled. Although he was very optimistic about me before, but I never thought I'd get this far. Then the teacher said firmly to me, You'll be the pride of Dongning province. Then the teacher told me that the semester was coming to an end. Let me say goodbye to my old classmates. I agreed. After saying goodbye to the teacher, I walked along the memory to the class. Meanwhile, in class 2, grade 3, the culture teacher is giving his last lesson. But the students below are either sleeping or playing with their mobile phones. Seeing this, the teacher was angry and gnashed his teeth. Then he slammed the table. Even though it's an era of martial arts, but literacy classes will also affect your admission results. Are you willing to be eliminated because of the cultural class? But the students yawned when they heard this. At this point, they just want to finish class early, then go to the internet cafe and score together. But what is surprising is, at this time, Fatty at the same table is seriously brushing the questions, then firmly refused the classmate invitation. It means that I have to go to the martial arts sprint after school. Who knew this scene was seen by the teacher on the head? Then immediately let the whispering 2 people stand up. As a result, the teacher was about to open the training hall. A voice outside the door suddenly interrupted the teacher. I was standing at the door saying hello to everyone. After seeing the people, the students exclaimed one after another. The female students were even more embarrassed and blushed. During this time, my information has been continuously released in Dongning province. I heard that I was accepted as a disciple by the president of the Martial Arts Association. I heard the mayor's daughter wanted to marry me but was rejected, so I became everyone's idol in my class. Even the teacher was confused when he saw me, immediately asked me enthusiastically if I was coming to class, and when I get a positive response, the teacher immediately excitedly asked me to go back to my seat and sit down. After all, if you claim to have taught the top geniuses in the province, then his popularity and career will be greatly improved. The teacher is also very excited to read this. The secret passage must show 12 points of level to teach, and I'm just quietly sitting in my chair reading. But my classmates still look at me from time to time. Perhaps today will be their last contact with me. At the same time, Fatty was staring at me in a daze, because I've really changed a lot. He had a hard time believing I was the best friend he slept with. Soon as the bell rang, the teacher closed his textbook contentedly and declared class over. I stood up from my seat. And then I looked at the class. Remember every face in here. Goodbye, everyone, and I'll never forget yours. The class seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as soon as these words came out. The whole classroom was in an uproar. And I suddenly walked up to Chubby. And then, without a word, just like old times, a hand over his shoulder, enthusiastic to let Fatty not be lazy. In the future, I still want to be in the same school with him. Fatty felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His lips were pursed and trembling. Look at my back. Little Fatty swore in his heart. Even if it's exhausting, he must also get into Wuhan University and score with me. When I got home, I went straight to the computer. First things first is to refine enough pills for me to eat to level 4. And then there's the problem of the psychic's weapons. And since I haven't been formally tested yet, therefore, It is still impossible to log on to the new website to purchase by itself, but Dong Qingshu has sent me a price list. But when I saw the numbers I was shocked. 37 million for the knife wheel. Silver Sky Shuttle 29 million, and my $5 million aren't enough. From the information above. 9,000 grams of dense iron for weapons alone. And my $5 million can only make a knife wheel. More importantly, because my mental strength is far superior to ordinary people, the ordinary dense iron knife wheel is not even enough for me to use. Only 9W/G of high-quality dense iron is enough. But soon I had an idea. Since there is no money, I can only go out and find materials myself. In the dream, 10,000 years later, in the Tinder Resource Library, clearly documented resource maps of various materials. As long as the main ingredients are ready, then the auxiliary materials are easy to handle. Look at the marks on the map. Soon, I located the silver vein at Nyoto Mountain. If there's enough silver, I can sell it for money. But before that, I still have to go to the charity hall to mix herbs first. At this time, in the Good Deeds Hall, Healing-Su is walking around anxiously. At the same time, he also took out his mobile phone from time to time to check the time, before she could get angry. Just arrived, I directly picked up the pharmacist's uniform. At the same time, he turned to ask if Healing-Su's materials were complete. At this time, wearing a pharmacist's uniform, I repeatedly have a strange temperament. Healing-Su couldn't help but blush a little, and nodded to indicate that they were ready. Soon I was at the lab table. Looking at the material in front of me, I expressed my satisfaction. As for the price, let's put it on the tab first, and then deduct it from the profits. Then I gestured to Healing-Su. Said he didn't like people watching him when he was refining medicine. Healing-Su was a little unwilling to hear this. She knows I'm supposed to be working on a new pill this time. But now I'm the last chance for the whole family to turn things around. No matter how angry she is, she can only wait quietly. Soon 3 hours passed. I changed clothes again and walked out of the alchemy room. But with Healing-Su, she suddenly turned her head. I know she's complaining about me kicking her out. So I told her I was going away. Tell her to call me if she needs anything, and she only responded faintly. I didn't care. And then he said hello and left. When I'm sure I'm leaving, she suddenly got up and rushed into the pharmacy. And then the eyes started searching like radar. Soon she's locked onto a used test tube. Sure enough, I'm still concocting that unknown new drug. Actually, I've been making new drugs every day these days. She paid me over $1 million for the materials alone, and this new drug, which cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to make, and it's more effective than those millions of recipes. But now I'm not giving her the prescription. Just then Goldie came running over in a hurry. Tell Healing-Su that the surveillance cameras can't capture anything. Everywhere I walk, the cameras go down for a while. Hearing this, Healing-Su immediately covered her head in frustration. As expected, this kind of small idea is in front of the psychic. It's like asking for trouble. Suddenly she stared at the test tube for a moment, and then you throw them in the trash. At this moment, she has made up her mind. From now on, they are my loyal friends. Meanwhile, deep in Nyoto Mountain, at this time, I am following the tour group here. The tour guide in the car is actively promoting various handicrafts. Almost all the people in the car are some uncles and aunts. And I was sitting in the back, kind of lost in thought. But in my heart, I am arranging various cultivation plans behind me. This place is way out of the way. But it's also good to find the silver mine so we don't have to worry about being discovered. But then a ball caught my eye. A little girl ran up and picked up the ball. And then he asked me if I wanted to play a game. But before I could answer, a gentlewoman came and picked up the little girl, while teaching the little girl. And I just nodded okay. And then I looked in that direction, and I was shocked. There was a man sitting inside their seats. At this moment, the man's body is emitting spiritual force. When he saw me, he smiled and nodded at me. I couldn't help but smile. It seems that this trip is not destined to be too peaceful. At this time, a girl with pink hair in the car is complaining. Blame her best friend Lin Zishan for bringing her to such a remote place. But in fact, it's because Lin Zishan just lost her love. Xing Dandan was afraid that she would encounter danger, and decided to follow her. Although Lin Zishan said that the scenery of Nyoto Mountain is very good, but this has no interest in Xing Dandan at all. And just when she was bored, the laughter caught her attention. I saw the back seat. The little girl and I were playing ball toss. And I've always been able to catch the ball. Xing Dandan searched for prestige, but I saw a handsome young man. and the body depends on the temperament that does not match the age. Seeing this, Jing Dandan immediately blushed. Before she could figure out how to approach me, suddenly the little girl's ball jerked. Then the ball flew out towards the front row. Seeing this, Jing Dandan was immediately delighted, and realized that this is your chance to do something. She stood up and caught the ball. Then he threw it to me very skillfully. This immediately made me feel a little confused, but I smiled politely at her. Jing Dandan immediately blushed when she heard this, stammered, "You're welcome," but Lin Zishan, a close friend, saw everything at a glance. Jing Dandan was ridiculed as soon as he sat back. That's it. 2.5 hours passed quickly. The bus wobbled and finally came to a small town. Jing Dandan looked at the scenery in front of her, and immediately understood that she had been fooled. The scenery in front of us is exactly a small mountain village, and that's when I got out of the car with my luggage. Who knew that the little girl ran over as soon as she got out of the car, and invited me to hang out with her again tomorrow, and I'm not impatient with that. Instead, he touched her hair. He said he would accompany her if he was free tomorrow. At this moment, Jing Dandan also walked over, and said he wants to play with a little girl tomorrow. But the little girl hid behind me and made faces. I think Jing Dandan didn't pass the ball to her just now. She doesn't want to play with this big sister. At this point, the little girl's parents have been boxed up. Came up to us and said hello. Decided to enter the stockade first and stay there for a rest. But I don't know that Jing Dandan is also embarrassed at this time. She didn't expect the little girl to reject her in public, but she didn't think much of it. The next second, he pulls out his phone and asked if I could be a friend. At this time, I also know the basic information of Jing Dandan, so he smiled and agreed. But in the end, besides adding Jing Dandan, I also added friends with her best friend Lin Zishan. Jing Dandan looked at her friends on her mobile phone and was delighted, and then he pulled up his best friend and said goodbye to me and left. I smiled and said goodbye to them. But as they drift away, my eyes suddenly became sharp. Because I'm here now. I've already seen their strength with my spiritual power. The little girl's father is a rare level 2 psychic. As for the two girls, they are both level 2 genius martial artists, but I don't think the psychic found out who I was. At best, he thinks I'm a martial artist. After all, ever since I formed my master's will, you can control your mental power at will. Besides, my mental strength has been condensed to a terrifying level. But whatever their purpose in coming to Kyoto Mountain, anything that gets in my way, then don't blame me for being rude. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away on the highway, a stretched sedan is speeding along. And in the carriage were 3 strange men. One of the purple-haired men sat casually in the back row, swinging the glass in his hand while speaking. "Did you find Tang Maolin?" Hearing this, the man kneeling in front of him raised his head. "Found. He's hiding with his wife and daughter in Kyoto Mountain in Akina City." However, the purple-haired man frowned slightly when he spoke. "If you hide in the woods, so it's really hard to find them." But his subordinates saw through his master's thoughts at a glance. "Answer immediately, my lord. Rest assured, we have eyes on it. Even in a rat hole, we can pinpoint." The purple-clad man was extremely satisfied with this, and then he drank the scarlet drink in one gulp. At the same time, instruct the driver to change his destination. "Go to Kyoto Mountain immediately and do it yourself. Tang Maolin, don't blame me for being cruel. If I don't deal with you, people think I'm easy to mess with." Then he held out his empty glass, waving his glass at the Cheongsam girl next to him. I thought he was asking for a girl to pour. Unexpectedly, the girl's eyes turned red instantly. Alert, countless blood pouring out of her 7 orifices. Then the blood slowly gathered into Wu Shijin's cup. Wu Shijin sniffed the wine glass with an intoxicated face, exclaiming that the smell of youthful love is really sweet. He actually uses the spirit of girls as the main ingredient. At this time Wu Shijin took out another photo. Mutter, looks like there's another collectible. And right now, the picture in his hand, it was the little girl on the bus, a family of 3. At this time, Tang Maolin's family has already lived in the BNB. The daughter was very happy with this strange environment. But even in this secluded part of the country, Tang Maolin still dare not relax his vigilance. He instantly released a wave of spiritual energy, and then the spirit filled the room. But even so, Tang Maolin still did not stop. Soon his psychic powers spread throughout the building. The wife thinks he's too cautious about it. I think Wu Shijin's hands are not deep enough to reach this remote mountain, but Tang Maolin is still worried about the performance of the fast Zhong. It is rumored that Wu Shijin is not only powerful, and he's a narrow-minded man who'll pay you back. Everyone who offended him disappeared. And the reason they came to Nyoto Mountain? Except to avoid Wu Shijin's pursuit, especially because his father-in-law is here. Even if they find him, he'll still have the strength to fight. Just when the husband and wife are loving each other, the little girl who was checking out her new home suddenly opened her eyes wide. Then he leaned closer to the window and looked at the opposite building. Meanwhile, I'm standing at the window. Horrible psychic power is constantly being released, but I don't just cover the building. Instead, he directly covered the entire town with spiritual power, and because my mental strength is too concentrated, so I can even clearly perceive everyone. Suddenly my light froze, found a man spying on the other side. But he didn't affect me directly, so I wasn't planning on getting him out. And then I took out a pill. And then when they chew like jelly beans? But in fact this is a level 4 pill used to refine bones and muscles. As the pill dissipates, a wave of pure energy kept pounding my body. If nothing goes wrong, in 2 months, I'll be able to cultivate the immortal golden body and generate inner strength. Then I can officially step into the ranks of level 4 martial artists. But then the phone suddenly received a series of messages. Looking at the information inside, I suddenly felt helpless. The message inside is exactly what parents care about. And there's gossip from my sister. It turned out that Yang Yuan wanted to ask me out through her sister after returning to school, so my sister thought we were dating. I'm speechless about that. Then he gave his sister a series of tasks. If she doesn't have a 1:3 when I get back, then don't blame me for buying her a bunch of 5-year martial arts exams and 3-year simulations. After replying to the message, I put my phone aside. Then he lay down in bed and went back to the dream. Accompanied by a series of terrifying explosions, the mourners rushed to the source of the sound. But ever since we killed the Grandmaster, not only did I learn the Grandmaster skill, 10 days in the same day, it even formed the embryonic form of the Master's will. Now, in my dreams, no one can resist me. My random attack can cause an explosion. The mourners they met started burning before they even entered. But at this moment, a cold light flashed past, and in an instant, an iceberg rapidly condensed towards me. It didn't stop until it reached me. Feeling the terror of the iceberg, I was also on high alert. Before I could react, a figure suddenly appeared above the ice path. I saw a girl wearing an eye patch. A wing grows on its head. But when I looked closer I realized, the other side of the girl has been mostly corroded. As the girl suddenly stood up and waved her hand, I saw a woman with a knight's gun eating on the ice. I was shocked when I saw it. This is actually a Grandmaster level funeral home. And then all around me, snowflakes started dancing, and then my vision started to blur. And then, in the blink of an eye, the Master's daughter disappeared in an instant. And then the psychic's crisis warning starts beating like crazy. But before I knew it, and there was an avalanche right in front of my eyes. When I looked closely, I saw that it was an attack from a female bereavement, but I can't even move under this attack. This is actually a skill that has reached the Grandmaster level. The next second, the knight's spear split me in half with me at its center. The subsequent energy even forcibly opened up an ice tunnel, and what stands on the ice? All that's left is the expressionless Grandmaster girl, and I woke up from my dream at that moment. Then the pain of being killed began to pass into reality. It felt like my body was about to be torn apart, but it's not just that. Just when I wanted to go back and take revenge on the Valkyrie, I found out that dream space had a cooling mechanism activated, and I don't even know when it's gonna happen again. I'm scared when I think back to what I just experienced. Everything is illusory unless it's a dream. Maybe now I've been killed directly. You know, until now, I've had a pretty good dream. Even Grandmasters were killed by me in the end. But now the power of the female bereavement has made me understand one thing, that dreams aren't the amusement park I thought they were. The fighting instinct that the woman displayed, it's far from what the previous boxing can compare to. And her Grandmaster will can even create an ice tunnel. It's possible she was a level 8 Grandmaster. I tried my best to block the shot with my mental strength, but it turns out my psyche is weak. But above the ruins of civilization, only blood and fire can make a true savior. If I can get this Grandmaster skill, then my strength will have an incredible increase. And I didn't win this fight. If the next time you rely on the will of the master, and 10 days with the sky, maybe I'll be able to deal with her. But now I have to wait for the dream cooldown to expire. Just then, the phone next to me kept sending messages. I picked it up and saw that it was Jingdandan, the girl added in the morning. It looks like she wants to make contact with me further, so right now, he's inviting me out for supper. Looking at the information, I suddenly regretted adding her, but it seems that dream death has drained my energy, too, so now my stomach is screaming. Soon I was at a nearby restaurant. But when I came in, I was a little stunned. Besides Jingdandan and Lin Zishan, the only ones who found out about dinner, even the little girl's family ate nearby. I waved to them kindly. Then he found a place to sit alone. I thought I could cook quietly. But Jingdandan ran over as soon as she sat down. Lin Zishan sighed heavily. I'm a little embarrassed right now. After a dry laugh, ask them if they have eaten, but the result is that the two people have opposite answers. Jingdandan is very angry about the dismantling of girlfriends, but then explained that they didn't eat much. So now you can eat a little more. At the same time, the little girl on the other side also asked her father, can she come over and have dinner with me? But the mother felt unsafe eating with strangers. So I didn't want the little girl to come over, but unexpectedly, the father agreed. It turns out that due to prior psychic detection, he knows no one in this restaurant is a threat to him. And the boy's feet were wobbly and his breath was unsteady. Even a martial arts student isn't strong enough. The other two girls are level 2 fighters. But as long as he's within sight of a level 2 psychic, he can take their lives with a thought. And that's why psychics are so scary. Hearing this, the mother also breathed a sigh of relief. If the husband says so, it should be okay. Meanwhile, I've got all my food on the table. But the table full of food made several people stunned. And I kindly ordered a few dishes for the little girl. Threatened to compete with me to see who finished first, but before he could finish eating a rabbit bun. And on the other hand, I've already done a whole cage. However, Lin Zishan, who saw this scene, had a sad face, because generally only families are in poor condition, or someone who hasn't become a fighter yet needs to eat like this. After becoming a martial artist, those who have the conditions will rely on pills to cultivate. But I should have become a martial artist. Lin Zishan suddenly approached Jingdandan's ear. He said that my martial arts aptitude and family background are very ordinary. She's not worthy of a top student at Dongning University. But Jingdandan, who only knows how to commit nymphomaniac, will not pay attention to these. She doesn't listen to Lin Zishan at all. However, this move undoubtedly angered Lin Zishan, and then more anxious to persuade her to stay away from me, this ordinary person, because love isn't a temporary passion. In the end, it will be discussed as the daily necessities of life. However, Jingdandan, who is in love with the brain, has so much to do with it. I'm perfect in her eyes. And then he said, even if I'm from a bad family, and she's gonna support me to go further. And more importantly, she was convinced that my future was much bigger than that. The next day I went to the mountains alone, after a late rest. And the pain of dream death is much lessened. After running for 2 hours, I finally found my destination on the map. I got down on one knee and touched the ground with my right hand. Then a spiritual force spread directly underground. After a thorough search of my psychic powers, I had no trouble locating the silver mine. I didn't hesitate. An even stronger spiritual force condensed in his hand again. The next second, a few dozen tons of soil will fly directly out of thin air, along with some exotic metals. I saw my fingertips move. Tens of tons of soil began to disintegrate in an instant. In just a few seconds, the huge lump of earth was broken down into several pieces of silver metal. As I pour my psychic powers into it, a metal that was originally much harder than steel, and in an instant it becomes soft. And that's exactly what I'm here for. At the same time, it can change its shape freely with spiritual power, but soon I got upset. Because the silver in my hand weighs about 4 or 5 pounds, but it's still unrefined, elementary silver. If you want to use it to forge a psychic weapon, it also needs to go through dozens of processes to refine. 4 or 5 caddies of dense silver is estimated to have only 1 kilogram left in the end, and it depends on the purity of the silver ore. Thought it was a small vein. Soon I dug up the bigger pieces of silver, and I decided to send someone to deal with the rest. But now I've got another problem. That's how to bring this big chunk of dense silver back. After much thought, I decided to get someone to move it, from the map I've seen before. There happens to be a small minority village nearby. Maybe we can ask the villagers there for help. After all, isolated villagers tend to be simple. It shouldn't be a problem if you pay more. Although it's possible that the other party will have bad intentions, but we'll see if they can handle my anger. After all I need now is a thought. You can wipe out an entire town. And the next, I'm slapping myself. I sensed something was wrong with my mind. I seem to be getting more violent now. After forcing himself to recite the 3-character scriptures, I buried the silver back in the ground. After confirming that there will be no exposure problems, I found the village on the map. Decided to go over first to see how the people and customs of the village were. Meanwhile, on the other side, the tour group can't wait to leave. After all, not only did they not relax after playing all day, instead, I encountered all kinds of dirty problems, but just as the crowd was leaving. And then they found out that the little girl's family didn't meet. Not only that, they found another boy missing. This immediately made everyone's heart hang up. At this time, the tour guide is also anxious to let everyone not worry. Then Fork picked up his phone and called the search and rescue team. After all, in this deep forest, if you don't get help in time, you could die. At this time, Jingdandan on the side is also extremely depressed, but Lin Zishan analyzed the situation at once. The father of the family of 3 is strong enough not to worry, but it's weird that the boy is missing. Jingdandan couldn't help but feel anxious when she heard this. Then she decided to go into the mountains to participate in the search, but for 2 people who don't know the local situation. A complex forest environment. You don't know where to start. At this moment, Lin Zishan suddenly reached out and pointed. I saw a familiar ball on the ground. This ball is the toy of the little girl in the car. Lin Zishan was worried when she thought of something. But Jingdandan has reached out to grab the ball. But at the moment of contact with the orb, countless spiritual spider webs suddenly appeared and firmly entangled her. Then Jingdandan found that she could no longer move. But then more spider silk popped up. They were both tied up in an instant. And right now in front of them, a figure is slowly coming out. At the same time, in Xianjiadi, a villager suddenly rushed into a house. She ran and said that her sister was back, and the old man in front of him is the village chief of Xianjiao village. He's also the father-in-law of level 2 psychic Tang Maolin. But before the village chief could react, a cheerful little girl rushed in. Then he threw himself directly into the arms of the village chief. But I haven't waited for the village chief to take a good look at my granddaughter. Tang Maolin and his wife outside the door also walked in, but at this time, the 2 of them seemed very uncomfortable. Seeing this, the village chief immediately understood what. Then he turned to look at his disciple Dahu. Let them take the little girl and shoot some game. And also told to choose a bigger one. Sure enough, the little girl was in high spirits when she heard this, clamoring to follow Dahu. After Tiger and the others leave, the village chief calmly asked the couple what happened. At this time, the husband and wife are also somewhat twisted. The wife looked anxiously at her husband. Tang Maolin no longer entangled after biting his teeth. I decided to tell my father-in-law why I came back. Soon the 2 of them told the story of the incident. But after hearing this, the village chief kept coughing. Although he knew Tang Maolin would cause trouble, but I didn't expect to provoke a level 3 psychic. See father this attitude. The wife immediately anxiously sought help from her father. Tang Maolin asked his father-in-law with a look of anticipation. Has he broken through to the level 3 psychic master realm? But what greeted him was the village chief's faint shake of his head. So not only did he fail to become a level 3 psychic, and left behind internal injuries that caused his cultivation to decline greatly, the only thing he could do now is to buy them time to escape when their enemies find them. The husband and wife were suddenly struck by lightning. I couldn't believe the results for a while. And the village chief's eyes were bloodshot. Tell them to go to the police for help. After all, this is a society ruled by law. Tang Maolin knew his father-in-law was angry. But at this point, he can't find another way. But then a villager came to report. Said a stranger came in from outside. Hearing this, everyone's hearts immediately hung in suspense. Meanwhile, outside the village gates, I finally found the village nearby through the map. But just as I was about to ask about the village, a dart came at me out of nowhere. I saw the tiger is cold to ask about my identity, and asked me why I'm here. The other party's behavior suddenly made my eyes cold, but I was just about to do it. and I saw a little girl pop out of the bushes. After confirming that he was not mistaken, the little girl fell into my arms. Apparently she didn't expect me to be here. At the same time, the village chief and others saw me. Tang Maolin and his wife recognized my identity immediately. After the introductions, everyone's nervous nerves relaxed. Tiger came over and apologized, and decided to cook some game for me. And the village chief looked at me and smiled. Seemed to welcome me. But while this may seem like an ordinary village, but I knew right away that something was wrong. Ordinary mentalists are hard to come by. And it turns out there's 3 mentalists here at once. One of them, the village chief, has reached the peak of level 2, but then I got a little confused. As a psychic, you must know the value of mithril. So if we ask them to help us move it, they'll definitely find out. But then the little girl looked depressed. It turned out that her ball was accidentally lost. Just when I was about to comfort the little girl, I suddenly discovered Jingdandan and Lin Zishan's breath. But the next second, I knew something was wrong. Instantly my mental strength gathered in my eyes. I saw him under my spiritual gaze. There are countless spider webs behind me. Then the little girl's ball slowly rolled over. It was Jingdandan and Lin Zishan who accompanied him. At this point they were tied up and beaten by a big man, and in front of them, it was Wu Shijin, a level 3 psychic. At this point, the light is the pressure he releases. Let the village chief and the 2 feel cold sweat, because they found out that Wu Shijin was a level 3 psychic. It has reached the peak level of level 3. The village chief immediately understood that he had no chance of winning. Immediately let Tang Maolin escape with his wife and children. Voice just fell. Several attacks appeared behind Wu Shijin. However, Wu Shijin's face was full of disdain. Just waving his hand blocked all the attacks. Such a powerful gap made everyone's hearts turn to ashes. Peak level 3 is not something a level 2 psychic can compare to. Wu Shijin was approaching with a terrifying aura. Tang Maolin wanted to fight for his life after seeing it. And yet you don't know that the turnaround is right next door. Tang Maolin can only force his hands to seal, and with a shout. In an instant, spiritual power wrapped countless spheres and flew towards Wu Shijin. But Wu Shijin didn't move in the face of this dense attack. He waved his arm disdainfully again. And then all of a sudden, countless spider webs appeared around him. Tang Maolin's attack was instantly cut off. Then the metal that lost its mental power fell off. It turns out that these are small balls made of dense iron. Compared to dense silver, the quality is directly inferior by 1 grade. Seeing this, Tang Maolin's face turned pale and he kept retreating. But Wu Shijin didn't give him a chance. Control the spiritual power silver thread in your hand and fly towards everyone. An instant. Countless spiritual force spider webs tied everyone up. But he didn't notice that one of them was an exception. See, wife and daughter are under control. Tang Maolin suddenly became extremely angry, but as a level 2 psychic, he couldn't break free. Wu Shijin suddenly clenched his fingers. Then the spider silk around the necks of the village chief and Tang Maolin began to tighten. Wu Shijin, who looked at this scene, revealed a satisfied smile. Because we live in a society ruled by law, even someone as powerful as Wu Shijin doesn't dare to kill people at will. So his original idea was to kill 2 girls. Then he took the opportunity to frame Tang Maolin. But now this remote environment has changed his mind. He decided to kill them all himself. Not knowing it was the worst decision of his life. In order to make Tang Maolin more painful, Wu Shijin decided to make a cup of girl red for Tang Maolin. I saw Wu Shijin's fingertips waving again. Then the little girl's expression suddenly became a little strange. Tang Maolin immediately understood what was going on. It's a sorcery that uses people as containers for wine. He tried to stop it, but the next moment, he was tied around his neck by countless spider webs. At this time, Tang Maolin laughed even more crazily. At the same time, Jingdandan on the other side was unwilling, constantly blaming yourself for growing up too slowly. You can't save your best friend or your love. But that's when she realized she was wrong. I'm standing there with no expression. We don't know what's going on. But 2 big guys suddenly threw him to the ground. It turned out that Wu Shijin ordered Han again. Tell them to go get the girl. However, at this moment, Wu Shijin's spiritual spider silk suddenly began to break. Sensing something, he immediately looked over at me. At this moment, my whole body is constantly emitting blue aura. It was Wu Shijin's spiritual spider silk in his hand. And then I started comforting the little girl. But 2 big guys who don't know the truth are already charging at us. And I just threw 2 punches at it, and I didn't care. Then he instantly blasted the 2 of them out. And this moment of explosion also let Wu Shijin see the clue. My strength has reached the level of a level 5 martial artist, but soon he denied himself. Because I'm not just looking empty right now. And he doesn't have the inner strength of a level 5 martial artist. Wu Shijin immediately relaxed when he thought of this. No one can survive him without inner strength. And he thinks I'm Tang Maolin's trusted advisor. But I don't know that Tang Maolin is also a pity at this time. The spiritual power in Wu Shijin's hand condensed again. Then he pushed his hands out. A giant telepathic spider rushed towards me in an instant, and I just smiled at that. And then he's surrounded by blue energy. The next moment, I reached out my right hand, the race to extract the spider into pure mental energy. This scene immediately made Wu Shijin feel cold. He recognized it as a control-level martial art. You can control everything between your hands. Even grandmasters today find it difficult to reach this level, and I'm holding hundreds of spider silk in one hand. Then he raised his hand and pulled the spider silk in his hand. Then I saw Wu Shijin suddenly pulled over. He doesn't even have his own mental strength right now. Seeing this, Wu Shijin already knew that his defeat had been decided, and then his body started to swell. When you get up in the air, your whole body turns into a meatball. The village chief, who understood the situation, was shocked. It's a sign of self-destruction. If it works, everyone dies of insanity. At this time Jingdandan is also nervous to look at me, because at this moment Wu Shijin has completely become a meatball. There are invisible ripples in the air that are constantly spreading. And here I am, holding a little girl and muttering to myself, it's pathetic. The next moment, a large amount of spiritual power was gathered in my palm, and then he grabbed Meatball hard. The giant hand that covered the sky instantly enveloped Wu Shijin's body. 3. Level 3 Psychic. Under Wu Shijin's incredulous gaze, I gave it a hard squeeze. At this point, Wu Shijin disappeared into the river of time, but then an object caught my interest. I saw the spiritual power in my hand suddenly gather, and then the mental spider silk that was before slowly appeared. It's a telepathic weapon forged from secret silver. Before my weapon is forged, just enough to make do with it. As the spider silk gathers, the people who were bound before were finally saved. At this time Jingdandan and I are looking at me in disbelief. I didn't expect my strength to be so terrifying, and the little girl on me hugged me. And then he kept thanking me. Even though she's still young. But I know I just saved her and everyone. The village chief and Tang Maolin beside him were even more numb at this time. After all, my level 5 martial artist's strength is terrifying enough, but I didn't know my mental strength was even more ridiculous. He could easily crush a level 3 telekinesis master. This is beyond their knowledge. Looks like we're gonna have a dragon. Tang Maolin came to me like a dream. But I'm too nervous to call me anything. And I could see his nervous expression. Then he smiled and said, Brother Tang, you're welcome. There's one more thing I need your help with. Tang Maolin is an official psychic who passed the test. There's usually a special channel for dealing with cryptocurrency, so it's best if we leave it to him. Tang Maolin quickly said that he would do his best after listening. After what happened today, he felt that he would never be shocked easily again. But when he saw the silver I had to deal with, his jaw was about to fall off. Because the silver in front of us is worth billions. And I'm not staying any longer after that. On the same day, I took the bus back home. Summing up the experience of this trip can be said to be full of harvest. Not only did they dig up the much-needed dense silver mine, and there was an unexpected addition of a secret silver spiritual weapon. This way, the psychic master test will be easier. On the other side, Jingdandan and I are looking at me thoughtfully. They're just getting over what they went through. Suddenly Jingdandan asked me where I was going next. And I'm not hiding anything. Tell her I'm going to Liangqing to take this psychic assessment. But Jingdandan ran excitedly as soon as his voice fell. It means that they happen to be going to Liangqing as well, I asked her in confusion. Aren't you students from Dongning University? Jingdandan, who was exposed, was also embarrassed, stammering, unable to say why. Fortunately, Lin Zishan helped her out at this time. Jingdandan's home is in Liangqing. They were planning to go back to Liangqing. Looking at Jingdandan's expectant face, and by some freak of nature, I suddenly agreed, but then I sighed again. I'm not in the mood for a relationship right now, so I decided to find a reason to leave when I arrived at Liangqing. But at this moment, I suddenly received a call from Dong Qingxue. She told me that the Morning Star selection was moved up. so he said he wanted to pick me up personally. Soon after, we finally arrived at Liangqing passenger station. As soon as I came out, I said I had something to do, so I won't go to Liangqing. Jing Dandan, who could hear the words, suddenly looked reluctant to part, just when I was looking for someone to take me away, and then we saw a little golden man suddenly pull up in front of us. Then a beautiful girl hugged Jing Dandan directly. At the same time, a boy in the car also said hello. He looks like a typical rich kid. Sure enough, Jing Dandan saw him and immediately felt a little disgusted, but out of politeness, she introduced her best friend Lin Zishan. After learning that Lin Zishan was a level 2 warrior, the Bao girl immediately attached it kindly. But when Jing Dandan wanted to introduce me, she was a little embarrassed. Hua Jing, my strength is indeed a little shocking, so she just introduced me as a friend from the trip. But this scene caused a misunderstanding among the golden rich second generation. Think I'm some poor kid who wants to get his hands on a girl, so he invited everyone to get in the car. But Jing Dandan found that there were only 4 seats in the car, so he decided to stay here and wait for me to leave. No bow tie, but the girl's face is full of disdain. He said he was just a traveling friend. He's not that important. He was arguing. He was a golden retriever. He even took out his wallet. Then he pulled out a few $100 bills and asked me to take a taxi. These actions completely angered Jing Dandan. Just because you're cursing, you're trying to save face for me. But as a party, I didn't care. I just said my ride's here. Suddenly there was a strong wind in the air. Then the sound of propellers came from above everyone. I saw an Eastern Military Region helicopter parked above several people, and you can clearly see a figure on it. It was Dong Qingxue, the chief instructor of the Genius training camp. Dong Qingxue said coldly, "Come up quickly, you can't land downtown," just when no one knew who she was talking to. Jing Dandan sighed. Someone responded. And then suddenly I jumped on it. In the blink of an eye, it appeared on the ladder dozens of meters high. I waved my hand in front of everyone's shocked eyes. So guys, we'll see you next time. But as the rotor sounds farther and farther away, after a while, everyone was still talking. Even the rich second generation is completely stunned at this time. Ask Jing Dandan what this friend is. Thinking of how he looked just now. Now he wants to find a crack to get in. But the only response to him was Jing Dandan's glare. Through this incident, she also saw the rich second generation as a person. Immediately she pulled Lin Zishan up and wanted to take a taxi back to Liangqing, and decided he didn't want anything to do with them anymore, leaving 2 embarrassed rich kids speechless. Meanwhile, on the other side of the helicopter, the first time I went to heaven, I also felt very strange. The house below looks like a product. Dong Qingxue next to me saw through my thoughts at a glance. He immediately took advantage of the opportunity to recruit me as long as he joined the Eastern Military Region. From now on, helicopters can sit every day. I laughed and thought I was getting a helicopter. But Dong Qingxue said it wasn't impossible. As long as I can become a Grand Master and a Major General, the army will allocate me a private helicopter. After joking, Dong Qingxue observed me again. I realized that I had grown stronger after a few days. At this moment, Qin Xiaojun took out a pile of documents. The above is the information of the contestants who participated in the Morning Star this time, Dong Qingxue said. If I didn't participate this time, they might just go through the motions. Because this year's contestants are so much better than the previous ones, talent fighters alone account for more than 80%. One of them is a talented fighter who controls the elements, and a psychic who passed level 2. There are more than 20 geniuses above level 3. The most outrageous of these, there was even a monster who had reached level 4. I thought I'd be shocked to hear that. But after Dong Qingxue raised her head, she couldn't help but smile bitterly, because at this time I am looking at the scenery outside the window lightly, not interested in the geniuses she talks about. Beijing just a few hours ago. I just killed a peak level psychic. Just past the 2nd level of chicken is what? But Qin Xiaojun knows me very well. Tell me the prize for this audition is not easy. And sure enough, my eyes lit up. If there is a reward, the nature will be different. Seeing this, Dong Qingxue also took over the conversation. This selection will no longer be a competition between contestants, but in a different way. That is to replace all opponents with exotic beasts. When I heard this, I immediately fell silent. Although people's lives are very comfortable now, but almost everyone in the world knows. Outside the city is an endless stream of exotic beasts, although countless experts are sent to the battlefield every day. Give up your hot life. But it still doesn't stop the fact that human space is shrinking. And now the military district is going to let students start coming into contact with exotic beasts. That means the front line is getting worse. Dong Qingxue told me that education in the future may change. No more step-by-step strategies. It's about getting the students to feel the pressure in advance, then let the pressure turn into the driving force of martial arts. In the words of someone important, bathed in blood and fire. Only then can we create a true top-notch martial arts expert. I know that from my dream. And I agree with that very much. And although the selection process has become more difficult and dangerous, but his reward was just as generous. If I can get into the top 10, you get a share of the alien blood. If you enter the top 3, you can directly enter the blood pool, and the one who actually gets the title of Morning Star will have direct access to the alien marrow pool. My expression changed when I heard this, because there is a lot of energy in the body of the beast, so eating exotic meat strengthens the human body. Further down is the extraction of cell fluid from exotic beasts, to make alien blood that can be consumed by humans, and the foreign marrow is the spinal fluid of the mutated beast, depending on the strength of the beast. Alien blood and alien marrow levels are also divided into different levels, and this time the military department took out all the rewards above level 4. This is an unprecedented change. Moreover, one of the top 10 level 4 mutant blood will sell for 50 million yuan, but as long as you get into the top 3, you get the whole culture chamber, and the first place pool of foreign marrow is at least billions. I was also shocked by the generosity. All this money just to train a bunch of high school kids? And now, although I have elixirs to cultivate, but I don't know how long it'll take to get to the golden first stage. If we can get a lot of alien blood or marrow, that will definitely shorten the training time greatly. And thinking about it, my attitude has changed a little bit. Looks like I'm going to take first place. Just then the plane arrived at its destination, and underneath it is a huge eastern military region. The fence alone is at least a few hundred meters high. Suddenly Qin Xiaojun came to me and asked me, "Are you shocked by this scene?" I nodded, but I didn't feel much. Instead, he remembered a base much larger than this one in 10,000 years. Right after the plane landed, Dong Qingxue took me to a room to rest. And he flipped his hair and told me to pick me up tomorrow. If you need anything, press the beeper on the wall. Someone will deliver it to me. I nodded to show that I knew. He came to the room and began to enter the dream space. But as soon as I entered the dream, I saw the Valkyrie who had lost her family. She's wearing armor and carrying a spear, just like last time. He exudes an invincible aura of terror. Ever since she killed him once. And now I'm just looking at her, and I'm scared. I knew I had to overcome this fear. And the only way to do that is to defeat her completely. This time I'm gonna push my limits. I directly activated Vitality Enhancement. Switch Breathe of Fire. Gather Level 3 Spiritual Power. Activate the Shining Pluto Sutra, Mastery Fist. 10 times the Stellar Force. Master Skills 10 days in the same day. I used all my resources at this point. He charged at the Valkyrie like a blazing sun. And then 10 minutes later, I woke up from my dream in pain. Although this battle still failed to kill her. But when you're fully prepared, I wouldn't have been killed in one shot like last time. And this battle has improved my martial arts. Dozens of martial arts have reached perfection. Most importantly, I overcame my fear of death. From then on, the state of mind will be firmer and purer. And then there was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun. They came to ask me how my rest was, even though we've been fighting all night, but overall, the rest is good. But at this moment, Dong Qing suddenly looked straight at me. He noticed that my time seemed to change again overnight. If yesterday's me was like a gem wrapped in mud, so today is the day when the outer layer of mud is cleaned, like a polished piece of jade. Looks like last night's fight made a difference. The impurities in the body and martial arts have been removed, but no one can know about this. And then I made up a random excuse. It's normal for me to develop fast at my age, and then the two of us stayed. I was gonna tour the base. Qin Xiaojun couldn't help but ask me on the way, "How confident are you about winning this championship?" I had a sudden thought. He smiled and said that he was not very confident. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun was shocked. But he didn't wait. He wanted to get closer. Then a middle-aged man walked over from the opposite side. "Isn't this Instructor Dong Qingxue Dong? Since last time we met or last time?" But Dong Qingxue just looked coldly at the man opposite her. "Shangguan Ling, you're as annoying as ever." This inexplicable smell of gunpowder, it made me feel like they weren't getting along. As expected, Shang Wanling on the other side no longer pretended at this time. He said, "Young Lord Qin, you're useless. Even your eyesight seems to be a little problematic. Just find someone like this to embarrass your Dongning province." Qin Shaojun did not get angry when he heard this. Instead, he immediately put on a look of disdain. "Your mouth smells so bad, it's bad for merit." Then he took out the information and pretended to flip through it. "I don't think you Dongni people have stars either." Shang Wanling thought Qin Shaojun was already on top, immediately offered to bet us on the selection. The bet is a 5th grade abnormal marrow. Hearing this, Dong Qinxue sneered with disdain. "Don't embarrass yourself if you don't have a family. It's a shame 3 people bet on 1 piece of marrow." This sentence immediately angered Shang Wanling. "Just call us 3. 3. But did not know that the back of the Dong Qinxue almost laughed out loud. At this time Shang Wanling is still screaming. "You think you're raising the price just to get me out of the game? But you didn't think I'd say yes. Now let's see who can't afford it." It seems that Dong Qinxue has been exposed. He turned his head and gritted his teeth and said, "We'll take it." Shang Wanling laughed when he heard this. He patted the shoulder of the man next to him and said, "Zhao Lai, did you hear that? 3 parts of 5 different pith, enough to improve your fire control talent." Zhao Lai smiled and bowed to express his gratitude. The value of Beijing's 3-part 5 level heteropith is not small. Hearing this, Qin Shaojun immediately cursed. "I didn't expect Zhao Lai to be the martial artist who controlled the elements." Shang Wanling felt comfortable after his cunning plan. Laughing, he left with Zhao Lai. He ignored Qin Shaojun, who was trembling in anger. But when Shang Wanling was completely gone, the next second, Qin Shaojun seemed to be a different person, so that was their performance. Shang Wanling thought they were the only ones hiding part of their strength, but I didn't know we were hiding something. Then Dong Qinxue turned around and explained to me. The Shangguan family and the East Qin family have always been at odds. However, Dongning province has never produced talents. The platform that is always pressed does not come up, so this time I'm pinning my hopes on me. Soon we arrived at the selection entrance. According to the rules, only competitors can enter. But just as I was about to go in, Dong Qinxue blocked the closed door. She asked me with a serious look on her face, "Are you sure about this morning star?" After hearing that, I thought about it for a while, a little, but not much. Hearing this, Dong Qinxue immediately revealed a worried expression. Qin Shaojun refused to give up and asked me how much was not more, and since I can't get past it, I have to tell you the truth. It's like 90 to 90. After all, if they were suddenly disqualified from the tryouts right now, then naturally, you won't win the championship. At this moment, after Dong Qinxue sent me into the elevator, he went to the conference room with the other instructors. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stepped onto the platform. The instructors immediately stood up and saluted. And he is Yu Fei, a level 7 Grandmaster. He is also the examiner of this selection. At this point he raised his hand to signal that everyone should not be too restrained. Then he turned to look at Dong Qinxue beside him. "Are all the talented delegates from the provinces here?" The exotic beasts for selection have also been checked. Then Dong Qinxue repeated the selection rules again. Each contestant has a separate track. Each track is lined with exotic beasts. The first to reach the finish line wins. There are 3 level 2 beasts in each track. And the final destination is a quasi-level 5 beast, the golden-eyed demon ape. The other instructors who heard this immediately could not sit still. That's a top-notch exotic beast of the same level. Even instructors need at least 2 to fight. Now it's a bunch of 18-year-olds to deal with. Isn't that too difficult? Dong Qinxue explained at this time. Golden-eyed ape at the finish line does not require a single-player defeat, because the Morning Star chose the leader of the army. So they have to have the ability to gather all their power. At this time Yu Fei also said slowly, "The Eastern Military Region guards the second front of the Dragon Country, but for several years in a row ranked last in the national competition, if you gather the best seeds in the East. And you can't fight a quasi-level 5 beast. Then there is no future for our Dragon Kingdom." These words immediately silenced all the instructors. Then Yu Fei whispered to Dong Qinxue, "Let's begin. Let's see what talent we have this time." Soon, the trials officially began. At this time, a speed fighter is speeding forward on the track. I firmly believe that I am the hope of Haiqing province. But the next second, he realized something was wrong. A level 2 black-toothed demon pig suddenly appeared. Before the man could react, black-toothed pig is a savage charge against men. Helpless man can only use his arms to barely resist, but even so, he was hit by the pig against the wall. But just as he was looking for an opportunity to fight back, another level 3 nether cat suddenly appeared behind him. And then there was a scream. A big red cross also appears on the surveillance screen. Yufei shook his head after seeing it. Although they are the future hope of the Dragon Kingdom, but being exceptional isn't enough. Then he told the security instructor to pay attention, try not to hurt them. And then zoom in on the genius we're focusing on. The first person to appear is Kong Qing, the representative of Dongzi Province. Features: Elemental Control Talent Warrior. It controls the most violent and tyrannical power of lightning. Current control level, level 1. The second to appear is Jia Haoren of Jiangzhou Province. His eyes were purple. Just a little shake of the hand. The black-toothed pig behind him was instantly penetrated by countless rays of light. And he's not just a level 3 fighter. And passed the level 2 psychic assessment. The third one is Xing Ji, the genius of Stone Forest Province. At the age of 18, he was already a level 4 fighter. At present, the Iron Skin talent has reached level 3. At this time, the surveillance screen, a level 3 nether cat was planning to sneak attack from behind. But its sharp claws scratched Xingji's back. Not even a scratch. This immediately scared the Hellcat silly, and Xingji only lightly punched. He directly hammered the level 3 beast into the ground. Looking at these favorites for the title, Yufei finally smiled on his face. Able to kill level 3 exotic beasts in one hit. This talent is also very eye-catching in previous selections. But suddenly his eyes were drawn to an image in front of him. It's a fire elemental control talent. Why isn't such a powerful talent marked? Shang Guanling suddenly stood up and explained. Zhao Lai's ability has just awakened, so I haven't had time to change the file yet. Yufei just smiled faintly and said it was okay. All talk was strength. It's more important than anything to produce a good embryo. But the instructors nearby saw the truth at a glance. Is it not to deliberately conceal strength, and then gain high evaluation? At this moment, Shang Guanling, who was proud, did not care about them. Instead, he made a gesture to Dong Qingxue. Tell Dong Qingxue not to forget the bet of 3 bottles of abnormal marrow. At this time, Yufei's eyes returned to the monitor again, but as he scanned the screen, he suddenly looked incredulous. What's going on with this route? At this time, Yufei also found that something was wrong. I saw one of the tracks. There's not even a single red dot on a beast. He quickly instructed Dong Qingxue to bring up the surveillance footage, and Dong Qingxue is also a little confused at this time. Turn the track cameras around immediately. There were no strange beasts on the screen. Instead, all the exotic beasts at this time have been killed. Yufei immediately ordered the surveillance to start playback. He wants to know exactly what this contestant is. Killing all the exotic beasts in just 3 minutes. This speed is no longer comparable to the seeded players. At this time, Dong Qingxue suddenly froze after finding out the contestant information, because this is the track I'm on. As she presses the replay button, time goes back 3 minutes. And I'm walking slowly down the aisle. And as soon as I came out, I met a black-toothed pig. And the next second, the pig comes charging at me. But I didn't give a shit about this. Just smile and clench your fist. Then he came to the pig and punched it. A terrible explosion of power. It directly shattered the hard body of the demon pig. At the same time, the door opened again on both sides of the tunnel. 2 more black-toothed magic pigs were slowly released. And then they came at me without a word. And I suddenly grabbed the teeth of a recently dead pig. And then used the black teeth in his hand as a weapon. Killed 2 black-toothed boars in one move. And that's when I looked at my palm. Because right now I'm using my 10 complete martial arts. This ability is somewhat similar to Mastery Martial Arts, but it's higher and more comprehensive than Mastery. Group together forces, point burst, weakness insight. At this moment, I seem to have reached the state of omniscience. Even the ghost cat in the shadow of the demon pig is easily perceived by me. Just when the ghost cat suddenly burst out and attacked me, and I still keep my eyes shut, and then started walking forward. But then I kicked a rock. The next moment, the stone was like a cannonball that instantly killed the nether cat. At this time, the instructor in the monitoring room was also sweating. They found out that all the exotic beasts were killed by me with 1 punch. You don't even have to hit a second shot. I even killed 2 of them with 1 punch. Yufei is also more curious about me at this time. I quickly asked Dong Qingxue to read out my personal information. Talent representative of Dongning Province, age 18 years and 5 months. Level 3 strength type talent warrior. Shang Wanling immediately felt bad when he heard this. Could it be that Dong Qingxue also hid some information? And all the other instructors were sad when they heard about me. Because it's just plain old stuff out there. And even when I was fighting, I don't see any special abilities. Just when everyone was confused, Yu Fei looked at the pictures in the surveillance and said, "Don't you see? He has mastered at least 4 perfect martial arts. Among them, the body technique and fist technique have reached the subtle realm. The instructors couldn't sit still anymore. He's only 18 years old, and he's got this kind of martial arts trick. Even if you practice in the womb, you can't do it." Yu Fei is also very sad about this. Such a pure martial arts genius. Only in the early 100 years of martial arts were there more. At this moment, Yu Fei was suddenly shocked. I saw that I was still advancing leisurely in the passage, but on the wall behind him, the 4th level exotic beast, the Rainbow Thunder Leopard, is waiting for an opportunity to strike, and I sensed something unusual. The next 3 leopards appeared before my eyes. I saw them slowly approaching and surrounding me, and then he jumps into the air and attacks me. And I didn't do anything about it. Only the blue energy around him began to slowly emit. The 10 complete martial arts were activated by me once again. At this moment, everything around me is understood by me, so the 3 leopards just now are phantoms. The next moment, I directly pressed Lei Bao's neck. It seems that the potential of Shirquan martial arts is much stronger than I thought. With that in mind, I once again turned my attention to Lei Bao, and then it's a 720 over the tip, directly smashing Lei Bao's head into the ground. This scene will once again make everyone in the monitoring room look pity. It's understandable if you kill level 2 and level 3 exotic beasts earlier, but the Rainbow Thunder Leopard in front of him was a level 4 exotic beast. Yu Fei, who saw the truth, stood up even more. Because my fist technique isn't at the subtle realm, it's about perfect control. At this moment, Qin Shaojun smiled like a flower. No wonder I said the success rate was 9 out of 9. However, Sheng Wanling was so angry that he gritted his teeth. I didn't know I was the one who was the most screwed up. On the other side, I've come to a huge door. Just pass through this gate, and you'll get to the end of all the tracks. That's where the last quasi-level 5 beast, the golden-eyed ape, is located. But because I cleared so fast, so I was the only one in the room who arrived first. And there was this huge center of space, a mountain of exotic beasts trapped in a cage. And I realized that this was the last beast. Now that the warm-up is over, then I don't have to hold back. Voice just fell. The golden-eyed devil ape in the cage let out an angry roar. Then the eyes slowly began to grow fearful. I suddenly raised my fist high. The terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Let's show you my true strength on the screen. At this time, Dong Qingxue in front of the monitoring is also very emotional. I thought I overestimated my abilities, but I still underestimated me. After reading this, she turned to Yu Fei and continued to report. When the time is up and the talented delegates arrive, we'll release the ape's restraint. Finally, the score is calculated according to the contribution of killing the magic ape. The other instructors whispered when they heard this. To be honest, I don't need all of them. Maybe with 1 or 2 people supporting him, he can kill it, but now I'm walking up to the cage. Seeing this scene, Yu Fei's face suddenly changed. It seems to have guessed something. Sure enough, the next second, among the shocked expressions of the instructors, I kicked the cage that trapped the ape away. Clang! Clang! As the beast slowly stood up. The difference in size between the two was immediately apparent, but I'm not panicking at all in the face of this demonic ape. Instead, he waved at the ape. It just so happens that I can see the difference between warriors of the same level and demon beasts. You know, in dreams, I'm a grandmaster. I can fight him for a while. Now facing a quasi-level 5 demon beast, the probability of rollover is basically 0, but the instructors in the control room were shocked. This kid wants to challenge the golden-eyed ape alone. Is he crazy? This is blind confidence. But there are instructors who calmly analyze. With the minute mirror body technique I displayed earlier, and all kinds of perfect martial arts, as long as we avoid confrontation, we may not have a chance. But as soon as he finished speaking, the other instructors turned their heads and looked at the screen blankly. I saw the monster ape in the surveillance system break the chain violently, and then he opened his mouth and let out a roar. A black energy suddenly emanates from the ape. He raised his hands and threw them at me. And I didn't shy away. Instead, he thrust his hands upward. The next second, with a bang, a huge wave of air instantly spread out in all directions. When the smoke clears, I caught a punch from the ape, but the ankle is completely sunk into the ground. But before I could react, the other fist of the demon ape came again. The next moment, the ape went crazy, and alternate fists, and lunged at me like crazy. Shang Wanling was delighted when he saw this scene. He didn't think I'd be stupid enough to fight the ape head-on. Even Dong Qingshui couldn't help but feel worried. After all, the devil ape is a beast that excels in brute force. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ape continues to bombard the ground. But then there was a sudden surge in the smoke. A fist shot out of the smoke. 10 times the power of the star in an instant. As two powerful forces collide. In the next second, the arm of the demon ape actually emitted a clear bone sound. But it wasn't just that shocked everyone. A ball of fire suddenly appeared around the demon ape. If you look closely, there are dazzling phoenixes in the flames. On the other hand, I said in a very flat tone, "Take a punch from me, 10 times the force of the star, and still not die. Looks like you deserve to be my dinner tonight." I saw endless flames all triggered by my right hand. Then a blinding light enveloped the entire place. This second, whether it's Yu Fei or Dong Qingxue and other instructors, were stunned by what they saw. As the flames slowly fade, the quasi-level 5 golden-eyed ape in the picture kneels weakly to the ground. Yu Fei, who reacted, suddenly stood up. As a Grandmaster, of course he knows better. At this moment, the will of a Grandmaster appeared in my body. Then he slammed his fist on the table and laughed. I didn't think I'd die. Competition can see someone in the weak crown to open up the road to level 7. Once the Master's will is formed, it means I'll definitely become a level 7 Grandmaster in the future. But right now, I'm dealing with the Ape Queen. But I feel that this Morning Star test is too boring. And then I had a flash of inspiration. Since it's boring, then I'll have some fun for myself. Then I sat cross-legged in the original position of the magic ape. Yu Fei, who saw the picture, was also a little confused, but he soon understood what I meant. Said as long as no one gets killed, let the young man play for himself. The other instructors who heard this were also completely speechless. It seems that Yu Shirzhua doesn't like other geniuses now. I can't believe you acquiesced to such an outrageous request, because the selection of the Morning Star can be said to be over. And then there's my playtime. And I'm gonna be the ultimate. Operation Global Morning Star begins, and I'm not directly human. Not only did he kill the final boss with one punch alone, and he simply usurped the throne and became another talented customs officer, but the instructors already knew my strength in the surveillance. Therefore, it is clear that even if one's own students enter, it will be useless. But I didn't expect this to be a full half hour. At this point in a tunnel, Xingji rubbed his aching wrist painfully. Sure enough, it's still a little hard to resist a level 4 exotic beast with iron skin alone, but if nothing unexpected happens, I should be the first to clear this assessment. Soon he's through the gate, and into the center. After scanning the surroundings, soon he noticed the anomaly ahead. In the center of the arena sat a dead golden-eyed devil ape. And there's a man underneath the ape with his back to him. Xingji immediately put on a defensive posture, while the brain rapidly analyzes the situation in front of it. He soon came up with a more reasonable explanation. So Xingji walked in and bowed slightly and asked, "Hello? Did I pass the tryout?" But I, sitting on the arm of the ape, didn't explain. Just slowly said a word such as, "This." Immediately convinced Xingji of his guess. Until a few minutes passed. 2 more figures walked out of the tunnel. They are Kong Qing, the gifted electrical element, and level 2 psychic master Jia Haoren. Jia Haoren recognized Xingji's identity at a glance, and asked him what was going on. But Xingji did not answer his question. However, Kong Qing suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Apparently she recognized the level of the ape in front of her. But Xingji analyzed that this door should be to scare them. Otherwise, no one here would have been able to beat him. Then what's that guy doing sitting on the specimen? Jia Haoren suddenly pointed to the front and wondered, and Xingji suddenly seemed to understand something. This guy's supposed to be our gatekeeper for the last level. If we pass his test, we'll pass. Compared to Xingji's smug expression. Behind him, Kong Qing and Jia Haoren were stunned. Like you're kidding me. Meanwhile, on the other side, I finally stood up slowly, and then he turned around and smiled and said, "You're smart. Now you have 5 minutes to adjust." And 5 minutes later, you can challenge me, defeat me or kill me. Just let me take a good look. This year's nominees for the General Star. What the hell are they? Xingji, who thought he was right, immediately smiled happily. Jia Haoren also pointed confidently at me. Are you looking down on our Eastern Command? But Kong Qing on the side carefully sized me up. But I found out I didn't even have level 5 stellar energy. However, several people did not dare to be careless. Maybe there's something special about me. Thinking of this, the three of them began to take out pills to recover their strength. Among them, Jia Haoren, as a spiritual master, is the most sensitive. There was a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart. But he soon suppressed the idea. After all, the three of them represent the strongest 18-year-old in the East. They're not afraid of such a young instructor. But I don't know that I'm laughing at this moment. I am very satisfied with my acting. But the instructors in the conference room on the other side exploded. This kid wants to beat up all the contestants. Even Yu Fei was amused and laughed. To be frank, young people should have such vitality. However, the instructors of other military regions who heard this did not do it. They're asking for an immediate end to the selection process. One of the instructors even stood up. He said he was way ahead of everyone else. It's likely to cause physical and psychological damage to other geniuses. Qin Shaojun was whistling leisurely, as if this had nothing to do with his Eastern Command. And Dong Qingxue also smiled. After all, when the demon ape was released, they don't even have that much to say. But now that the beast has been replaced, there is a strong protest. I guess everyone thinks I'm more dangerous than the ape. Yu Fei also felt some truth after hearing this, so he told the supervisor to raise awareness. Keep them on standby to protect other geniuses. Dong Qingxue also started to operate when she heard this, but Shangguan Ling collapsed on the chair. After all, the shame of this bed is only one aspect, but hand over 3 high-level heteropath. Then he's really screwed this time. 5 minutes have passed in the examination hall. Xingji's whole body exudes golden mist. Kong Qing and Jia Haoren behind him are also in combat mode. Now, even if that ape wakes up, and they have the guts to fight it, and seeing that, I'm going to activate all my energy, and he said to them, let's do this together. Defeat me and you'll be the next generation of morning stars. But Xingji said bluntly that he didn't need it after listening to it. It means that one person is enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up like a cannonball, and then, in midair, the body tenses up. Level 3 Iron Skin talent instantly activated. Then he did not hold back and directly opened the 100% Iron Skin. The other two people who saw this scene immediately exclaimed, Xingji has already reached the peak of level 4, the strongest seed of the three. And on the other side, the penalty is due to acceleration. He looks like a meteor right now. Just when he was confident he was going to kill me in one shot, and I'm still standing there with my hands on my hips. The next second, I suddenly held up a finger. And you've blocked the unstoppable blow. I yawned in boredom at that. And then slightly increased the force on his fingers. Are you sure you two don't want to do it together? You know, Xingjika is the strongest seed among the three of them, and now I'm standing right in front of you. But what makes them wonder is that I look so young. How could he possess such terrifying strength? Jia Haoren, who was next to him, said his guess. I heard that some martial artists took tonic when they were young, causing the hormones in the body to stop developing. So even in his 30s and 40s, he looks like a young man. Kong Qing pointed at me in disbelief. Which means he looks like he's 17 or 18. But in fact, maybe he could be our dad. Listening to the whispers of two people, my face was covered with black lines. To put a stop to their nonsense, I went right up and interrupted them. In that case, why don't we try something different? If you could just get me to step back, or can withstand one of my attacks, I'll take it as a yes. How's that? As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them were stunned, and then the energy in their bodies explodes instantly. Not much communication, but both of them made decisions at the same time with tacit understanding. Kong Qing suddenly turned into lightning and disappeared instantly. Jia Haoren decisively released his spiritual power, and shoot his 27 black spikes out at the same time. And my eyes lit up when I saw that. Laugh. That's what it looks like, and then I just reached out my hand. The spike in front of you will be grabbed. Seeing this, Jia Haoren's face flashed with a trace of surprise. No matter how strong a martial artist is, but underestimating a level 2 psychic will definitely make you regret it. But the idea just came to him. And I saw countless arms in an instant. It didn't even take the blink of an eye. 27 long nails quietly stopped in front of me. Jia Haoren on the other side seemed to see something incredible. Then he was scared and sat on the ground. At this moment, he felt his faith suddenly collapse. I just chuckled at that. You're next, Pikachu. It turned out that Kong Qing had quietly come to my back at this time. He's clawing at me, trying to sneak up on me. And then I said Pikachu and she froze. And in that moment, I grabbed Kong Qing's wrist directly. Didn't your instructor teach you not to be distracted in combat? Look at my still very calm expression. Kong Qing felt her scalp tingle instantly. Not because I could grab her body in an instant. She realized I wasn't afraid of her lightning. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice rang in his ear. Now charge me with your 100,000 volts. If it pleases me, maybe I can consider letting you pass. Kong Qing's heart was filled with hatred when she heard this. The next moment, a violent electric elemental force was released instantly, and suddenly I closed my eyes in the lightning. Then a lot of lightning was absorbed into my body. Soon after, my eyes opened. And even more violent lightning burst out in an instant. Even Kong Qing, who had elemental talent, was sent flying. When she landed, she looked at her hands in confusion. I thought it was because my lightning talent had broken through again, but I didn't see that I was holding a thunderball in my hands. The fourth breathing method, the breath of thunder, is complete. Then I slowly walked to Kong Qing beside me. He smiled and patted her on the shoulder as he passed by. Congratulations on passing the tryout. Kong Qing, who heard this sentence, was shocked. Then the face slowly became surprised and excited. The next second, he jumped up. She became the most talented martial arts genius in the East. Then she looked at me with a straight attention. Thank you for your permission. Since you like to call me Pikachu, from today on my name is Pikachu. Compared to Kong Qing's happy mood, Jia Haoren and Xing Ji were deeply unwilling. However, at this time, an instructor walked in through the front door and met me. Looked at my relaxed face. The instructor couldn't help but sigh. You've had enough, haven't you? Master says you should go back to receive the ceremony of the Morning Star. Then he looked at the people behind him. Said competing with a monster like you. The three of them are really unlucky. Voice just fell. Kong Qing, who was still excited just now, didn't react for a moment. Jia Haoren and Xing Ji were instantly shocked. Quickly asked what the situation is. So the instructor can only helplessly point to me. There's no such thing as a gatekeeper. The final test is actually the golden-eyed ape. Only he killed her 20 minutes ago. Hearing this, the three of them immediately froze in place. Kong Qing fainted directly. But at the same time, another tunnel. Zhao Lai spent a lot of effort to catch the magic color thunder leopard, as the fire elemental talent explodes. Finally successfully killed this level 4 magic beast. My legs went soft, and I sat down on my ass. He reached out with his right hand and tried to create fire, but I tried my best, and I couldn't even make a small flame. But soon he had a proud smile on his face. After all, he had just successfully killed a level 4 exotic beast. He laughed at the thought. Even he can't believe it. I can't believe I can do such a brilliant job. Not expected. The instructors watching the surveillance. I think they're all shocked by their talent right now. However, just when Zhao Lai was feeling happy, an instructor suddenly appeared in front of him. After discovering that the visitor was an instructor, Zhao Lai revealed an expression of surprise. It seems that my grades exceed others too much. I saw the instructor holding the file head and saying unhappily, the tryouts are over. Why don't you pack up and come with me? Zhao Lai looked excited when he heard this. He had just killed a level 4 magical beast when the selection ended, so he asked eagerly, Instructor, how are my grades? Am I going to be the Morning Star? The instructor finally began to relax. Gave him a strange look. What are you thinking? The Morning Star was chosen half an hour ago. Hearing this, Zhao Lai immediately felt unbelievable. Then ask yourself how your grades are. The instructor could only sigh helplessly. Your ranking won't be determined until all the scores are out. But by visual inspection, it should be outside the 5th place. The huge gap made Zhao Lai freeze in place, as if unable to accept such an outcome. And the next second, he's screaming, how did I get out of 5th place? I'm Zhao Lai. who successfully killed a level 4 exotic beast. The instructor shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid this child is dying. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Yufei rubbed his head with a headache. Because the settlement is based on the test results, I deserve to be number 1. Xingji was the first one I defeated. So he came in second. But the third candidate made the instructors difficult. Because they both walked out of the tunnel at the same time. So it doesn't make sense for anyone to be third. For this reason, Yufei simply waved his hand. Let the two people tie for third place together. The most excited about the result is the chief instructor of Dongzhi province. He stood up and thanked Yufei with tears in his eyes. Because in fact Kong Qin may not be able to win Jia Haoren. After all, he's a psychic. Talent is rarer and stronger than elemental control. So it's good to have this reward right now. It seems that Kong Qin's previous efforts are not without return. On the other side, I was taken back to my room to rest after I came out of the tunnel, and also thoughtful to prepare energy drinks for the room. Actually, I didn't spend much on this selection. More of a curiosity about medicine in this era. So I opened it, and I poured it in my mouth. One sip and I knew it was crap. Not only does it smell very pungent, and the effect is really not satisfactory. It's not as good as my own medicine. I lay down on the bed thinking of this. I wonder how He Lingsu's spirit muscle strengthening blood soup is doing. Call her when you're done. And then my breathing rate and rhythm suddenly started to change. Breath of thunder, switching. For a moment, it was as if thunder was rolling in my chest. The breath stimulates the muscles and blood of the whole body. It seems to combine the virtues of breath of fire and breath of wind. It's a more holistic breathing technique. I let out a slow breath after the test. The body relaxed at this moment for a long time. And ask yourself if you're pushing yourself too hard. I raised a hand in front of my eyes, looking through the cracks of his fingers at the gray ceiling, thinking, if you don't carry such a heavy future, maybe I can live an easy life now. I'm supposed to be like everybody else. You can sleep at your desk during culture class. You can go straight to the internet cafe with your best friend after school. What does the future development of martial arts have to do with me? Anyway, by that time, I might have already died. Just be happy for the rest of your life. But eventually my hands suddenly clenched. His expression became serious and determined again. But now that I've seen it myself, how can I pretend I don't know anything anymore? And since I made my choice, how can you give up so easily? Even if the bones are broken, you must persist in pursuing things. Not everyone can have it. This is my choice, and I will burn for it. At this moment, the golden sun in my mind suddenly lit up. Infinite moments of light and heat are automatically activated, and it's creating a dense network of tiny blood vessels inside me. Shinzhao Pluto Sutra, Breakthrough. I've only experienced a breakthrough like this once before. But this time it worked significantly better. After the depression, I relaxed and quickly entered the dream space. First thing you do is check your future profile. Overall character rating reached a height of 3.5 stars. As for the experience, it's similar to what I saw last time, except for the title of Morning Star after it. As for why the resume photo is so handsome, probably related to later choosing to join the Eastern Military Region, because this time I lived 20 years less than the last time. He died early in a big battle with exotic beasts. Which means if you don't die, then I have a chance to reach the level 8 Grandmaster realm. Then a column caught my attention. Before that, the family situation was pretty normal, but when I saw the name on my mate, I was shocked. My future wife is the chief instructor Dong Qingxue. Make sure I'm not mistaken. I'm sweating. You know, Dong Qingxue looks very young. But he's actually a whole decade older than me. Am I being eaten by an old cow? But when you think about it, it makes sense. When I become a star, I will definitely join the Eastern Military Region, and then we'll spend a lot of time together. There's an old relationship, and there's an old relationship. It doesn't seem like it's possible. Thinking that instructor Dong Qingxue will become my wife in the future, I guess I won't be able to look at Dong Qingxue directly in the future. With that in mind, I quickly rushed towards the position of the Grandmaster Valkyrie. But it's not that I want to have a relationship with the Valkyrie, just trying to get her to beat me up and wake me up. The title of Morning Star is finally in my pocket, and get an unlimited supply of alien marrow energy, when other geniuses reach their limit by absorbing a single tube of alien blood, and I'm just not human enough to empty out the entire marrow pool. Just after I was defeated by the Valkyrie of Dreams, The instructor asked me to go to the square for the star recognition event. At this moment, everyone in the square has arrived. After coming in, I walked straight towards Yufei. Then Yufei personally wore the star badge for me. But what he said next made many officers tremble. I saw Yufei say to my face and face. Now he looks like a young marshal of our eastern military region. Even Dong Qingxue, who was on the side, was very emotional. Although the eastern military region has a morning star every year, but it's the first time I've ever seen him look like this. Then Yufei said to me again. This badge and the Grand Master badge are made of exactly the same material. It's just different styles. I hope one day you can actually wear the badge of a Grand Master. But hearing this, I calmly said with a solemn expression, there will be this day's teacher, and it wasn't that long ago. My words don't make people feel proud. As if he were stating something that he took for granted. Yufei was slightly stunned. He laughed. And the way they looked at me became fonder. Immediately after, the reward of the Morning Star began to be distributed. The top 10 will each receive a copy of the Alien Blood, and Yufei let the top 3 of us keep up with his footsteps. Hearing this, the eyes of several people immediately lit up. Everyone knows that this year's top 3 awards are unprecedented. The 4 of them will face a pool full of alien blood and marrow. Zhao Lai went crazy with jealousy at the thought of this. You know, he may have gotten a tube of alien blood, but the instructor lost 3 tubes of blood. On the other side, we've gone through a lot of scrutiny, finally arrived at the destination of this trip. Kong Qing and the others were shocked when they first came in. There was a huge beast head hanging above the room. Even in death, you can still feel the horror of its life. And then a short walk 2.5 minutes later, Yufei brought several people to several instruments. Then they undress them and prepare them for absorption. Hearing this, Xingji and the others couldn't wait to see him. His clothes exploded on the spot, and he wished he could start right away. Stripping eyes, Kong Qing walked in and immediately let out an exclamation. Out there, a tube of alien blood is a treasure, but there's a whole bucket of alien blood on this device for them to absorb, and the instructor told them. As long as their bodies don't absorb as much as they can, you can refill them indefinitely. But on the other hand, I didn't lie down in the machine. Instead, Yufei led them to the next room. In the middle of the room stood a huge spinal cord. Below the spinal cord there's a small pool that looks like a well. I looked curiously at the pale golden liquid flowing slowly in the pool. Doubt asked, is this the abnormal marrow? Why isn't it full? It's only half full. Dong Qingxue rolled her eyes when she heard this and said angrily, just the marrow here alone would cost more than 1.5 billion, and the stars in the past can't even absorb half of them here. If it's not enough, I'll get you a refill. Then he told me to hurry into the abnormal marrow pool. She didn't care much about the refill. And I'm not gonna talk anymore. Stripped down to a pair of shorts. Look at all these smooth, perfect muscles. Dong Qingxue's pretty face suddenly turned red. Good figure. Looks like he's working out. On the other hand, after I jumped into the pit of marrow, and let the liquid flood my head. And then my body went into an unconscious state. When I opened my eyes again, I suddenly sensed something terrible. There's a lot of energy around here that seems to be alive. It's like a beast that keeps coming into my body. I realized why others couldn't absorb it all. It turns out that this thing is so heavy on the body. But the next moment, I just opened my mouth and took a big gulp. Well, that's exactly what I want. Let me see where my physical limits are. As the massive influx of energy, my eyes suddenly lit up with blue light. And then every inch of my flesh, even every strand of hair, all immersed in the embrace of energy to eat freely. Even if this is the power of a beast, and I'm gonna make it mine. Soon 2.5 hours passed. Jia Haoran was the first to open his eyes. Seeing this, the officer next to him took the towel and praised. A genius indeed. You've almost absorbed all the alien blood in the bucket. Feel the explosive power contained in your muscles. A great confidence rose from his heart. After all, he is a psychic who focuses on spiritual power, so this blood just makes up for his flaws. But when Jia Haoran complacently asked others, the instructor said he was the first to come out. Hearing this, Jia Haoran's face turned cold, because the longer you spend in the pool, it proves that the more alien blood absorbed, the greater the benefit. But thinking of his true reliance on spiritual power, Jia Haoran did not cry too much. Just then, the incubator next door was opened. Kong Qing's figure appeared in front of Jia Haoran. She also absorbed a bucket of alien blood. After carefully feeling the changes in himself, she was pleasantly surprised to find that she was not only about to break through to level 4, the lightning elemental talent has also been enhanced, until 20 minutes have elapsed. Xingji, the strongest of the three, finally stepped forward. At this moment, Xingji's face was full of excitement. He'll be able to break through to level 5 if he just consolidates. Even the instructor on the side could not help but exclaim, "It takes up to 10 years for others to break through level 5. Now, it took him a year to complete his breakthrough." However, Jiahaoren looked at the 1/3 of the abnormal blood left in the culture chamber. Inexplicable questions asked why Xingji could not even absorb a bucket. However, Xingji did not explain, and walked out the door. At this time, the instructor on the side told him with a complicated expression, he'd have absorbed the first barrel long ago. Hearing this, Jiahaoren and Kong Qing were shocked. And this guy's been doing it in about the same amount of time. They've absorbed 2/3 more alien blood than they have. Of the three of them, Xingji was the most talented. I didn't expect the gap between them to widen. I didn't know that Xingji on the other side suddenly stopped walking. Then he looked at the different marrow room with horror. What's with the absorption in this room? At this time, Yufei slowly walked to the instrument. Ask everyone if the absorption results are smooth. Hearing this, Dong Qingxue smiled and said that everything was normal. It's just that the absorption speed of the abnormal marrow is a little amazing. Yufei is very calm about this. After all, the faster I absorb, the greater my potential. He even wants me to absorb it faster. But then a technician rushed over. It turned out that the foreign marrow of the reserve warehouse had already been completely emptied. At this time, the warehouse is the last abnormal marrow. Yufei was shocked when he heard this. He only absorbed half of the marrow when he broke through to Grandmaster, and now I'm only level 3, and I've used up a whole bin. But then he was full of expectations for me. So Yufei simply waved his hand. Have someone start pulling the marrow out of the warehouse, just so I can saturate this absorption. And at the same time, with the massive influx of energy, my immortal golden body is progressing. But because the chamber is so cramped, I can't even do my exercises. So I went straight into dream space. Then he practiced the stellar body tempering technique in the dream, and that's when the text just dropped the marrow. As a result, the pith that had been reversed was absorbed instantly. The technicians panicked. Ask Yufei if he continues to refill his cup. Yufei didn't even think about it. With a wave of his hand, the huge military resources are fearless. After 2 more barrels of level 4 abnormal marrow were poured down, I was just wearing a hint of gold in my bones. At this moment, it suddenly emitted a golden light. And as a result, I've been able to absorb the marrow from the incubator in an instant. The technician was trembling all over. He hasn't seen anything like this in years. Soon Yufei also sat on the ground. Even though he was a 7th grade Grandmaster General, I'm losing my composure now. But soon he started to attack himself again. After all, I ate so many barrels of abnormal marrow. I'm sure it'll be hard not to join the Eastern Military Region. I don't know what's going on out there. At this moment, my bones are all stained with gold. And between the bones and the muscles, it's like something's growing. And then I raised my hand and waved. It was discovered that this was the inner strength that only those who had stepped into level 4 would have, different from others who can only generate inner strength. Now that I've also completed the refinement of the immortal golden body, my physique will receive an unprecedented terrifying upgrade. At this point, I also realized that level 4 abnormal marrow could not help me continue to break through. I decided not to stay any longer. The next moment, with a bang, the incubator exploded. As the residual pith smoke dissipates, a slender figure slowly straightened up. I saw the perfect body as if it were natural. Her jade-like skin revealed a golden luster. This scene made everyone gasp. On the other side, Dong Qingxue's eyes showed a trace of brilliance, but I didn't know I was just getting dressed. A terrible aura suddenly enveloped me. Yufei's eyes were burning. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed me. The person on the side quickly let out an exclamation when he saw this, but I didn't hide. Instead, he looked expectant. My right arm is as thin as a bough. Master skills burst out in 10 days. The next moment 10 illusory golden suns rose from behind me. Seeing this, the energy in Yufei's hand also turned into a flood dragon. Let those two forces collide. As the terrifying waves spread rapidly, the techs in the room were scared out of their minds. and I was knocked back a few meters. When I stopped, I had no choice but to smile bitterly. Master, you're using too much force. I just got into level 4. But Yufei's eyes lit up when he landed. Laughing, although I just entered the 4th grade, but he already has the image of a master. I spread my hands, but I really only have 4. However, Yufei seemed to remember something when he saw it. I don't care if you're level 4. He ate 15 billion of my marrow fluid. A slap in the face is a light blow. As soon as these words came out, Xing Ji and the others were shocked. You know, the cost of storing a barrel of pith is $1 billion. 13 times, that's 13 billion. At the 1.5 billion in the original incubator, I didn't expect to spend 14.5 billion to break through to level 4. I thought we could get closer after absorbing the alien blood. And it turns out the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Even the way the instructors looked at me changed. You know, Grandmasters have to start at $1 million at the very least. Even if he knew Yufei couldn't fight with all his strength. But that would require at least 500,000 combat effectiveness. The point is, I've just entered level 4. If you wait until level 5 or 6, then wouldn't my combat power be able to break through millions? Even instructor Qin Shaojun found it unbelievable. You know, a Grandmaster's palm attack is at least 1 million levels. Even he couldn't withstand the blow intact. But what's even scarier is that I haven't even taken the exam. Thinking of this, Qin Shaojun's heart suddenly trembled. Then he turned around and shouted that he hadn't taken the test yet. That is, Dong Qingxue, who was beside him, broke out in cold sweat when she heard this, which means he's the only one who's gonna win this year. But on the other hand, I'm embarrassed. After all, there are 13 jars of level 4 abnormal marrow. This time the debt is indeed a little big. But Yufei waved his hand and said faintly, when the time comes, you go to the battlefield and kill more exotic beasts. It's not a waste of this marrow fluid. I immediately cupped my fists to show that I understood. It is the duty of every warrior to fight and kill enemies. I'm sure I'll contribute more. Yufei's eyes suddenly blurred when he heard this. Now you're a bit of a marshal. But before I knew it, Yufei laughed and left here. And he said he hoped I could reach the master level as soon as possible. At this time, Dong Qingxue also walked over and asked, have you decided which university to apply for? But I saw that Dong Qingxue had something to say. So I asked her if she had any good advice. Dong Qingxue said without hesitation, with your current strength, any martial arts university can be selected at will. But if you don't want to be too far away from home, Dongning Wuda is actually your best choice. Just as I was seriously considering Dong Qingxue's suggestion, unexpectedly, Dong Qingxue suddenly changed the topic. That's what I would have suggested a month ago. But now I suggest you go to Kyoto. Because Kyoto has 7 holy martial arts schools. It is also the origin of the most prosperous martial arts in the Dragon Country. It's where the best martial arts talents of the entire Dragon Country gather. As she spoke, Dong Qingxue's eyes suddenly became hot. Even if you can break the sacred martial tower record, then you can win the favor of the martial saint. I was shocked when I heard that. Because I knew in my dreams. A level 9 martial saint is the strongest person in the world today. Now, there are only 3 martial saints in the entire Dragon Country. Zhao Ji, the supreme martial saint, Mingyu martial saint Tan Zhongyu, and Dark Star martial saint Lin Jingyu. They represent the top of the age. At this time, Dong Qingxue continued, although I hope you can enter my alma mater Dongning University, but I think your future will go further than anyone else. I even have a vague feeling. Even martial saint isn't your destination. I was stunned to hear Dong Qingxue's evaluation. I didn't know she had so much faith in me. But when I think about it, it's not impossible. Now I have 3 level 11 supreme techniques. The future me will definitely be able to surpass that martial saint realm. But Qin Shaojun was stunned when he heard our conversation. It's like a silver saying that the world's #1 is nothing more than this. But he soon figured it out. Because with my talent, maybe it's not. But Dong Qingxue's expression suddenly became a little dim. Speaking of the highest-ranking Grand Marshal in the entire Dragon Country military region, now, he has only reached the realm of a level 8 Grand Master. As for the 9th rank Martial Saint, there was not a single one, and I wondered, could it be that all the resources of the military department could not pile up one? At this moment, Qin Shaojun slowly walked over. It's not as easy as you think. Because creating a level 8 Grandmaster, all the top military resources, 8 and 9 are only 1 level apart. But there's an unimaginable gap in the resources consumed. Therefore, a level 9 martial saint was trained. It's the biggest wish of the army in years. if I can stay in Dongning University. In the future, there is a high probability that the military will produce a level 9 martial saint, but she didn't want it to be my luck. She even supports me going to Kyoto Shunwu University. The most important thing is that she believes that I will definitely come back later. Hearing this, I immediately thought of the future recorded in my dream. After forcibly suppressing the throbbing in my heart, I said firmly with my eyes, "It's my duty to go to war and defend my country." Meanwhile, the support and care given to me by the Eastern Military Region, and I'll never forget it. Dong Qingxue smiled as soon as she said this. "And I trust you to keep your promise." Suddenly the warm smell in the air began to heat up. Qin Xiaojun seemed to have eaten something big. Then he covered his mouth and almost shouted. At this moment, Dong Qingxue suggested that I take advantage of the fact that there are still a few days left before the college entrance examination. I hope I can go to the Psychiatrist Association to take the test, because being a psychic gives you extra points on the SATs. I had a plan for that. So he nodded and agreed. And Dong Qingxue seemed to want to say something, but I didn't say it in the end. Right after I left here, Qin Xiaojun suddenly approached Dong Qingxue, smiling and asking if you're right about him. But before he could finish, I directly suffered a few chestnuts from Dongkings. Qin Xiaojun wasn't angry about this either. Instead, he showed an expression of surprise. Just after Dong Qingxue walked out of the room, she suddenly ducked behind the iron gate. At this moment, she saw 2 blushes on her face. Obviously, Qin Xiaojun's words accurately hit her heart. Soon 2.5 days passed. We returned to the sky above Liangqing in Dongning Province again. As the cabin door opened, Dong Qingxue said, "Are you sure this is the right place to get off?" I went to the door and looked around. "Make sure there are fewer people here. Let's get off here." The wind blows the hair of Dong Qingxue Jiao. "Let's wait for the helicopter to descend a little bit. I'm lowering the rope ladder." But I smiled and said no. Then, before Dong Qingxue could react, I just waved my hand and fell back. When Dong Qingxue reached the hatch, I have quickly become a small figure. Qin Xiaojun, who was beside him, suddenly rushed forward and shouted, "It's 200 meters off the ground." And he didn't have a parachute on his back. But Dong Qingxue had already regained her calm. "Speaking of which, he's already stronger than we are." Qin Xiaojun, who had recovered from his shock, heaved a sigh of relief. His face was complicated and he sighed. "What a lunatic!" On the other side, in Huangya Mountain in Liangqing, a middle-aged man is climbing a mountain with his son. Then the little boy suddenly grabbed his father and shouted, "Dad, look! Superman!" A black dot in the sky above zooms in quickly. Then I saw a figure descending from the sky. The middle-aged man was stunned when he saw it clearly. He opened his mouth and said that he was a martial artist, and he's a martial arts grandmaster who's at least level 7. On the other side, I carefully felt the strength of my whole body. I found out that my muscles, skin, even my internal organs, are completely beyond the normal level of 4. It's even scarier than defensive talent fighters. Soon after, I hit the ground hard. The terrifying waves of air began to spread in all directions. When the smoke clears, a very young boy appeared on the crater. The middle-aged man who saw this immediately felt incredible. This high school-looking teenager is actually a martial arts grandmaster. He felt like his worldview had been hit hard. In the end, he had to brainwash himself. Explain it's just a movie. And on the other side, I didn't care what other people were looking at me. I'm still breathing. After level 4, the inner strength is still constantly growing. It may take half a month to breed all of them. But the strange thing is that other people's inner strength is colorless. But at this moment, my inner strength is actually emitting a pale gold color, and every time you shoot, it comes with a brilliant golden light effect. For a moment, I didn't know if it was good or bad. But now the priority is to pass the psychic test. The next moment, I'm a phantom, running fast down the hill. After running for an hour, I came to the Spiritual Association of Dongning Province. After reporting, he took me directly to the assessment area, but the content of the test surprised me a little. At this time, only 3 people in the assessment area were queuing. The fat middle-aged man at the front was shaking with the ball, trying to stabilize the sphere in front of us. But in a moment of distraction, the sphere in front of him suddenly hit the wall. It also directly declared his test failure. The middle-aged man who saw this scene immediately cried out in pain. This is the 6th time he's taken the test. At his age, there may be no hope of a breakthrough later. The examiner just sighed. but apparently she's used to it. Then the examiner shouted. Next, Fifi. This is your third test, right? And as soon as he said that, a proud blonde girl came out. Said I passed level 1 at 20? It's normal to fail a few times at the age of 25. The examiner wanted the blonde to start. But then she noticed me coming in. The person in charge next to him quickly explained to the examiner. At this time, Colonel Dong Chinchu explained, take care of him. Blonde girls are a little weird when they see me. He sighed and said that he was so young that he actually came to participate in the assessment. And you don't know what I'm gonna do. We'll show them what a true psychic is. This is an era where the strong rule. But the psychic is the one who rules the world. However, when other mentalists can only operate one titan. But my hand turned the iron into stars. In order to score extra points on the SATs, I've decided to take the test at the Psychiatrist Association. But the minute I walked in, I got everyone's attention, because I'm too young. Among them, the blonde beauty Xue Fei walked over directly. If you don't understand, you can always ask her. And this is definitely helping me out. I immediately asked her about the assessment process. It turns out that the psychic assessment consists of 3 steps. The first is to use instruments to test the strength and purity of spiritual power. If the values are up to standard, you can take the practical test. The examiner is required to complete the examination within a specified time, control multiple dense iron balls to pass through holes in glass walls without damage, and once the ball hits the glass, it fails. For this, Xue Fei has been stuck 4 times at this level. At this moment, the examiner shouted Xue Fei's name. Xue Fei walked to the instrument with ease. As the instrument lights up in a flash, a screen appeared above the instrument. Mental strength 11.33. Xue Fei could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This value just meets the level 2 assessment standard, but it's the hands-on test that's important. Xue Fei walked to the trial ground seriously. Compared to the level 1 psychic assessment, level 2 assessment competition requires simultaneous control of 15 dense iron balls, and pass through 5 layers of glass in 20 seconds. But Xue Fei was already prepared for this. The next, her mental powers explode, then 15 balls slowly rose under her control. But now I see something. This test requires strong mental strength. In fact, the examiner is also required to fully withdraw his spiritual power. Make sure your psychic power doesn't break the glass. As Xue Fei waved her hand, all the balls in the air are rushing towards the glass. And just this simple operation let Xue Fei start sweating. Fortunately, her concentration got the results she deserved. The dense iron pellets all passed through the first layer of glass. After a little mental conditioning, Xue Fei decided to rush to the finish line. Soon the ball passed through the second and third layers. However, just as she was about to reach the 4th floor, the examiner's voice suddenly rang out. Time for the first test. Test fails. Hearing this, Xue Fei immediately became like a frosted eggplant. The control balls also fell to the ground. But soon she pulled herself together again. Because everyone has 3 chances to test. She's convinced she'll pass next time. I didn't know I had cracked the test. And knew that Sheffy had entered an arithmetic error. Soon, the second round of testing begins. This time Xue Fei decided not to retain his strength. Right from the start, she just released all her psychic powers, and she's faster than before. Under her control, all the balls quickly passed through the first layer, and then it went through the second and third layers at the same time. Xue Fei was also delighted to see this, because there's still 4 seconds left. Under Xue Fei's operation, the ball began to move forward, but at this point, her mental strength has been exhausted too much. Just as she's about to throw you, one of the balls hit the glass directly. And then the whole piece of glass broke. The second test failed. Xue Fei, who saw this scene, fell to the ground with her butt. Then she began to doubt herself. Maybe I'm really too far behind. And then I went up there. Tell her lightly. Actually, you can pass. You just don't do it the right way. Xue Fei, who heard this, also stopped denying herself, and asked me what I meant. And I'm going to manipulate a dense iron ball. Tell her this level isn't just mental. Actually, there's also the computational ability of a psychic. Xue Fei seemed to have thought of something when she said this. Before she could react, I'll just say it again. Your previous method was to control 15 balls per layer. And then we look for holes once at each level. But all you have to do is walk a ball through 5 layers of glass, and then you can manipulate 15 balls and take 15 different routes. Hearing this, Shui suddenly understood. Not only does this save mental energy from searching, and it reduces hesitation time. At this time, the examiner on the other side also laughed. It's a novel idea to say, but it's very difficult to do, because few people can track all the balls at once. But I smiled and said, it's hard for ordinary people. But it's nothing to a psychic. I suddenly raised my right hand under Shui-Fei's gaze. Then the dense iron in front starts shaking violently. The next moment, all the dense iron began to lift off. In that case, let me show you. I've surpassed level 4 psychics before I even took the SATs. When someone else's mental strength can only operate a small ball, I can manipulate thousands of them with ease. And you can do a fancy show on the spot. Just after Shui-Fei failed the test, I decided to show her my new idea myself. I saw the spiritual power in my hand condense instantly. All the little balls flew out of thin air. It's dense, like a big crowd. As I pointed in the direction of the glass wall, all the balls start to disperse in order. Like a pearl, it flies through the holes. All the spheres are like living beings with self-awareness. Fast through glass walls. When the last ball passes through the first glass wall, it only took a few seconds. The huge ball swarm all passed through 15 layers of glass. Then I turned to look at the examiner, who had already looked silly, asked me how many seconds it took. Hearing this, the examiner subconsciously looked at the time, trembling for exactly 10 seconds. That's pretty much what I expected. After all, it's my first time. Then I looked at Shui-Fei, who looked dull. Ask the way I show you? Now, do you understand? But Shui-Fei's mind was full of only one thought at this time. This is God's skill. I was like a magician. Even though Shefi can see my every move. But I can't understand how. At this point, even the examiner was completely confused. You know, that's 1,000 balls. Through a maze of holes in 10 seconds. And that would have to be a lot of complicated calculations. Suddenly the examiner seemed to have thought of something. Then he immediately asked the youth next to him to invite President Jiang. Meanwhile, in the president's office, the slightly mature President Jiang is fishing and fighting the landlord. He complained that even a level 4 psychic could not become the god of gamblers. Looks like the water's deeper than we thought. Then the office door was pushed open. The youth shouted, President, bad news! The president suddenly thought, can you talk? I'm fine. Why not? But the youth rushed to the president like a gust of wind. Then he went to the president's ear. When the president heard this, he didn't care about fighting the landlord, hastily operated the computer to turn on the monitoring of the assessment area. But what happened next made his expression change drastically. On the other side of the assessment area, I was just about to start testing my mental strength. And with a flash of light, 2 numbers pop up on the screen. Mental strength 435.87, purity of spiritual power 126.02. This value immediately stunned the examiners. They've never seen anything like this before. Shui-Fei even suspected that this instrument was wrong, because 400's spiritual power is terrifying, but it can still be understood. This is a level 4 psychic. But the purity of the spiritual power below makes everyone stupid, because the purity standard for a level 2 psychic is only 1. As a result, my spiritual power purity is 12 times higher than that of a normal level 4. It's impossible. At this moment, President Jiang stumbled in. The first thing to do is check the instrument for damage. But the examiner said that everything was normal. Just now. I already checked. I heard that. I was also wondering if there was a problem with this value. President Jiang's heart is quite complicated. Could this be the descendant of a level 8 psychic? Then he spoke hurriedly. Sir, don't get me wrong, it's just that your grades are unbelievable. I just smiled at that. There's one final test left. Let's get started. He said that the huge 4th level spiritual power in my body came out of my body. 1,000 balls lined up again like a trained team. As the exam begins, the clock starts. All of the balls are rapidly circling with an unfriendly line. But this time the impact is even worse than the last time, because this time it's faster than before. And yet I'm still not satisfied with that. The next moment, all the balls turn into a dragon, like a river flowing through 100 layers of glass. Almost instantly, all the balls complete the journey. At this point the examiner looked at the time. It took less than 5 seconds. Look at my relaxed face. Shuefei suddenly felt that the world was simply too magical. This operation is more than twice as difficult as before. And it turns out the time can be shortened. Even President Jiang felt his scalp tingle. It's like I got blown up in the face by 100 kings, because this level of manipulation, at the very least, it requires mental control comparable to that of a Grandmaster level psychic. President Jiang came back to his senses, which means he'll personally present me with a badge later. But I can only award level 4 psychics. Level 4 and above must be certified in Kyoto. Do you think this is okay? On the other hand, I can also see President Jiang's restraint, so he smiled and said, President Jiang, don't be nervous. I'm just a high school student preparing for the SATs. Hearing this, Shuefei's head immediately became dizzy. Asked me how old I am. I smiled and said, Of course I'm 18. Do you think I'm some kind of high schooler? Is actually a decades-old freak? Shuefei's cheeks turned red when she heard this. Then he nodded seriously. I can only point to my forehead speechlessly. You should read less fantasy novels. And then I told him that the reason he came to get certified, mainly to get extra points in the college entrance examination, otherwise I wouldn't have come to Liangqing. Shuefei suddenly blushed and asked, I have one more chance. You want to teach me? And I didn't say no to that. Just walk up to her and lift her arm. Let her feel the mental energy on the ball. But I don't know that Shuefei has already lost her mind. Decidedly began to self-strategy. 10,000 years later, the future has finally changed, but the reason is just a low-grade medicinal soup. Just now, I'm trying to pass the psychic exam. It directly exposed the mental power of the association president, and Shuefei is, after receiving my teaching, successfully passed the level 2 psychic test. But just as I was about to leave, President Jiang invited me to the celebration party. I shook my head and was about to say no, but met 2 pairs of expectant eyes. But in the end, I reluctantly agreed. But before that, I decided to take a break. At this time Shuefei volunteered to stand up, confident that he could drive me back to the hotel. And I didn't say no to that. Soon Shuefei led me to her red sports car. After saying goodbye to President Jiang, I'm gonna ride off in a red sports car. On the other side of the highway. I didn't communicate with Shuefei the whole way, just watched the traffic on the road quietly. But Shuefei's cheeks in the driver's seat are slightly red. And he'd sneak glances at me from time to time. She still can't believe it. I'm the co-driver. This ordinary little fresh meat, a genius that even the president of the Master Association respects, compared to the elite second generation she usually meets. I'm like the moonlight in Shuefei's eyes. I noticed something wrong with Shuefei. So he turned his head to Shuefei in confusion. Coincidentally, Shuefei just turned around and looked at me. Our eyes met instantly. This discovery immediately excited Shuefei. Then her pretty face suddenly turned red. The little heart started thumping so fast. Then a bold idea came to her mind. I heard that adolescent boys like mature older sisters. And she happens to be the sister type. The more Shuefei thought about it, the more likely it was. After a while, she succeeded in conquering herself. To get to the hotel early, Shuefei suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The red sports car turned into lightning and rushed out. Just a few minutes. We successfully arrived at the hotel. At this time, Shuefei just wanted to express her feelings with cloud brewing, and then I thanked him and unbuckled my seatbelt. Run! Hearing this, Shuefei was slightly stunned. Ask why you run? I pointed behind me strangely. You just sped through 5 red lights. We've got 2 uncle cars chasing us. Shuefei was shocked when she said this. And then he just ran out of here. Come to the hotel room. I turned on the TV and searched for information about pharmaceuticals, but unexpectedly, He Lingsu was on the news. She announced that the Church of Good Deeds officially changed its name to Lingxing Pharmaceutical, and in front of her is the spirit muscle blood soup I gave her. He Lingsu in front of the camera is extremely confident, claiming it would be an epical potion. Will take global martial arts to a whole new level. I'm very happy with that. I was just about to pick up my phone and call her, only to find dozens of her missed calls. After thinking about it, I put my phone down again. It's not too late to go back to Baihe City tomorrow and find her, but it's not like I don't have a solution. The next moment, I entered the dream and looked up information about Healing Su. As a result, he accidentally discovered Lingxing Pharmaceutical founded by Healing Su. Not only improved the spirit muscle-shaped blood soup, and eventually developed into a company with a market capitalization of more than 100 billion. Not only that, she eventually married Lieutenant General Lu Xing of the Eastern Military Region. And the next thing I know, it's not right. I almost jumped off the floor. What circumstances? Isn't that my name? And then I asked AI to pull up my profile. It turns out that besides Dong Qingxue in my spouse column, there is also an extra Lingxing Pharmaceutical Chairman He Lingsu, which means I'll have 2 wives in the future. What kind of magic is this? At this moment, I suddenly realized that I didn't know myself very well, but soon I came to my senses and comforted myself. After all, it's just an imaginary future. It won't be long before it keeps changing. After quickly crossing out personal data, I asked AI to pull up the recipe for the spirit muscle blood soup, but AI says I don't have enough clearance. Unable to obtain drug formulas above level 5. This result is beyond my expectation, because Lingji Zhuangxue decoction is originally a tonic that is not classified, and now it's a precious drug above level 5. And suddenly, something happened to me. Get AI to pull up world history right now. Sure enough, the planet was destroyed as usual. But its destruction was delayed by more than 10 years. I am excited at this moment, because this is the first time in a long time. For the first time, I managed to change future history. It's one small step for me. And then a bold idea came into my head. If I release those level 11 supreme techniques, let human martial arts develop over 10,000 years, can it change the fate of the human race being destroyed in the end? But I soon stopped thinking about it. Once I release these techniques in the 300 years of martial arts, then the existing order will be broken instantly. And my family and I will be at the center of all this. But more importantly, if that doesn't save the future of humanity, then my last spark will be extinguished. And then there will be no hope for humanity. So the best way to do that today is when I'm strong enough to control everything. Then slowly release these cultivation methods, because 300 years of martial arts, the human race is still weak. This era needs the right civilizational leader. For the first time, I found a shortcut to change the future, only to discover that it could destroy the existing order. In order to be able to control the future, I've decided to become the leader of 300 years of martial arts, and it turned out that my first psychic exam and scared the president of the Psychic Association, and cautiously hoped I'd stay for dinner. And I didn't say no to that. When I got back to the hotel, I immediately changed into a smart dress. In my heart, I silently planned the next plan. Then, after returning a message to his parents and sister respectively, he also told He Lingsu that he would return to buy her the day after tomorrow, have her prepare the ingredients for the 3rd prescription. He Lingsu, who can receive information, not only does not open. Instead, he was angry for 2.5 seconds and typed 100 words of complaint, but because someone's thighs are too thick. Gluttony, stupidity, these accusations were quickly deleted. Just leave the good ones. 4 words. Send them. Just as He Lingsu continued to immerse herself in her work, someone knocked on my hotel door. After opening the door, I found that the visitor was Xue Fei, who was dressed up carefully, exquisite makeup and a red dress. The whole person seems to be both royal and beautiful. Under Xue Fei's leadership, we soon arrived at a manor house. But I was slightly surprised by what I saw when I came in. I thought it was a simple dinner. I didn't expect so many people. Hearing this, Xue Fei smiled and explained, Old Jiang may look like a little old man. Actually, he's one of the most important people in the city. This is already a small scene after Elder Jiang tried his best to suppress it, and I was quick to let that go. Since Elder Jiang wants to have fun, let him have fun for one night. Anyway, I'm leaving Liangqing tomorrow. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dining room, Xing Dandan and his girlfriends also came here together. According to my best friend, this dinner tonight is not going to be easy. Almost all the people present were prominent figures in Dongning province, and the founder is the president of the Psychic Association. Xing Dandan, who was not very enthusiastic, suddenly became interested, because I mentioned going to the Mentalist Society earlier. But after seeing Xing Dandan's expression, my best friend, his eyes suddenly became sharp. I heard you fell in love with a high school student while traveling. You've been staying in Liangqing and haven't gone back to school. Just waiting for that kid. Then my girlfriend helplessly looked at Jing Dandan and continued to say, "You can even date a poor guy in college. We're gonna break up sooner or later. But I didn't think you'd like a high school kid. I think you're too inexperienced to be fooled." Although Jing Dandan wants to explain that the people she likes are very different, but girlfriends firmly believe that Jing Dandan is a love brain. Jing Dandan, who was scolded, was also a little depressed. Actually, she's been texting me a lot lately, but each message has an unread status. So she doesn't know if she's gonna get anything out of this. At this time, my best friend suddenly gathered beside Jing Dandan, and then he said to her mysteriously, "It is said that tonight's banquet, to celebrate the emergence of a level 4 psychic. He's on the same level as President Jiang. In the army, at least a colonel or even a senior colonel. If you're interested in someone like that, then our family can take off from where we are." However, Jing Dandan's attention is not here. Instead, he asked his best friend how old that level 4 psychic was. My best friend doesn't know about this either, but President Jiang is only a level 4 psychic at his age. So the new one shouldn't be too young. After all, a lot of women in their 40s are here tonight. And they weren't the only ones curious. At this time, President Jiang is receiving guests on the other side. The girls around me asked the same question. How could there be such a young level 4 psychic? President Jiang is also quite emotional about this. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it. But Jing Dandan, who didn't know anything, listened to her best friend's words. It's like you're losing interest again. Seeing this, my best friend suddenly became angry and did not fight. Don't think I don't know you're still thinking about that high school kid. There's no one in this circle but you and me. The others aren't sophisticated enough to get in here. Just as Jing Dandan was about to accept this fact, suddenly she saw a figure standing in the corner cooking. This familiar figure suddenly made Jing Dandan open his eyes wide. Meanwhile, on the other side, because Sheffield told me the dinner wouldn't start until later, so I just ate it at dinner. And that's when I noticed something. Then he turned around and said hello to the visitor. Jing Dandan on the other side was ecstatic after confirming that it was me, and then she left her best friend and ran over. But just as she was about to call me, she froze. Shuefei suddenly grabbed my neck from behind. Look at two people in front of you who are behaving intimately. Jing Dandan suddenly stood in place with a blank face. Just when she was losing her mind, a woman's voice suddenly rang in her ear. This is an era where martial arts are revered, but the psychic is the one who rules the world. And I'm already a level 4 psychic before I even took the SATs. Not only did Shuefei easily pass the level 2 psychic master assessment, he even crushed the association president in terms of control. But when the president invited me to dinner, unexpectedly, Jing Dandan and her best friend were also here. But when she saw me talking and laughing with Shuefei, she suddenly hesitated to approach. But in the end Jing Dandan still bit his teeth, came up to me and smiled and said hello. I was also surprised by Jing Dandan's appearance, but then I remembered she was local. However, Jing Dandan on the other side noticed something strange, even though we've only been apart for a few days. But now I've become even more unfathomable. But I don't feel much about it. Just smiled and introduced Jing Dandan to Shuefei, but at this moment, a teasing voice sounded. Dandan, who is this? You don't even introduce me to friends. Jing Dandan did not hide it when he saw it. This is the friend I mentioned before. Hearing this, Xian Yuan's best friend suddenly opened her eyes wide. No wonder Dandan is so obsessed. I didn't know you were so handsome. Then she looked at Shuefei next to me. After a moment, there was a look of understanding in her eyes. There's speculation about how I got in here. Her enthusiasm for me cooled at the thought. But he praised me as the best of the best. But for me as a psychic, I can't hide her subtle mood changes from me. So I just said hello lightly. Then she pretended to ask me casually where I was from. But to think that I'm dealing with a high school student. She suddenly felt like laughing. However, I looked at Xian Yuan in front of me with a little teasing. People from Shirakawa. I guess you're gonna ask my parents next. Find out about my family background. And by the way, how did I get in here? Xian Yuan immediately revealed a shocked expression when he heard this, because that's exactly what she wanted to say. But I didn't have time to play the same old game with her. He said hello and left them. Because I was born a normal child. That might seem a little sensitive to outsiders. But I know what I really want to protect. So no matter what humiliation or injury, I'm not gonna let that happen. On the other hand, my departure left several people unresponsive. Then Xue Fei glared at Xian Yuan. He ran straight in my direction. Jing Dandan just wanted to follow up. And then the next second, my best friend stops me. Such a man is not worth it. I saw my girlfriend explaining to Jing Dandan very confidently. I haven't said anything yet. That's how he reacted, which means he cares about the dots I mentioned. This kind of person has no ability but high self-esteem. But to put it bluntly, it's low self-esteem. Then Xian Yuan continued to tease and said, "Do you know who that woman is? She is the genius seed of this generation of Xue family. It is said that he has passed the level 2 psychic test. Look at how close he is to Xue Fei. It must have been appearances or something to hook up with Xue Fei, to get into this dinner party." Then she suddenly grabbed Jing Dandan's shoulder and opened her mouth. To put it bluntly, he's a gigolo. Open your eyes and see what he really is. Xian Yuan's words hit Jing Dandan's heart like a hammer. Then Xian Yuan helplessly looked at Jing Dandan. I know the truth. Sometimes it's cruel, but it's something everyone has to deal with. Watching me and Xue Fei talking and laughing. At this time, Jing Dandan's heart has also been somewhat shaken, but suddenly something like the sun came to her mind. Jing Dandan seems to wake up from a dream. She slammed her hands on her cheeks. Then the eyes gradually became firm. On the other hand, Xian Yuan, her best friend, looked at her with a witness. At this time, Jing Dandan has become extremely confident. He's definitely not who you say he is. Just when Xian Yuan thought Jing Dandan was still obsessed, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd ahead. President Jiang strode out in a suit. The crowd's gaze followed President Jiang's footsteps and moved. At this time, Xian Yuan also became a little excited. She guessed that President Jiang might be introducing the level 4 boss. Soon, President Jiang crossed the crowd. And then he walked right in my direction. Xian Yuan, who saw this scene, was immediately shocked. Some incredible speculation floated in her mind. On the other side, President Jiang was looking at me apologetically. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry. I didn't know you didn't like the crowds. President Jiang bears a heavy responsibility. I'm glad I could help. Hearing this, President Jiang was obviously relieved, and then he gave me a nice speech. Then he began to mobilize his spiritual power. The next second, he starts to introduce loudly to everyone in the field. The man standing next to me. That's the new level 4 psychic from our Dongning Provincial Psychic Association. Under the influence of President Jiang's level 4 spiritual power, his words reached everyone's ears with great clarity. All eyes were on me in an instant. When people see what I look like. There was an uproar at the party. All kinds of amazing, unbelievable sounds. And Xian Yuan was shocked to sit on the ground. At this time, Jing Dandan came to her side and muttered, "You said stepping on the stars like this, a figure as bright as the sun. Could it be the guy you're talking about?" The first time that the first star of the army took part in the teacher examination, he directly displayed his spiritual force to crush the president. But at the banquet hall that President Jiang hosted for me, and I'm being described as a guy who gets ahead by his looks. However, after President Jiang officially announced my identity, there was an incredible exclamation at the banquet. And Xian Yuan was scared to sit on the ground. To redeem her image with me, Xian Yuan decided to find his girlfriend Jing Dandan to help, but Jing Dandan seems to have lost his soul at this time. Look at me shining like the sun. She realized that everything was her own wishful thinking. She and I were never in the same world. And I turned down a lot of business card offers. He took a cab and left. Next thing you know, you're home celebrating the 4th of July with your family. After all, as a high school student from an ordinary family, this kind of high society is still not suitable for me. I came here today just to give President Jiang face. What I want most is family and martial arts. Due to the National Day Expressway all the way red, the 2.5-hour journey ended at noon the next day. But luckily, Mom made dinner when we got home. Mom was so happy to have me back. My sister stood up even more. Then she came up to me with a puzzled look on her face. She found out I'd grown 10 centimeters after a trip. Seeing this, I squint at Lu Qinghe and sigh. Is it possible you're shorter? Lu Qinghe wanted to get angry when he heard this, but I heard me laughing and saying to her, "It's just in time for your school break. After dinner, I'll test your skills. If you haven't improved after all my meds, then don't blame me for letting you eat chestnuts until you're full." Lu Qinghe was so scared that he shivered. But that's when Mom came and saved her life. But right at dinner, I noticed something different about Dad. That's when Dad explained. Turns out he's been taking my tonic all this time. And now you look 20 years younger. I told Dad they were from friends. Just let Dad eat. Mom and Dad didn't say much about it. They know that ever since I became the star of Baihe City, there are a lot of people who suck up to me, so it's normal to have so many resources. But that's not my main goal today. And as we were having dinner, I suddenly said, since everyone's free today, why don't we go check out the apartment? This sentence immediately confused the three people in the family. Soon the family came to the new house. Looking at the high-end gorgeous new house, the family was stunned. But then the father looked worried again. After all, such a luxurious house must be expensive. But I put my hands in my hands and said proudly, I've been out doing all kinds of things for months. I can buy a few villas with the money I earn. Mom felt a little dizzy when she heard such a bold answer. After all, what I just said was a little exaggerated. Even my sister was suspicious. Are you really my brother? Or were you possessed by aliens? I rubbed my sister's head. Just let your parents settle down. The main thing is that my sister and I usually need to practice martial arts, so a house with a martial arts training room is the best. Then I turned to my sister and said, now let me see how much you've improved. Then I picked up Lu Qinghe and walked to the backyard. In the training room, the younger sister is ready to pose, but I could tell right away that her look was flawed. Tell her to cut down on the bells and whistles and get to work. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe directly jumped high, then a flying kick came straight at me. But I didn't even look at the onslaught. I suddenly reached forward. The next second, he grabbed his sister's feet. The sister who fell to the ground was obviously very dissatisfied, explaining that it was because of the grade difference. After all, she hasn't even reached the official martial artist level yet. It's definitely not a problem of my poor skills. Seeing my sister crying, my heart softened. You stand up first. I'll teach you something. It's some practical tips that I summarized myself. Lu Qinghe instantly changed his face when he heard this. He asked me expectantly if I was a martial arts manual. That's pretty fast. With this skill, she won't be at a disadvantage when she goes out. You can treat it as a martial arts manual, but don't let it get out. Soon Lu Qinghe followed my movements and moved. And what I taught her was radio gymnastics, which never existed. Chitsai Sunshine. But Lu Qinghe, who was on the side, learned to learn, but he deserted. She watched me go from being a normal high school kid and grow to be this brilliant. Even though everyone says it's because I'm enlightened, but she thinks I have a secret. And right now, this exercise may be the key to my rise. When the time comes, I will have mastered this key secret, with her own ingenuity. It's easy to pass my brother. Just as she was indulging in her fantasies, but did not find a pair of eyes looking at her sharply. Is this how you're usually distracted in class? Voice just fell. A hand knife slammed into Lu Qinghe's head. My sister is a top martial arts genius, and I'm the school's notorious practice loser. But when my 10,000-year dream officially opens, I've comprehended the realm of level 6 Grandmaster in one fell swoop. He has become a martial arts star representing the whole province. But when I come home as the morning star, only to discover that my sister hasn't even stepped into the official martial arts. To speed up my sister's growth, I decided to teach her radio gymnastics 10,000 years from now. Chitsai Sunshine. But she only finished one set of gymnastics. The next moment, she collapsed. Just when Lu Qinghe thought I was cheating on her, I smiled and let her feel her body. As she slowly clenches her hands, she finally felt a change in her body. The next second Lu Qinghe suddenly sat up excitedly, because it's the same exercise. But she found that the effect was dozens of times better than before. I know I can't tell anyone about the dream, so I have to find a way to fool Lu Qinghe. So I said lightly that this is ordinary radio gymnastics, just the latest version. Just like the device you're using right now, it's probably version 2.0, but in fact, version 10.0 has already been developed in the laboratory. Lu Qinghe was shocked. Which means I'm actually a lab rat. I smiled and told her not to worry. The content of this exercise is actually quite mature. It just hasn't reached the point where it can be fully promoted. But Lu Qinghe is still worried about Zhong Zhong. If something happens, she'll be disabled. Looking at Lu Qinghe, who is saying more and more frustrating words, I'm just gonna go over there and kick her ass. After 2.5 minutes of fun, I told Lu Qinghe seriously. The people who taught me won't let me tell anyone about this exercise, otherwise, it's not just me, and we're gonna be in a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe suddenly became a little panicked. Brother, you passed this body training technique on to me. It's not dangerous if they find out. I just waved my hand at that. Then he opened his mouth affectionately and said, No way, because you're my sister. This made Lu Qinghe's touch value instantly full. As expected, his own brother is still reliable, risking his life to teach her the secret to becoming stronger. But she quickly realized. Since this exercise is so important, and how did you get it? I told her not to worry. This routine is definitely legit. But then I said to her with a serious expression, Our entire family lives are at stake here. Remember, don't let anyone find out. Not even your teachers or your best friends. Lu Qinghe nodded cautiously. That he would keep it a secret from everyone. I am very satisfied with her attitude. Decided to teach her a few more times myself. When you're done, you can go back to your room and practice on your own. Lu Qinghe seemed to have thought of something. I used to sneak into my room to cultivate. And then she was excited to think that she was more talented than I was, so maybe she can surpass me in the future. I don't care about Lu Qinghe's thoughts. After saying goodbye to her, I prepared to go to find Heelingsu, and it's still at the same restaurant. After opening the door, I found that Heelingsu had arrived early. I sat directly across from her. Then expertly ordered dozens of steaks. Compared to the last gnashing of teeth, this time, Heelingsu appeared to be a lot calmer, and I'm not being polite. Asked her directly about the current business situation of the company. In fact, the main product at present is Lingji Zhuanshuai soup. The initial price was 49,888. Positioning is to have a certain economic level of high-end customers. The results were available in less than a week. 20,000 portions of the blood-strengthening soup have been sold out, and the repo rate is ridiculously high. I believe that it will definitely become a star product in the tonic industry soon. However, Heelingsu suddenly opened her mouth helplessly. With the current sales situation, we definitely need to open a branch, but it might be a little difficult to finance. In fact, I already understand the subsequent development of Heelingsu, but the details still need to be followed up in time. I told her not to worry too much about the upfront funding. I'll turn her around later. And then I went on to tell her, during this time, I have to prepare for the college entrance examination. Looking at this young man who is calmly cooking, Heelingsu was shocked to realize what. Sometimes she almost forgets. The man in front of me exudes a terrifying aura. In fact, he's still a high school student who hasn't finished his college entrance examination. Half a year ago, I guess I wouldn't have thought of it. He will entrust the fate of his family to me. But in its current form. How wise my decision was. After the briefing, Heelingsu decided to get up and leave here. Now she is full of hope for the rise of the He family. And the point is, I gave her the blood tonic soup. What she doesn't know is that my goals aren't limited to this. Even though Spirit Saint Pharmaceuticals can provide me with a lot of money in the later stage, but most importantly, it allows me to secretly create future remedies. As for Ho Ling-su's loyalty, I have to weigh it, although Lingxing Pharmaceuticals seems calm now. But there's a lot of trouble behind it. When the time comes, under the pressure of these external forces, and I'll be a safe haven for Spirit Pharma. But now the most important thing is to improve their own strength. The first thing that can be done is to forge a spiritual weapon. The second is the further breakthrough of the immortal golden body. Once those two conditions are met, my strength will be greatly improved, thus obtaining the combat power to kill the Valkyrie head-on. So in just 2 months, my family and I moved into our new home in Washington. Lu Qinghe ran excitedly to the training room for the first time. While Mom and Dad were busy picking up gifts and visiting neighbors, I wanted to come along. But my father said that tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination. Let me rest at home today. Once I get a provincial champion. That's what's important. However, compared to the college entrance examination, I'm longing for something else now. Back in the room, I went straight into the 10,000-year dream. Now my inner strength has been tempered into golden amber. Level 5 is just a thought. But once I'm able to complete the third tempering of my inner strength, then my fighting power will be increased several times. Plus, I've absorbed countless memory fragments over the past few months. My 10 complete martial arts has changed from quantitative to qualitative. At this point, even I don't know how much stronger I am, and the best way to prove it. It's to fight the Valkyrie in the dream space. As the Valkyrie slowly walked out of the ice domain, I went straight up in flames. But with 20 times the power of a star. I managed to inflict damage on the Valkyrie. But the Valkyrie's fighting spirit is too strong, just one turn and I'm kicked straight out. But the next second, where I landed, there was a fire. And then I flew out of the ruins with flames. Level 2 flame breath was switched successfully. Not only can I conjure a fireball out of thin air with this breath, it can also cause a strong explosion effect when attacking. But in the face of my full power, the Valkyrie suddenly smiled strangely. Blue ice picks started coming out of him. Then an ice tower burst out of the body. However, I have a strong sense that I have long been wrong. Quickly activated breath of wind to avoid all attacks. Compared to the previous ice, it hangs. Now I can hold out against the Valkyrie for 2.5 minutes. And this is the evolution that benefits the first form of the 10 complete martial arts. I still need all my martial arts to break through to the fine realm, but all this will have to wait until after the college entrance examination. After the SAT, my access will be further developed. You can get the follow-up techniques of the 3 great level 11 martial arts. At that time, with the addition of the whole body's inner strength, he reached level 5. Maybe we can take down the Valkyrie. The more I understand how terrifying her ice spear martial arts grandmaster is, but now I have my own weapon. With a clang, countless blades flew out. This is the seamless blade wheel I spent 2.7 billion on. Think about the auxiliary materials that you wanted to buy for 5 million in the first place. Now I realize how ridiculous I was. You know, Wu Shijin's spiritual spider silk only weighs a few pounds, and this blade will cost 27 kilograms of dense silver. But instead, it's a killer punch. Even in martial arts for more than 10,000 years, psychiatrist is still a highly sought-after top martial arts class. And in the resource library is a simple introduction to the seamless knife wheel. Those below level 5 can kill grandmasters. Of course, if the grandmaster can stand still and let you kill him, but even so, I can already see the power of telekinesis. I saw that the handprints in my hands kept changing. Hundreds of silver blades flew out of the fog room in an orderly manner, but the Valkyrie's fighting spirit was too strong. The endless blade wheel could not penetrate within 3 feet of her, and any knife wheel she hits. She's got ice on her, and she can't move. Although there is a heaven-defying killer move in the endless blade wheel, as long as it is used, it can severely damage the Valkyrie. But as a result, my mental strength will be drained instantly. In the end, he still couldn't escape the end of being shot dead. The most important thing is that I have to take the college entrance examination tomorrow. Now, I don't have to risk mental debilitation. Thinking of this, I use breath of wind to leave here. I'm so distressed to quit the dream, even though I know I'm stronger now. But I still don't know where my limits are. And the Valkyrie is too strong to be wrong. Now if we do this, she'll hurt me and I'll die. But soon I made up my mind. Perhaps the college entrance examination is the best time to test, right after my mother's breakfast. My sister decided to go to the college entrance examination venue with me, feel the atmosphere of the college entrance examination in advance. Soon Dad drove up to the house, urging us to hurry up and set off. In Dad's encouragement all the way, we soon arrived at the city sports center. After getting off the bus, the crowd scene made me slightly stunned. As I spread out my mental powers, parents' exhortations and inspirations are heard. Looks like it's not just candidates. Even parents are extremely nervous about the college entrance examination, and that makes me a little generous. It seems that I haven't returned to normal life for a long time, although only 2 months have passed. But I've changed so much. In the affirmative eyes of father and sister, I walked inside the sports center alone. As soon as we entered, the invigilator introduced the rules to us. The first part of this college entrance examination is to test our blood gas. However, just as the examinees lined up to enter the blood gas room, one of the proctors noticed something unusual about the team. It's a normal queue. But there's more than a meter between me and him. Only to hear the examinee behind me trembling and defending. Examiner, no. I don't want to move on. Yeah, I get nervous whenever I get close to him. Yeah, he was fine when he first came in. I don't know why I'm getting nervous. When the invigilator heard this, he wanted to come to the training hall. What's wrong with them? But as he walked past me, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. After feeling it carefully, the whole person suddenly felt a huge shock. At this moment, I was exuding an imposing aura. One look at him, and he's like he's been raped. The invigilator suddenly shouted in his heart the quintessence of Chinese culture. He knew that this was the first time a martial artist's vitality had reached a certain level, an aura that naturally emanates from the body. The examinees' bodies felt this kind of pressure. So it triggers a self-defense mechanism to stay out of danger. Although the proctor has seen similar situations before. But this happens to an 18-year-old college entrance exam student. The invigilator thought about it, and felt a little scared. In the end, for the sake of other candidates' college entrance examination success, the proctor had to decide to let me in early for a blood gas test. The whole audience was shocked when this was said. Then they all breathed a sigh of relief and quickly moved away from me. I couldn't help sighing. Because this is actually the result of my efforts to restrain myself. Then I strode into the blood gas room. But as soon as I came in, I found a noise coming from the room. At this time, I saw a red light flashing rapidly on the front blood measuring instrument. Illegal drugs detected in blood. The examinee quickly shouted an explanation. This is the chicken soup that his chicken brother gave him to drink. I didn't even know it was forbidden. But a few invigilators looked indifferent. Without a word, grab this candidate and walk out. After the candidate was dragged out of the examination room with despair on his face, Examiner Lan spoke sternly. I warned you at first. What you've eaten in the past 2 days, what you shouldn't have eaten, you have to say it immediately, because once you're caught cheating on the SATs, he'll never be accepted into a martial arts college again. Then the invigilator pointed at me and said, You're next. Hearing this, I strode directly past the invigilator. An invisible pressure spread out from my body. Everyone's face changed instantly when his wife was present. The proctor closest to me couldn't help but tremble. After calming down, the proctor was about to ask me if I was ready, but before he could finish, I'll just take out the bent needle. Asked the proctor to change the needle. I don't think a needle of this grade can pierce my skin. Seeing this, the invigilator looked at me with pity eyes. And then something came to me. Quickly pull out a batch of higher-grade blood collection needles from the drawer. Let me see which one pierces the skin. And I just grabbed all the equipment. Then he decisively slapped the needle. It can be said to be an advanced blood-taking needle that can take blood below level 5. And the next, all the needles broke in my hand. They served as examiners for God knows how many years. It's the first time I've met a candidate who can't even get blood out. Helpless invigilator can only ask for instructions from above. Let me test the combat effectiveness index first. I nodded and agreed, but his intuition told him, and I'm not gonna be able to do my combat test right now. At the same time, in the room of Baihe City's Unified Examination Building, Su Yaodong, the general director of this college entrance examination, is playing chess. Opposite him is Director Liu of Baihe City Education Ju. But just when the two of them are happy, and the secretary just pushed the door open and barged in, claiming to have something important to ask. Su Yaodong, who was interrupted, was slightly unhappy, but I asked the secretary what happened. However, the secretary's expression was a little strange at this time. Said an invigilator wanted to apply for a more advanced needle. Su Yaodong frowned even more when he heard this. Isn't there a high-end blood draw in every exam room? If it's not enough, just give them another one. But the secretary's answer made the person in charge lose his composure instantly. It turned out that the examinee who broke was an advanced blood sampling needle. At this time Su Yaodong also realized the seriousness of things. Send the secretary to the control room to get the special blood collection equipment, and asked the secretary to give him the details of the examinee. Su Yaodong carefully checked the information but began to sweat. And then his expression got a little complicated. Then he smiled and congratulated Director Liu. White River City has a son of a unicorn. However, Director Liu's reaction made him look a little surprised. Director Liu doesn't seem surprised at all. Hearing this, Director Liu smiled and explained how much he had a bottom line. It turns out that Dongning Province holds the selection of Morning Star every year, and every downtown talent camp is a screening process. Only the most outstanding cadets in the talent camp to qualify for the selection of the Morning Star. Director Liu explained with a smile. The first star of this year's Morning Star happens to come from our White River City. Speaking of which, Su Yaodong also understood. With this kind of strength, How can you be qualified to challenge the provincial martial arts champion? Thinking of this, Su Yaodong suddenly felt emotional, so I decided to get in touch with the son of the unicorn myself. But then something happened. The whole room suddenly began to shake violently, just when they thought it was an earthquake. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped him. Even Su Yaodong and Bureau Chief Lu felt their hearts palpitate. After the vibration disappeared, Su Yaodong was full of doubts. As he probed, Su Yaodong suddenly opened his eyes wide. The source of that fluctuation is actually the combat strength test room. Turns out it was 5 minutes ago. Under the guidance of the invigilator, I came to the combat strength examination room. The invigilator who measured the combat effectiveness was slightly stunned, because the next blood gas doesn't seem to be coming in yet. The blood gas examiner immediately went up when he heard this, told him what happened in the blood gas room, and asked the invigilator to change to a more advanced instrument. But the invigilator smiled confidently. He said that this is the most advanced test equipment. The maximum limit is 990,000 combat power. Even if it's a level 6 fighter, there won't be any problems. Then the invigilator called me to the test. Let him see how much fighting power this year's geniuses have. I smiled and nodded. After reporting his name and candidate number, he went straight to the front of the test instrument. But the next moment, my actions made the proctor's heart jump. I saw a strong aura coming from my body. Traces of red energy began to fill the room. The invigilator also changed his confidence at this time, trembling so I can start testing now. But I didn't do it right away. In the reflection of the proctor's dark eyes, a blazing fire burned rapidly from me. Fire breath switch successful. Immediately after, Shinzhou Pluto Meridian is activated at full power. A fictional heart was constructed there. And then a horrible aura exploded from me. An invisible force field seems to distort the surrounding air. The invigilator who saw this scene had already opened his mouth wide, but my limits aren't limited to that. The next moment, a massive mental force is activated. Golden light blooms instantly. At this moment, I feel like I know everything. The first form of 10 complete martial arts activated. As I condensed 20 times the power of stars, the ground beneath my feet suddenly collapsed. At this moment, the examiner finally realized that something was wrong. It's like a wild beast. It's not the strength of a level 6 martial artist. In their incredulous eyes, 10 golden suns rising fast. Master skill 10 days in the same day instant condensation. This is the first time I've used all my states in real life. It's the only way I know my true strength. With a tsunami of terrifying energy. It was as if there had been an earthquake in the entire unified examination building. The house constructed of plastic sheets almost collapsed at this moment. When the energy finally settles, I stood alone in front of a cloud of smoke. But after seeing the situation clearly, the two invigilators were directly stunned. I saw a test instrument capable of withstanding 990,000 combat power. At this moment, I punched him directly. That means my punch exceeded 990,000 combat power, and that's the level of grandmasters. Just as the two examiners were feeling overwhelmed, Su Yaodong and Director Lu finally arrived at this time. Ask aloud what happened. The invigilator seemed to have a backbone. The next second, he pounced directly on Su Yaodong, yelling, "Hey man, somebody's hanging up here." This guru, he's pretending to. The long-prepared martial arts school examination finally came to an end. Not only did I refresh the college entrance examination record of Dongning Province, it is also a 4th-level explosion directly comparable to the realm of grandmasters. Right after I blew up the power tester with one punch, Su Yaodong, the chief person in charge of the college entrance examination, waved his hand directly, immediately stopped the candidates outside and continued the examination, and sent someone to coordinate a grandmaster force measuring instrument. He could tell just by the invisible aura around me. I definitely have a lot of battle experience. At this moment, he had a vague guess in his heart. Soon 2.5 minutes passed. The proctor brought in new testing equipment. Su Yaodong no longer hesitated. Just pick up the grandmaster blood needle and stick it in my hand. But with my skin easily punctured. Only to discover that my blood is completely different from that of ordinary people. Director Lu, who was on the side, broke out in a cold sweat. Blood clots but does not disperse. That's what the blood of a grandmaster shows. Although it can't fall to the ground like the blood of a grandmaster. But that's enough exaggeration. Even Su Yaodong can't imagine how I did it. At this time, the blood test instrument finally swept my blood in seconds. Then a number pops up on the screen. Blood gas 1233.56, fighter level 6. Director Liu immediately felt his scalp tingle. I actually directly refreshed the blood gas college entrance examination record in Dongning province, but I wasn't surprised by the result myself. After all, I still have the blood essence amplification of the Xinjiao Pluto Sutra. A brand new Grandmaster dynamometer was brought up. Su Yaodong told me, because no one in White River City has ever truly reached the Grandmaster standard, so this Grandmaster level combat equipment has hardly been used. He was suddenly generous when he thought of it. But on the other side, I heard it and no longer hesitated. I saw a trace of throbbing breath coming out of my body. The first form of the 10 complete martial arts is fully activated, 20 times the stellar force. Master skills 10 days in the same day. There was a loud boom in the clouds. The white airwaves pushed everyone back. Su Yaodong looked at me with shock. This is definitely the will of the Grandmaster. What he's been chasing for years. And now it's in a boy under 18. Even Director Lau knows the meaning of this sentence. This is clearly the 7th level of the road has been completely opened. In time, I'll be a teenage Grandmaster. On the other side, I slowly retracted my arm. This time, the instrument did not explode again. It's just that there's a dent missing from the hit. And then a screen on the instrument showed up. Combat Effectiveness Index 1.26 million. Seeing this, Director Liu was ecstatic. However, Su Yaodong found something wrong. Because my combat power has clearly reached the level of a Grandmaster, but my attacks show no sign of stellar energy. At this time, Director Liu also realized the seriousness of the problem. I hurriedly asked why I didn't use my anger. Hearing this, I explained helplessly that I am not a level 5 martial artist yet. I saw my hands start to catalyze the appearance of Gang Qi, but then the stellar energy quickly disappeared in my hands. Director Liu saw the situation and both of them were struck by lightning. I didn't expect to be able to fight a Grandmaster before I reached level 5. Su Yaodong, who was beside him, sighed. It seems that your Baihe city is really going to have a true dragon this time. Director Liu's eyes became brighter and brighter when he heard this. The so-called Denglong is the emergence of a great master. The entire White River City has never been seen before. So Director Liu turned his head directly to the Invigilator and instructed, send the results to President Xiao and the Eastern Military Region immediately. On the other hand, I didn't stay after the exam. He walked right out of the exam building and found his dad and sister. At this time, the two of them are looking forward to asking me how I did on the test. I smiled to show that it was better than expected. It shouldn't be a problem to get to Kyoto. After taking a commemorative photo with his family, my high school days are finally over. When I got home, I went straight into the 10,000-year dream. Sure enough, this time my life has changed again. This time, I finally reached level 8 in this lifetime. Not only became the 4 generals of the Eastern Military Region, and managed to live to 181. But what's embarrassing is that in the future, my wife has suddenly increased to 5, but I can't suddenly become a womanizer when I'm obsessed with martial arts. Then the only possibility is that the military needs. After all, a rank 8 Grandmaster is considered a top expert in the whole world. More children can leave more good genes for the country. And thinking about it, I've completely let go of my obsession with the spouse column. After all, I may not develop in that direction in the future, and the most important thing right now, it's the follow-up to the 3 11-level techniques I finally got. Soon 3 follow-up techniques appeared in front of me. Crystal View Idea Part 3. Natural Breathing Advanced. Immortal Golden Body Stage 2. This exercise covers all stages of training before level 6. It's like a direct route to a Grandmaster. But when I looked at it carefully, my expression was a little shocked. This cultivation method not only provides the follow-up training actions of the immortal golden body, and there's actually a special method. Now I just need to increase my HP step by step. Then I'll definitely be able to become a Grandmaster in the future, because 10 days are almost the same as the Sky and Wang He. So in the future, even if I imitate Wang He's Master Dao, I can also easily connect seamlessly. But soon I realized a new problem. That's the Grandmaster Dao of the future level 11 expert Wang He. It may not be the same as Shi Xingning's grade. Although following in their footsteps, I can indeed become a guru, but none of this is my own Grandmaster will. I have to get out of the way of Grandmaster beyond Wang He. In the future, we can do things that even Wang He cannot do. My goal has always been level 12 or higher. And that's not wishful thinking or overreaching. Now I have the entire splendid martial arts civilization as a foundation. In the future, I will create my own legend. Right after the final exam, I checked with my family. Dad's face blooms every day. And today is the day the results are released. Dad got up early and hung up the lights. And then the neighbor next door saw it. Dad asked what happened to his wife. But the woman opposite him looked disgusted. And said, "These poor people are having fun. Celebrate before the college entrance exam results come out. What kind of standards can children from this kind of family education have?" Hearing this, the man's expression immediately became a little unhappy. After all, we're neighbors. But just when a woman wants to turn around and blame her husband, the sound of a whistle suddenly resounded throughout the entire community. Compared to a woman's anger, the man who saw it clearly was instantly shocked. I saw that the license plate of the leading car was Dongdi 0001, but this is the governor's car. And then he seemed to think of something. The governor arrived in person, 9 whistles. He Danglong, the legendary Danglong Wu champion, is in our community. The woman who heard this was also shocked. Then he excitedly called out that the ancestral grave was smoking. I can't believe I can live in the same neighborhood with such a person. On the other side, Dad and sister saw the convoy as well. I don't know what's going on. But out of politeness, they went up to him anyway. A white-haired old man came out of the car. Ask if this is the residence of the champion of Danglong Wu. The person who came was Xia Pingnan, the governor of Dongning province. In ancient times, it was a party of princes. But what shocked the whole family at this time was not the identity of the old man. Instead, I became the champion of Danglong Wu. You know, this is the #1 existence in the country. There are thousands of cities in the country with nearly 100 million examinees, only one. You can imagine how high the gold content of this Danglong is. Even the neighbor's woman was petrified on the spot, because she met Dad's orange drop in the morning. And she made fun of Dad's poor face. Looking back now, she realized what a stupid thing she'd done. At the same time, I let out a long breath in the room. Ever since I obtained the immortal golden body's second stage of cultivation, my physique has started to improve again. The body has also expelled some dirt for a long time, but just as I was wiping the impurities off my body, only to find a bunch of unread messages on my phone. After opening it, I was slightly stunned. I found out that the messages were all sent by my sister. She told me the governor had come to the house. Tell me to get down there as soon as I get up. I closed my eyes. Then the enormous spiritual force suddenly spread out with me as the center, and sure enough, I found that in the living room on the first floor, except for my family. At this time, there are still 3 strong people sitting on the sofa. One of them is as full of blood as an oven. I'm just hanging out with him for a while. The next second, he sensed my psychic powers. Meanwhile, in the living room, Xia Pingnan smiled and said, "Our martial arts champion has got up." After saying that, everyone looked at the stairs on the second floor, and sure enough, I happened to come down the stairs. Sorry to keep you waiting. Everyone's eyes began to flicker slightly. But compared to my mild-mannered appearance, Xia Pingnan saw something different. And I'm feeling like I'm in a natural state. Like the rising sun breaking through the curtain of morning. Even he couldn't help but feel the waves of the Yangtze River. And then Dad came up to me. Quickly introduced me to the identity of the visitor. After sitting down, Xia Pingnan directly entered the theme, even though my bonus points haven't been counted yet. But now I'm #1 in martial arts alone. If you wait until the cultural scores and bonus items are counted, maybe I'll refresh my college entrance exam results in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. And in order to reward our Dongning province's #1 son, Xia Pingnan directly took out a prize of 50 million yuan. And a set of Dongning Provincial Capital Center more than 400 flat houses. But before the family could finish their shock, Xia Pingnan asked the secretary to take out a stack of things from behind. You're a level 6 fighter now. Have you decided which university you want to go to? I nodded. I decided to go to Kyoto's Seiko University. Hearing this, Xia Pingnan waved his hand. 7 letters were placed directly on the table. I brought all the recommendation letters from Shinwu University. You can choose which one you want to go to. But I don't know that Lu Qinghe is stupid at this time. Brother, how did you become a level 6 martial artist after leaving home for half a year, and that countless martial arts students yearn for the martial arts sanctuary, and now it's right in front of you? However, I am also a little difficult to choose from the recommendations in front of me. After all, it doesn't make any difference to me where I go. And the next thing I know, I'm just messing up all the references. Then he chose one of Xiaopingnan's puzzled eyes. Pick up the recommendation letter in your hand and read it. It's the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Xiaopingnan, who was opposite him, suddenly had a strange face. Apparently, I didn't expect my decision-making style to be so unconventional. But soon he calmed down and said, although the 7th Saint Martial Arts University's foundation is a little shallow compared to it, however, the teachers and other aspects are not much different from the other 6 schools, but the credit missions of Xingwu University are definitely more dangerous, so you need to pick a major cold weapon. And he handed me a business card. Call me whenever you've chosen your weapon. I'll personally pick one for you from weapons below level 6. Consider it a gift to celebrate your ascension. Hearing this, I immediately smiled and put away the business card. You'd have to be a fool to turn down a lieutenant governor's offer. Seeing this, Xiaopingnan did not stop and got up to say goodbye. But I didn't know that after Xiaopingnan and the others left, all the dignitaries in the neighborhood are going crazy. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space, a man took my profile and looked at it for a long time. At this time, another man across the street squealed in surprise. I didn't know there was anything you'd be interested in. That's a hell of a thing. He saw Marshal St. Minga's eyes brighten slightly. Looks like it's gonna be fun this year. The impact of climbing the dragon has finally calmed down, and I've been celebrating with my classmates. The next day, he decided to say goodbye to his family and embark on a new journey, and this time the goal is the 7th Saint Martial Arts University of Kyoto. After all these days of knowing, I understand why the 7 holy martial arts are transcendental. Not only do they all have this complete set of martial saint inheritance, and the 7th saint I chose was founded 57 years ago. The founder was Tan Zhongyu, one of the 3 martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that martial saint experts can easily live for more than 300 years. Tan Zhongyu became a martial saint in just over 60 years. He's only 100 years old now. He is considered a young expert among the martial saints in the whole world. Although 9 martial saints were born in the history of Dragon Country, but because the first 150 years of martial arts were too turbulent. As a result, many martial saint experts had to fight with exotic beasts. We must also guard against disputes between countries, and among them, the Dragon Country and the Lion Country compete for world hegemony. Both sides have also consumed a large number of elite martial arts experts. For this reason, according to the experience of each martial saint in different periods, the Dragon Kingdom, using martial arts and technology to create the Martial Saint Tower. Tower entrance will be challenged level by level according to difficulty. Once the Martial Saint Tower has reached a certain level, you'll have a chance to meet the Martial Saint. He was even recruited by Martial Saint, but I'm not interested in Martial Saint disciples. After all, I can beat them with my level 11 cultivation technique. However, the Dragon Kingdom has rigid requirements for focusing on cultivating talents. If you want to go to war, you have to get the corresponding credits. But if I could get a little more credit. It also allows students to graduate from Xingwu University quickly. Just when I was thinking, Lu Qinghe's senior sister Yang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of me, and coincidentally, her seat is right next to mine. After chatting with Yang Yuan for a while, only then did I know that she applied to the Martial Arts University in Kyoto Province. But looking at Yang Yuan's affectionate appearance, think of the spouse column on your future profile. I couldn't help but worry. Soon 2.5 hours passed. Yang Yuan and I finally made it to Kyoto Province. Compared to the scattered density of martial artists in Dongning Province, the martial arts environment in Kyoto Province can be described as prosperous. Just a lot of ordinary people who can be seen everywhere on the street. The next second, it could disappear into a phantom. It reminds me of base 1359 in my dream. Maybe it was just as prosperous before it was overturned. On the other hand, I thought I would separate from Yang Yuan after getting off the plane. But I didn't expect Yang Yuan to be in Beijing River Martial Arts University. It's actually located in the same university town as the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. For this reason, I decided to send Yang Yuan to her university to report first, and walk back to your college. At this time, at the gate of Jinghe University, a few seniors are enthusiastically helping the junior sisters. When Yang Yuan and I appeared at the school gate, one of the yellow hairs suddenly felt that he had met love. The next moment, the two of them smiled and went to Yang Yuan. He was so attentive, he wanted to help with the luggage. But before Yang Yuan could react from the shock, I heard the other side, but I was not polite at all. He smiled and handed over the salute in his hand. The yellow-haired youth looked at me warily. Is this junior also a freshman of our Jingha? And I shook my head at that. He said that he was sending his classmates to report on the way. As expected, after listening to the yellow hair, his expression immediately relaxed. As long as they are not from the same school, they can get the moon first. At this time, another senior also smiled and introduced. It means that all kinds of training rooms are available in the school, and there are 3 chances to enter the Marshall Saint Tower every month. But when I heard that, my expression changed. Ask yourself, can you enter the tower? The 2 of them looked at me and smiled. The Marshall Saint Tower is the treasure of the warriors of the whole dragon country. How can it be used only by students of Xinwu University? Even martial artists from outside have the right to enter. But others need to apply to the Martial Arts Association to enter. But students of Xinwu University can enter anytime and anywhere. After saying that, the yellow-hair fork took the initiative to approach Yang Yuan and show off. If anyone messes with us in Kiho University, call us. At worst, we'll fight someone else. But then he said grimly, but don't mess with the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Why? Then I asked again. Because all the students in Xinwu University are crazy. As soon as they enter school, they can receive missions from exotic beasts. So if you fight someone who sees a lot of blood, if we fight, something might happen. Then he asked me fiercely, do you hear me clearly? I smiled and nodded. And we just walked to the admissions desk. In Yang Yuan's shy expression, I stopped and gave her my salute back, and let her call me on her phone if she's in trouble. And then I turned around and left. However, the 2 seniors behind him looked disdainful, muttering, I really think I'm a green onion. Then Huang Fa turned around and asked Yang Yuan, which university did your classmate go to when he was so crazy? Look at my back as I walk away. Yang Yuan, who turned around, seemed to be a different person. He said calmly that he was from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Hearing this, the 2 seniors were immediately shocked. Before they knew it, Yang Yuan opened her mouth again without looking back. He's from White River, by the way. He is the champion of this year's National Danglong Martial Arts. Hearing this, the 2 of them immediately looked frightened. The body began to tremble slightly. And on the other side, I didn't care. Because I'm gonna be greeted by the geniuses of San Francisco. The school not only has the peak of grade 5 seniors to block the way, there's even a level 6 quasi-grandmaster watching from the side, when all freshmen are confused about their future. I can no longer hide my breath. Just after sending Yang Yuan off to report, I followed the navigation and finally found the 7th Holy Martial Arts. What caught my eye was the sign of the martial saint riding the pen himself, compared to other great. The entrance of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University seemed very deserted, but the towering Martial Saint Tower at the gate. But it gives people a feeling of looking up at the mountains. After all, knowledge is also an extremely important part of martial arts. This trip is worth it just to broaden your horizons. After a moment of quiet contemplation of the colossal beast, I continued to walk to the welcome reception at the school gate. I saw 3 students sitting casually in front of the booth. I'll just hand over the acceptance letter. And the next thing you know, the blonde girl's smiling, she's reaching for the file. But when she saw what was on it, she broke out in a cold sweat. It's this year's champion. These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. The man next to him stopped his movements. He looked at me with a fixed gaze. And then he jumped straight up from where he is. And the next second, he's right in front of me. At this moment, the man's entire body faintly revealed a pressing aura. Ask if you are the rumored dragon warrior. Although it's uncomfortable for me. But considering it's the first day of school. So I just smiled and said, no, it's not. However, the man's face instantly darkened when he heard this, and then the big sword in his hand came straight down on me. But I didn't move at all. As if he knew the sword would stop in time. But the man who saw this scene was stunned. He wanted to test my skills, and I didn't think I'd react at all. And then he pointed his sword in the direction. Open the road and go straight ahead. You'll find the student dormitory. I didn't stay too long. After thanking him, he turned around and left. But just as the 2 of them were squealing, the girl with the eyes suddenly picked up her phone. And she immediately cried out in disbelief. Just because my cell phone shows that my blood gas has broken through level 6. It is also known as the strongest Danglong Wuzhuangyiwen in history. The man beside him also broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. Then he laughed and said, Wait, there's going to be a good show. On the other hand, I'm taking my time and I'm on my way. Suddenly, a fat man caught up with him. Look at this temperament, seems to be somewhat similar to Lu Qiming. Turns out he's a freshman on his first day here. He's just a natural. He wants to come back to the dorm with me, and I'm happy to say yes. Soon we arrived at the entrance of the accommodation area, but I saw many new students gathered here in anger. Before I knew what was going on, then I saw a figure flying up ahead. Then he fell hard to the ground. I saw a yellow-haired youth at the door clapping his hands with a smile. The martial arts champion of Nanjiang Provincial Conference this year really has 2 skills. You're the first one who can take 2 of my moves. Unfortunately, we're still 1 step away from meeting our occupancy requirements. At this moment, many geniuses in the audience are also discussing one after another. He placed his hopes on the martial arts champion of his province. However, Wu Tanhua, who ranked 5th in the national examination, shook his head. Although he has already stepped into the realm of level 5 martial artists, but the yellow hair on the other side has obviously reached the peak of level 5. Moreover, his stellar energy had already been trained to the minor success realm. He knew he wouldn't last 3 moves. The youth next to him spoke again. Maybe they can wear him out with a wheel fight and then come back. But Hudong shook his head again after listening. He said, the real danger is not that yellow hair. The long-haired youth next to him is even more terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, he's already a level 6 grandmaster. That's a good one. All the freshmen look like children. You know, the president of the Martial Arts Association outside is generally only level 6. At this moment, the yellow-haired youth stood up again. The rules are simple. If you can take over my 3 people, you can move in. Then he spread his hands and continued. I know you're all sons of God everywhere. But your pride is worthless here. In the 7th holy city, you have to fight for everything. At this time, the words of the yellow hair are like alls, deep into the hearts of the freshmen. Yellow hair smiled coldly and continued to speak. Without strength, you can only be an ordinary person here, even a humble wretch. Just as freshmen begin to sink into deep self-doubt. Behind me, I sighed. It's like everywhere there's always someone. And jump out and talk about life and the law of the jungle. But unfortunately, they are so weak. But just when I wanted to step in and end it, the fat man next to him suddenly began to tremble. Then his face showed a very excited expression. And said, that's my favorite counterattack. To step on such a self-righteous predecessor. Then the fat man handed me the luggage in his hand. He confidently said that he was the martial arts champion of Sichuan province, ranked 19 in the country. After saying that, he took a step forward and rushed forward, and the next second, he's coming back like a punching bag. The dusty fat man was embarrassed. He didn't expect any senior to have gangchi. I patted Fatty on the shoulder. Smiling and consoling, he's already very good. Then I slowly walked towards the dormitory door. Huang Fa also smiled sinisterly when he saw this. Birds of a feather flock together. Today I'll show you what true cruelty is. But as soon as he finished speaking, a terrible aura came out of me. Finally, I don't have to suppress my breath all the time. But just as the battle was about to break out, and then the yellow guy called me first. And then his eyes swept over the luggage I was carrying, asked me, is that how you're going to take 3 hits? And that's when I realized. Then he put his luggage on the ground without care. I saw my face calm and said, is that all right? Seeing so many new students has given up on me. I just hope I don't get beat up too bad later. Sure enough, look at my nonchalant expression. Yellow-haired was also immediately aroused anger. In the next second, the aura of Yellow-haired's entire body instantly condensed, and then a whipping kick, a terrifying energy, came at me. Seeing this, all the freshmen gasped. They didn't even try their best until they found out. But on the other hand, watching the attack almost materialize, at this time, I still have no reaction. But just as the attack was about to touch me, the next moment, my body suddenly trembled, and then my body appeared in front of Goldie. Looking at the yellow hair lying on the ground like a dead dog, all the freshmen were stunned. Just one move, I managed to defeat the yellow hair who was invincible just now. Even the long-haired youth beside him had a solemn expression on his face. As I walked past him, he felt something that made him shiver. After seeing that he had no other actions, I went straight to the key card. Then he picked up 2 room cards from the wall. And then I waved my hand. He threw the extra room card out of the dormitory building. The next second, little Fatty caught it firmly. Seeing this, Fatty is also like waking up from a dream. He was chasing me with his big bag. And the long-haired youth didn't stop it. Instead, he's on the phone, like he's reporting something. And this behavior immediately made everyone outside move their minds. I thought it was a long-haired youth who didn't have much ability, not knowing that they'd be met with an even crueler beating. On the other hand, Fatty and I walked around the accommodation area. I finally found the place that matches the key card. And Fatty finally realized something was wrong. Because the place I chose to live is the house of the champion of Danglongwu. The little Fatty who reacted immediately looked at me with admiration. It turns out that the big guy is actually beside himself, but then he sighed again. Before, in order to avoid being with many demon lords, he also specially chose the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, which ranked lower. But I didn't expect to meet this year's Danglongwu champion as soon as I came in. Hearing this, I looked at Fatty doubtfully. Ask yourself, is the 7th Saint weak? Fatty poured the toppings, which means he doesn't know. However, all previous Danglong basically went to the first Fusion Wu, and the results of the annual National University Martial Arts Conference. The 7th Saint Martial Arts University will also be at the bottom of the list from time to time, but I just smiled and didn't care. After all, it's the martial arts legacy of Wuxing, enough for a lot of people to practice forever. After saying goodbye to Fatty, I plugged in my keycard and entered the villa. This house is even bigger than my own villa. Even a variety of living and training rooms are available. And that's when I found a remote with a school stamp. As I turned the screen on, all kinds of information about the campus suddenly came to me, and one of the messages caught my attention. The above is a complete video of the first battle for the senior student list. I was immediately interested. I clicked on the play button for this video. But the trick is that the quality of this video is touching. And just as I was about to watch, the website suddenly pops up a prompt box that says the trial is over for 15 seconds. I was stunned. Sure enough, there are not bloggers like Jiashir everywhere. One like and you'll be gone forever. After closing the screen. After a while, I didn't hesitate. And then I opened my backpack. The backpack was filled with all kinds of potions. The most important of these is my newly developed golden dragon saliva. This herbal soup is just enough to support me to continue practicing immortal golden body. Then suddenly there was a rude knock on the door. My face changed when I was interrupted. Ask aloud who the visitor is. But as soon as I said that, and then there's a more crazy kick. I opened the door gloomily. A few people outside the door looked arrogant. The leader was about to identify himself. And the next second, I'm running right up there. This person. I hate it when people disturb me during my cultivation. This is an era of martial arts, and I'm the one from a normal family. Not only does school start with one move to kill invincible seniors, it scared the level 6 quasi-grandmaster's heart. And now the seniors are just about to come knocking. But I didn't expect to be kicked out easily. A few companions who reacted immediately looked childish. You know, Red Hair is a peak expert who has reached level 5. On the other hand, Red Hair struggled to get up from the ground. I realized that my chest felt like it was about to crack, but I didn't care. I turned around and asked them what they wanted. The few people who reacted immediately quivered. Then he handed me a card with both hands. Turns out they came to deliver my student ID. With this certificate, I can use all kinds of school equipment, and with the card, you can also receive a bottle of level 4 abnormal blood every month. I nodded to show that I knew. But just as I was about to turn around and head back to my dorm, but I found that the red hair I had beaten was looking at me with a complaining face. I couldn't help but frown. And then a terrible smell rose from me. Are you waiting to apologize? Hearing this, several people immediately revealed palpitations. Then Wolf Fox escaped from the villa. After coming out, Red Hair touched his chest angrily. You know, he wasn't hurt this badly when he encountered a level 6 exotic beast before. After a change of expression, Red Hair said reluctantly, Go back and report to the school office first. The rockery in this guy's yard hasn't been repaired yet. On the other hand, I'm not interested in what the redheads think. When I got back to the dorm, I looked at the student ID number on my student ID card. Then he logged into the campus network of the 7th St. Martial University, a few rookie points with a new registered account. I clicked on the video again. I saw a man in the video holding a long sword and elegant temperament. You can determine from the full screen scrolling bullet screen, he is Chinishwan, who ranks first in the school. The battle between these two men. It can be said that it represents the strength of the highest martial arts genius in the Dragon Country. Soon after, as the battle began, the fighting spirit on both of them was instantly ignited, endless blade light carrying flames constantly resisting the sword light. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, in the end, Chinishwan, wearing a suit and holding a sword, won, and I got a little serious after watching it. Even if it's without the Grandmaster's will, I'd have to use at least 50% of my strength to beat them. It's crazy, but it's crazy. You know, I'm already a minor success. The combat power can easily reach more than 2 million. Whether it is Chinishwan or Shaolan, neither of these two has comprehended the will of a Grandmaster. But he already has Grandmaster combat power, and this is only the 7th holy martial arts at the bottom. My eyes lit up when I thought about it. A long-lost sense of excitement suddenly woke up inside me, only enough pressure to make my efforts more motivated. But just as I turned off the video and continued browsing, suddenly, I saw a title that had just been released. It says the 7th strongest freshman in the history of martial arts beat the top 100 seniors on the first day of school. After a moment, I clicked on the video. Sure enough, it was the scene of beating up Huang Mao in the accommodation area, and the author doesn't know what kind of mentality it is. The second half also made a ghost store. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sympathize with Senior Yellow Hair. I guess he won't be able to hold his head up for a long time at school. It's lunchtime after I shut down the campus network. Soon I arrived at the university cafeteria of Manhua University. As a result, as soon as I came in, I met Fatty, who was enrolled together. Embarrassing as Fatty thought he was already a big eater. But when he saw my desk, he was dumbfounded. The food in front of me was like a hill. The volume alone exceeds the capacity of a person. Fatty, who reacted, was a wave of admiration again. He was indeed the genius he admired most among his peers, and because that video on the internet has exploded. At this time, many people in the cafeteria have noticed me. There are many seniors who keep casting teasing eyes. But I didn't pay any attention to it. At this moment, Fatty suddenly smiled and said, "There are 3 lists in Manhua. They are the new student list, the old student list and the 7th saint list respectively. Freshman list is for freshmen. The senior list includes all the senior students who have not graduated yet. It can be said that it is the most authoritative strength ranking list in the school. And yesterday's Yellow Hair is the top 100 students on the senior list. I'm intrigued by that. Ask yourself, what is the situation with the 7 saints list?" Seeing this, the fat old man explained in his presence. The 7 saint rankings are actually the senior rankings of the 7 saint martial arts universities. It is a list that truly includes all the geniuses in the Dragon Country. He suddenly lowered his voice. Our 7th Saint Martial Arts University's strength seems to be average indeed, because there's not a single one in the top 10 of the 7 saints list. Even Chinishwan, who ranked first in the school's senior rankings, he's only ranked 13th on the 7 saints list. At this time, Fatty wanted to continue introducing. All of a sudden, a few people came straight in our direction. Seeing this scene, many people quickly cast their eyes over. Sure enough, the leader of the youth came to me and stopped. Then he smiled and introduced himself as the top scorer of this year's Lantern Province. The college entrance examination results ranked 17th in the country. Hearing this, I looked up calmly and asked him if he was okay. I saw the boy staring at me and laughing. "I know you're strong. I may not be your opponent." But before the boys can finish, I just cut him off. "Since you know you're not my opponent, then why bother with me?" As I spoke, I slowly stood up, and then a cold breath came out of me. At this moment, the man seemed to be facing a wild beast. In order to overcome their fear, the man suddenly punched me fiercely. But the next moment, it was like he was surrounded by a giant hand. In less than a second, the man's whole body was pressed directly to the ground by me. "If you don't use your brain, give it to someone in need."